So we'll get started.
Hmm,
You good?
I
It's
am
been a
very good.
while since I've done this, so I'm very
Hmm,
excited. You're the first interview I'm doing this
I've not
season.
had an
I'm
interview
very
for a
excited.
while.
For a
My
while.
first one,
Oh, okay, yeah.
my
Did you
first
get
one was
was
like,
it pop?
I think late, no, early 2022 with
Yeah?
another friend of mine, Hippie Solit. He does a lot of interviews with VTubers, specifically VTubers.
Yeah.
And I was one of the few first ones that he did that year. So it's been a
That's
while. It's been a
awesome.
long while.
Okay, great. I'm not sure how similar, how different my interview style is going to be.
Well, at least
But
we're not playing Phasmophobia, and I'm not getting my cheeks clapped while we're doing this interview,
you were
because that's
getting
how
your
it
cheeks clapped during your interview. That
went.
seems
Yeah.
more lewd than anything I'm gonna do. Bonjour, I'm the
My
carrier
ghost.
pigeon of VR ship. Oh, by ghosts. Ghost cheek clapping.
Yes, exactly.
That's on another level.
Mhm. Yeah.
um, he says, don't forget to drink water. Thank you, Nikati. 73X. Are they from your community? I'm guessing, so maybe not.
Nakati? I
Um,
think I think I've seen Nakati before. Yeah, they're one
yeah.
of the newer ones.
Can you guys hear Maruka okay? I feel like I'm talking a little bit louder than them.
I don't know.
Let me turn you up just a little bit.
Check your OBS and see.
No, you're talking a little. Okay, okay, okay.
I'm talking very little.
Oh, now you're talking too
I
loudly.
should talk more. Blah, 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 blah. Welcome to the Oh Girl Show. Audio
Okay,
is
I'll
great, says
put
Constellation Princess.
80%. Okay, okay, sounds good. Audio's
Oh,
great on your end? Okay, sounds good. All right, so
yeah.
Maruka, it's very lovely having you here. I
It's good
know
to be here.
you. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I know you mostly as a VR chat streamer and a VTuber. When you're playing desktop games, you're usually in a VR model, and
That is very
uh,
true.
I guess I'm similar. I only really have been interviewing people from VR chat, with some very occasional exceptions, but all VTubers. I know you as someone who streams mostly VR chat. Lately, you've been streaming Kokoro. Is that it? Kokoro.
Kukuro.
Kokoro
Kukuro.
stream games.
Kukuro is heart, and Kokoro
Kokoro
is
is
also
hard. Kokoro
Kokoro
is
is
hard.
another VTuber that I know who's really sweet.
Oh, okay,
But it's
okay.
Kukuro Stream Chat Games. It's on Steam.
Kokoro.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I am so it's so difficult for me to answer this question when people ask
Mm.
me. So I've been asking people this question,
Mm.
which is, how would you describe yourself? And if you want to give a quick introduction, how would you describe your not your but your content and what you stream on Twitch here?
Okay. Let's see. Well, I consider myself to be more of a comfy streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Having chit chat with people. It's part of the thing that I kind of wanted a long, long time ago. I don't know, maybe some of you can't relate, some of you will relate a little bit more, but I was an international student a long time ago in the UK, and back then streaming was not a thing. High-speed broadband had just been introduced in some countries. Some people were still using really, really slow connections, and the university connection, on the other hand, was using like those super business education level lines. So it was really fast compared to anything else that you had active. So that gives you like the rough idea of like, when I was there. But
Mm-hmm.
I would be suffering from insomnia like a lot because I was homesick. A lot of things didn't like really jive very
Oh.
well because I was from a culture where you could hang out with friends past midnight and not drink alcohol. Yeah, imagine, right? Staying out late to just hang out and have
Mm-hmm.
fatty foods and a hot milk tea and just call it a night at 3 o'clock in the morning and still walk home without puking your guts out. That was the culture that I was accustomed to. And then when I went over, I didn't have that. I didn't have people that wanted to stay up late and
Oh, that's
just
sad.
spend time, yeah, without drinking. So
Huh.
I had trouble sleeping, and this was a problem that persisted for many, many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
And so I say it on my channel, and I'll say it on the interview as well. Like, as much as yes, I do stream for a living. This is like streaming is my full-time gig, and if I don't get monetary gains from it, I will my livelihood will suffer. But that's not the main thing that I started the channel out with. I realized very early on that having access to people who just kind of wanted to come in for the exact same thing that I wanted, company, a little bit of laughs, story time, helped me a lot. Like streaming helps me sleep. You have no idea.
Mm,
There are days when like it's my day off, and I know it's my day off, and I just have this urge to just get onto stream because I want to reach out and talk to people. Like,
yeah.
it it tires me mentally in a good way, so that I'm not lying in bed and staring at the ceiling and kind of going like, yeah, so here we are. High ceiling. It's
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the morning. I can't sleep. How are you doing? So
Yeah.
I like comfy time. I like story time. I like getting to know people, and that's kind of been my background as well throughout my career. I've always worked customer service, service with a smile, as
Mm-hmm.
everybody says. Like, you can complain about a lot of things about me when I'm working because I have ADHD or ADD or whatever it is you want to call it. I've been diagnosed. It's a problem, but it's not a problem that you have to just accept and like, yeah, like I'm gonna fuck up. No, there you have to do things that normal people take for granted, and just go the extra mile to kind of be quote unquote normal. So there might be a lot of things that you can complain about me. I might not be able to read stuff very well. I might not be able to focus as well as other people, but smiling and giving good vibes, that I'm like in a team, typically like no one tops me, like, like I just exuberate like good energy for the most part. So that's kind of like where we're at, and I like playing all sorts of games recently. As some people will know, I play a lot of horror games.
Mm-hmm.
We finished, let's see, what are the games that we finished? We finished Amnesia, we finished like Little Nightmares, we finished some of the Resident Evil series games,
Mm-hmm.
we finished Alien Isolation, terrifying game
Oh, I
by the
heard
way.
that's so
Ter-
scary. Yeah.
Terrifying even
Should
outside
I
of
play
VR.
that, you
It's
guys? Yeah. Wait, can you play that
scary.
in VR?
You can, there's a mod for it.
Oh, jeez. Can have
It's
you played
ooh.
any horror games in VR? I haven't, but I'd like to try.
Phasmophobia counts,
Mm-hmm.
but after the initial few experiences, as Scorpion will know, because Scorpion's part of my community, it gets very telltale similar. You lose the vibe, and eventually it just becomes routine. So when you get attacked, a lot of the times it's just like, oh, okay, so that happened, or like one or two scares will get you, but it's not as scary as some other games. Like Alien Isolation, I was consistently on edge. My heart
Mm-hmm.
rate would peak at 120, 130, and people could visibly tell by the shaking of my legs that I was terrified.
Do you use
It's
a heart rate
terrifying.
monitor? I forget.
I
You
do.
do. You do.
I've got a watch that does it. So yeah,
Mm.
it's great. It's it's really
I
good.
recently played. I haven't played many horror games, but I recently
Mm,
played Resident Evil for the first time,
mm,
Resident Evil 2, and it
mm,
was quite fun. I've been
mm.
thinking about trying like a Resident Evil in VR. I saw Resident Evil 4 is in VR, and everyone says that game is amazing, and I'd
Oh,
like
yeah,
to
yeah,
try it.
yeah,
It
yeah,
seems
definitely.
seems terrifying. Alien Isolation is intense. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot that you just said there that I find really, really interesting, and I guess I'll
Mm.
try to remember all of it. One of the
Ooh, all
things you
good.
said was, it's hard to sleep, and you said that's
Mm.
something you've been dealing it with for a lot of your life.
For a really long time, a really, really
And
long
I
time.
definitely relate to that, and I think a lot of people here probably relate to that. I don't know what it is
Mm.
about falling asleep and just the nighttime or whenever. It can be really difficult to sleep sometimes, and I think I do get that from you, that it's very comfortable and you make jokes and stuff, but it's always a very pleasant, loving, sweet vibe, and I really appreciate that about you. I think one of
Mm.
the nicest things or one of the sweetest things you can hear when somebody comes into your chat, I don't know if you've heard this before, probably, is that, like, hey, you're helping me fall asleep or I'm falling asleep in your channel, you know. And so, people will apologize like, I'm sorry, I'm asleep. It's like, no,
Yeah,
no, don't be sorry. Like, I'm so glad that
like
you're
I
falling
get
asleep.
that as well in VR before I even considered streaming, and this was way back, like July 2nd is gonna be my third anniversary of having VR.
Mm-hmm.
And like I have people who actively like prior to streaming would say like, you're so comfortable, and typically I'm not one to experience this, but I've fallen asleep and like while I'm at my desk just listening to us talk, and I'm just like, oh, like I thought you went off to like the kitchen to get a glass of water and fell asleep on your bed. They're like, no, I fell asleep at my desk, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then
Mm-hmm.
occasionally there'll be VR users who just curl up on like my lap as we're talking, and I'll just like head pat them, and then they fall asleep while we're talking. It's the same deal. It's just like, why are you so relaxing? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I've always been like this. It's not like I'm trying to be extra comfy. It just comes naturally to me. Like I like comfy time.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
barely get
Mm,
that from you. Something brief that
mm,
I was going to mention was that you said that you were in customer service. I'm not sure
mm,
exactly what kind, but I always tell people, not always, but I think I relate to that a lot because I grew up working in a restaurant, and I think when you're in a work environment that forces you to be kind and patient and pleasant
mm,
with customers, it
mm.
does have an effect on you in your day to day life. And it does
Gee.
teach you to, I think, just be kind and to be patient and to talk in a way that's not abrasive all the time. Because you
Yeah.
can't, like, there's something about having to talk all day in a way that doesn't upset people or get people like angry or
Riled up.
upset, get riled
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely get that vibe from you.
Mm,
Um, I was gonna ask. So you did mention this that you went to university and stuff before
mm,
you started streaming. I don't know if you mentioned exactly like what was the catalyst for starting to stream, and like I wanted to know how you initially got into VR, like if there were any
mm.
streamers you were watching or content on
That's a
YouTube
really
or
good
whatever.
question.
But yeah, I'm just curious about how you
Um,
got started in VR and in VR chat,
I
and
have
then
mentioned it to some people before that asked, but I might have like missed out some details, and so I could go into a little bit more like of the
yeah,
timeline. So I always had the intention of getting a gaming PC. Maybe not so much VR. I wanted to get a gaming PC because I'd been a long time home console portable handheld gamer. I own several 3DSs. At one point, I owned seven of them because I'm a bit of a
seven
collector. Some
3DSs. Wow,
3DSs. Some people will say
that's
that's weird,
cool.
but
I know, I
but
know.
but like I consider myself the less so because I know some people who have like physical fucking arcade machines right in the back in their garage
Exactly.
somewhere. So
Yeah.
I'm not the weird one here. I'm just a little bit up there. Some in the hobbyist group. I owned the original PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3.
Oh wow.
I Before COVID, I managed to get my hands on a PlayStation 4 Pro because I wanted to play some PS4 games,
Mhm.
and that kind of tied me over until I got a gaming PC that year because of COVID. So I finally decided, you know what, I'm gonna get a PC. While I was doing the part picking, I was also watching a little bit of Twitch. Around this time, YouTube was incessantly pushing these VR chat funny compilations by another Twitch individual, VR Funny. I'm fairly certain you guys and Ogro, you're probably acquainted to at least the name VR Funny.
Mhm.
You've
Of
probably
course.
seen some of their content somewhere, and they do a lot of compilation clips of like
Mhm.
VR chat streamers. And this went on for about a week. Like YouTube was just nonstop pushing this onto me. So I was like, you know what? I'll watch it. I'm not a fan of VR chat, or at least back then, I was definitely not a big fan. I knew of the Knuckles meme because my
Mhm.
friends would also be pushing that onto me, and I'm like, VR chat sounds like a really weird platform, guys. Like, I don't know. I'm not super into the memes. Like
Mhm.
this seems like a big role playing group that I don't think I would meld with. But
Mhm.
what I discovered through that was that there is definitely actually like huge communities of people who befriended each other and got introduced to each other through different circles, and they're having fun. They're having real connections, whether it's on or off screen, doesn't really matter. And during a time when everybody was indoors and locked away, I couldn't even leave my state. Like there would be cops setting up roadblocks, like a road or two away, and I would be turned back to my house. That's how bad it was. And so I wanted social interaction so bad. I was going through some mild depression because of it. Prior to COVID, I was that person that was always outside. I was either at work, I was hanging out with another friend, or I'd be at a mall in an arcade somewhere, just sweating it out, dancing on like a game machine. I'm into DDR and Pump It Up. Those of you who know that
Oh
game,
wow, pump it up,
you guys are
man.
cool. You guys are cool. If you don't, look it up. It's a great game. But I used to be very, very, very out there versus the now when I can count the amount of times I've actually left my apartment complex
Hmm.
to actually do anything. So streaming slash COVID, I blame COVID a little bit more. Definitely changed my lifestyle like a lot,
Yeah.
severely, severely, severely.
Hmm.
Um, but what got me into streaming after that was I was in VR chat 4. So I got introduced to VR chat more properly about the connections and everything in 2020. Around 2021, the tail end of it, about September, October, a few of my friends said, "Hey, Maru, you seem like a pretty decent person. Like you have a very, very all right air about you. You've got a nice personality, decent voice. You're very fluent in English, even though you're not from a native speaking country. You should stream. Get into streaming. I'm fairly certain you'll be really popular." And I'm like, I don't know, like, and I actually tried to dodge it like a few times. I would give a lot of excuses. I say like I don't have time today, or I'm feeling really tired, or like I don't know anything about OBS. The typical stuff that some people come up with when they just don't want to do something. And
Yeah.
so one particular day in late October, a friend of mine who's also one of like the strong supporters of my channel. He's never missed a subscription ever since I
Oh.
went. I hit affiliate, and he's one of the previous active mods. His name is Marius. Shout out to Marius if you're here. I don't think you are, but still. He was like, "Okay, Marika, you've been giving us a lot of excuses. So you seem to be very free right now." And I'm like, "Oh shit, you got 2 hours?" I'm like, "God damn it." Sure. All right, I'll sit down with you. Like, what do you want to do? Like, I want to explain to you how OBS works. You got time, right? Yep. So we sat down, set everything up, did all the tests, made sure that the canvas and everything was the right resolution, that the connection was good, and all the bit rates were right. And he's like, "Cool, you're set up, my
Hmm.
friend. All you need to do now is when you're ready, you click the go live button, and there you are." And I'm like, "Shit." Oh no. And then another friend of mine as well, Finn, who's been developing an open source shout out player, which is the one that I've been beta testing up until now. They were also adamant about me going on stream. They kept reminding me. They were like, "Marika, you told us last weekend that you're gonna go live." I'm like, I'll go this weekend." "Marika, you said the exact same thing yesterday. When are you gonna go live?" I'm like, it got to the point that I started to get pissed off because it just kept coming. It's like, fine, bet this weekend, Friday, Saturday, I will go live. He's like, they're like, "You sure?" I'm like, "Yes, yes, I will go live at this time. If you're reminding me again, then that's the time that I'm gonna be on." So okay. So sure enough, I went live for the very first time November 2nd, I believe it was November 2nd of 2021. And I was doing Slay the Spire while
Mm-hmm.
I was in VR chat, and it did really well for my first stream. I think I averaged about 12 people. Granted, a lot of them were friends,
It's pretty good for your
but
very first stream,
for
yeah.
first stream, I'd say that was pretty darn good. Like that set the bar for me. I was like, oh, like this is nice. Like
Mm-hmm.
it was a bit scuffed. My ears were
Mm-hmm.
translucent. There's like a few other things that didn't work out. I accidentally kicked my mug. Was in my play space, and the mug went flying and hit the cupboard. I'm surprised it didn't break. But it was a really nice first stream, and I got rated every single day that week
Mm,
that I was
yeah.
streaming, and it just basically put it on the book for me, where I was like, okay, yeah, this is nice. This is something that I enjoy. This is cool. Like I definitely want to continue doing this. And when I hit affiliate, the week that entire week that was there, because I think I averaged about 10 or 11, so I more than surpassed the minimum requirement, and I did like I
Yeah.
think 50 or 60 hours, which again,
Oh, wow.
same thing. I went hard. My first 3 months I was averaging anywhere between 100 to 150 hours.
In a
I
month.
went
That's a
super
lot.
hard the first couple months, and then I
Mm-hmm.
toned it down a little bit after that when people started to realize I was getting burnt out a little. I was starting to feel a bit tired on stream sounding.
Yeah.
So but it was because of friends. It was a joke. People were like, hey, you'll be great. You'll be great. Like, you'll do wonderful. I don't know what you're talking about. Just have a bit more confidence. So it was because of friends that kind of got me into the scene, and it's just been such a wonderful experience ever since then. I've been meeting so many people, like yourself, people from vrchat, people from Twitch, other VTubers. It's been great.
Wow. Yeah. I think I think that's awesome that you had friends that kind of pushed you towards streaming. It's kind of
Mm,
interesting.
it's
Yeah.
I very much value the people that have supported me for this long while.
Yeah.
And since then, like it's just been this domino effect
Mm-hmm.
of other people being introduced to the channel and just kind of enjoying the vibe that I have on stream and the community that I've nurtured. Like there are people who don't really care who come in because they just want the views. Let's just be honest. There are some people who are like that, like they'll do whatever that they can to achieve their goals, and I'm not gonna knock on them. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's the path that they want to choose. That's the path that they're happy with. All good. I am very particular about people who come into my channel. Like if I don't like the vibe that you're giving off, the language that you're using, and you can't listen to reason, you're gone. I don't want you near my people. I don't want you near me.
Yeah.
Like
That's very
so
valid.
so my growth will stunt a little bit in certain areas, but I'm happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather that than let it grow into something that's monstrous, and I don't know what to do about it, because it's too late. It's too late to trim the bad actors.
Are
But
you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When you say people entered your chat for views, you mean people were like promoting their channel and stuff in your chat, or
I
they
think in the
were?
beginning there were a lot more of those. Like, and
Yeah.
then there was also those bots that I'm fairly certain you're like familiar with as well. Like, oh, sign up on
Yeah.
doggonet.co, whatever,
Yeah. I don't get a ton of
or
those, but every once in a while, yeah. Um,
yeah.
I do have also a zero tolerance policy about
Mm,
people coming
yeah.
in and being like, "Hey, check." There'll be random times when people will be like, "Hey, just check out my channel." Like I have no idea who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Hi Zoe, by the way. Um, Zoe's very low. Do you know Zoe? It's a Zoe. I don't
I'm
think
not
you know.
familiar with the name.
Yeah,
I apologize.
they're very comfy. They're actually somebody I wanted to interview too, but I haven't gotten a chance to ask
Oh,
her yet.
okay. Okay.
Um, that being said, this is about you. This is about marukakou.
Mm-hmm.
Um, by the way, everyone, my guest today is marukakou, and
Oh,
um, They are a wonderful VR chat streamer, variety streamer, actor. Can I call you an
Oh,
actor?
I mean, you can say an amateur voice
Amateur
actor.
voice
Sure, you can
actor.
go.
You say that. There's something I actually wanted to ask you about, which we can
Mm,
get into right now, but and I'll
mm,
probably segue back to VR stuff. But
sure.
you have said before,
Mm,
quote, tell me if I'm wrong, but
mm,
you've said stuff like, you know, speaking on camera or whatever does not make
mm,
me nervous.
mm,
I've spoken in like a coliseum in front of thousands of people or
mm,
something. I think you've said
mm.
that, right? That's true,
Yeah.
right? Can you give me the
So,
context to
oh,
that?
sure, sure. So as much as I mained customer service, I did
Mm-hmm.
a lot of odd jobs and gigs in my
Mm-hmm.
free time because of the communities that I was in.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of the things that I used to do was I actually followed like a group of people on movie promo roadshows. So Transformers, remember like Dark Side of the Moon, all of those like Michael Bay movies,
Mm-hmm.
the Smurfs 2 and Smurfs 3. These IPs that were under HBO and Cinemax. Those are like channels that are, like promote movies. I used to be on a promo team that would take mascots and talents that would dress up in costumes for the characters of those movies, and so I would have to kind of like do a bit of like PR, like, hey, so we've got like some mascots that you can take photos with. We're promoting this movie, and there's a competition happening, so on and so forth. So it started with that, and then eventually it got to a point where I had friends who were like, hey, you seem to be good with people.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be all right taking up a gig doing a master of ceremonies job? The person who's like on stage that will like announce events and like introduce guests and maybe occasionally interview very briefly the guests that you have. That was basically me. So I think the height of it was this convention that was held locally, where we had not only Japanese guests from really renowned like Japanese game or art studios. We even had an artist that used to do Marvel art. Prolific person, like really, really down to earth individual. Was really, really nice and kind. I'm just sad for him because he didn't get as much attention as the Japanese guests. Because we have a bunch of weeps. Okay, I admit it.
Yeah.
Like we have more Japanese game, anime, manga fans compared to Marvel. Not to say that they don't exist, but the ratio is very, very prevalent. So, so yeah, I was one of the two people teams for the Master of Ceremonies for that event, and I had a lot of people looking at me every single time I would be on stage. I'm like, hey, good afternoon, everyone. How's it going?
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a round of applause for whoever? And then you just hear like the booth owners and so on and so forth clapping and cheering. So there was a lot of eyes on me, like a
Mm-hmm.
lot. So with that experience under my belt, looking at a camera with no eyes, and a view count that I can turn off, it's easy. It's so
Yeah.
easy. It's
Yeah.
so simple. It's like practicing for a speech before the weekend. So you're not as nervous because you're looking at yourself, and you can be in a very attractive looking avatar that's always smiling, has like such beautiful accessories and clothes on. You don't feel nervous. You're talking to yourself. You're by yourself, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Very
But yeah.
interesting.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that definitely it must have helped as a streamer to have those experiences of talking,
For
right? I
sure.
think a lot of people, and there's nothing wrong with this, but have a very difficult time talking just to people in general and stream. I'm always a little, not, I don't know, confused is the right word, but I wonder about people who are not the most social but want to stream, and I don't really understand
Mm.
why they would want to stream if they're not super social. But they can be social in other
Mm.
ways too. There are people who are mute but they want to talk, who don't want to talk for various reasons, but can be expressive with body language, or they can type or use speech to text or whatever. But I do think I tell people sometimes that as a streamer, every streamer you've watched, And every person, not just streamer, has a history, right, that has affected them and has turned them into the person they are now. And like, just because you're streaming doesn't mean you're only growing while you're streaming. A lot of us were growing
Yeah, well
before you
before.
started, right? And we had a journey that led us up to this point that I think would make you a wonderful streamer and content creator like yourself. I was gonna ask, do you have any? So you are an amateur. Well, actually, I was gonna ask this question first.
Okay.
So that doesn't make you nervous talking in front of a
Mm,
big crowd,
no.
but there was one time you said there's something that does make you nervous. What are the things that do make you nervous when you're streaming,
Um, when I'm streaming, okay, when I'm
or in
streaming, I
general
guess.
too?
Okay,
That's
if we're talking about
interesting.
when I'm streaming, it's when I see a big raid come in, and then suddenly, like, a lot of sudden support comes in. Like
Mm.
the one time I think a lot of people would have seen me broke and just basically speechless was when a particular streamer came in, and one of their community members just basically kept doing 20 bomb gift
Oh my
subs.
gosh, yeah.
I, I, I'm not a person that likes asking, um,
Mhm.
because my mom is a very jealous individual. Like, God bless her soul. She's done as best as she can to raise me for whatever time that she's had with me because I was mostly with my grandparents.
Mhm.
But I will never forget that one conversation I had with her where she said, "You know, you're so lucky that you still have your grandma and your granddad to bail you out whenever, something happens." And that basically hit me like very, very hard. Not only just like kind of taint her a little bit with my impression of what she said to me because I'm I'm your child and you should be happy that, you still have somebody else to take the burden, whether it be physical actions or financials. Don't don't put your jealousy onto me just because I had a slightly better life than you. So I have a bit of a thing with my mom. I don't like talking about it, but
No,
so I don't like asking people for help as best as I can, and sometimes it gets me in trouble.
yeah.
So I've tried to sort of not be like that. So it's a little bit hard. So when I do get overwhelmed with support, whether it's financials or otherwise, it, it does things to me because I go through the cycle of, do I deserve this?
Mm.
It's okay, right? Like it's okay to take this, right? Like this should be fine, right? Like this is not bad, right? 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 You know? So it's like stuff like that makes me a little bit antsy. Um, I guess the other thing that would be a point in my life that I was very, very nervous to the point that if you were a fly on my jacket that day, you would have felt how cold and dead I was. And it was right before I sat for a Japanese school scholarship. This was
Mhm.
back in circa 2017, 2016. Okay. So it's been a bit. It's been a bit. But I had to do my very first full Japanese interview. Granted, I'm not a native speaker. I'm not like super up there. I don't have any family members who speak it, and I had only been learning this language seriously at the time for a year. And I had to speak to the dean and people I higher up who are on a table, very ominous and scary looking, older gentlemen who were gonna give out 2 spots on the scholarship group from a group of 10, 12 individuals, myself included. I was scared
Yeah.
because, on the one hand, this is a great opportunity. I'll be able to pay off a huge chunk of my education funds while I'm over there. But on the other, it's like, do I deserve this? There are so many younger individuals, and granted, I was one of the older people there, and you have all these shining, bright faced individuals who have their whole futures ahead of them. And then you have me, who had already stopped, studying for a number of years and was just there because, well, it's a good fit. you know. But I had a strong dream at the time. I at one point was aiming to grow into a very capable teacher who
Mm.
eventually would have opened up a school.
Hmm.
But, without going into too much detail, I'll just say COVID got in the way. Let's just leave it at that.
Oh, I
Just leave it at
see.
that. But
Yeah.
that was the time that I got the most nervous in my entire life because I was so scared that I would have said something wrong
Yeah.
or I answered improperly or in a very rude manner because my Japanese wasn't super super good. I tried my best to be polite. It's hard speaking politely in Japanese. You'd be surprised, you know. But going back into it, I was the first selection out of the two from that group of
Oh,
10,
that's amazing.
and it overwhelmed me so much. I couldn't believe it. I started crying.
Hmm.
Like people are like, Don't cry. Like this is for you. This is good. Like don't cry. You should be happy." I'm like,
Hmm. Yeah.
Mm.
That's
So
very.
yeah, very nervous. Like people with overwhelming aura that demand respect just by the way that they posture themselves. That makes me nervous. It
That
scares the
makes
living
you
crap out of me.
nervous. Yeah.
Scares the living crap out of me. It's oof. It's hard to be around people like that. Mm.
It is hard to be around people like that. I
Mm.
haven't encountered a
Yeah.
ton. I think my
Mm.
grandparents are kind of like that. I
Mm.
yeah, of course you'd be nervous. The stakes in that
Mm.
situation are so high, I feel like in your own personal life.
Mm.
Let me see if identity sets. Oh, we don't have to mention that. Something about jealousy.
Mm.
Yeah, jealousy is a. It's such a
Mm.
toxic trait, and
No.
I hate because I can get jealous sometimes, and I really try to not be.
I
It's
think
something that's
I think
difficult.
jealousy has its place, but it
Hmm.
needs to be controlled. Because
Right.
like
Yeah.
I will say this, I will say this. When I compare myself to other content creators and I look at what they have, it is something that I definitely want, but the method moving forward to attain that is what matters. You can be jealous and say, I want 100 viewers, I want 1,000 viewers, like, but you can't go around and saying like, oh, screw that person for having this, they don't
Yeah.
deserve it. That's not the way that you're supposed to go about it. You don't
Mhm.
take that energy and drive it that way. You say,
Mhm.
I want that,
Mhm.
and I'm going to work hard until I don't feel this way or until I deserve
Yeah.
to receive this because I've put in the hard work. I've done the networking. I've done the tweaks. I've bought the equipment. I've learned how to do things more efficiently or more properly. Yes, jealousy deserves its place, but it needs to be controlled. Like that I strongly believe in that because if it's not for that, you won't have determination to push forward because you won't want more stuff.
Yeah.
You want more
Think
stuff. It has its place, but
I
keep it under
definitely
check.
I agree with all of that. I think I forgot who told me this, but something I learned a long time ago is instead of being jealous and spiteful of what somebody else has, in this case streaming or whatever, first of all, I don't think I think you should always be supportive of people who have the same dream and the same
Also true.
interests as you. But
Yeah.
secondly, instead of being jealous and being angry, instead use you can envy what they have, like you said, I want this, and use it. In my head, it helps when I'm like, okay, this person is proving that this is possible to have, and let me see the path that they went on. Might not be the same one, but at
Mhm.
least you kind of can visualize a path and how they got there, and you can kind of you can learn from them, and you can learn from people who are kind of further along, and everyone is on their own path, right? All our paths are not the same, we're all at our different stages of our careers or streaming, whatever, and in life. And I will say, oh, this is kind of random too, but
Of course, of course.
for
There's a
all
lot
the
of things.
streamers
There's a
here,
lot of things that can happen that you just don't predict, and it
yeah.
just changes things up. It could be as simple as who knows, maybe because of this interview, I get connected to some people, and that helps me grow as a person, as a streamer. It could be a simple. follow from someone and then another message after that, thank you so much for so on and so forth. I occasionally get those, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's a raid. You don't know. It could be a small one, it could be a big one, but just because of something simple like that and the connections match up, things will change for the better. I truly believe in that.
Yeah. I believe in that too.
Mm.
It's a quote from Woody Allen, who's not the best human being in the
Oh,
world,
yeah, but words of
but
wisdom regardless.
90% of success is just showing up, which is, I completely agree. You have to put yourself out in the world. I know it can be scary, but unless you give yourself the chance to get opportunities, to meet people, to grow, to see outside, to get out of your comfort zone, to see what's out there, to let people know that you exist,
Yeah.
you're not going to get to where you want to go if you kind of, just stay inside your own bubble, if you don't try to meet anybody.
I'll
Um,
chime in on that and say that there were at least 5 different points in time that I could have easily stopped myself from writing up my application for that interview.
mhm,
5 different points in time that I could have chickened out and not showed up for that interview at all that morning. Because for the essay that I needed to write for the application, I stayed up until 5 o'clock in the morning, literally 2 hours before the deadline
yeah.
to, and all sorts of things were going in my head. Is it worth it? Do I want to do
Yeah,
this? Why the fuck am I doing? Like, I don't do this sort of things when it comes to education. I am not the smartest individual in the room. I'm not the most hardworking individual in the room. I'm not the most on time when it comes to, deadlines or meetups. But hook or by crook, I will show up.
mhm.
Hook or by crook, I will show up. So, it's the same thing with anything else that I've done in my life. Typically, when, like, yeah, you show up 90% of the time, something good happens out of it.
Um, I completely agree. I want to send a heart in chat. So everyone, just to update you guys, my guest today is marukakou, and for a lot of you here, this is probably the first time you've seen me do an interview. I used to do them rather frequently last year. I did maybe about 20 or 30 of them, and I kind of got burnt out a little bit, but in my mind, we'll just reframe it as season 1 of the interviews. As the season 2, and our first guest is the lovely marukakou, vrchat and variety streamer, amateur voice actor, as they say. I think you're more
Amateur,
than
yes.
amateur. Polyglot, can I call you that? A multilingualist? A,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
a
Yeah. Actually.
yeah, I like that. I like that. So you studied different languages and stuff, and I think that's. So you wanted to
So
be a language teacher, or you were just
yeah,
fascinated by other cultures and
I
wanted to learn languages?
I
Like what got you into
so to
that?
give more of a background, I'm mixed. I have a mixed heritage background. My
Okay.
granddad's white. He's from the UK.
Oh, okay.
And my late grandmother was local to Malaysia. She's a bit more dark skinned, like darker than this.
Uh-huh.
And this model doesn't represent me. I'm a lot fairer IRL, like for reals.
Mm-hmm.
I think some people who saw my chest strap photos will notice that my skin on my neck is very fair. That's legit. That's not Photoshop. That's not Photoshop. But a lot of people were like, "Oh my God, Marika, you have such nice hair," and they were just checking out like the strands that were like popping out in the cut. Like, no, it's not nice. Like, you have fair skin. I'm like, yeah, because I have mixed heritage. So I'm a lot fairer than a lot of my countrymen. A lot of them have about the skin tone or darker, in some cases. So I have a mixed heritage background. I grew up learning my mother tongue, which is Malay.
Mm-hmm.
Selamat pagi semua. And
Slap.
my granddad, whenever he was around, he would be talking to me in English because that's his mother tongue.
Mm,
That's the only language that he knows, because he never picked up anything, even though he did do a little bit of French when he was younger in school. But typical, right? Everybody's like that. Like,
yeah.
especially if you're in an American education system, like, oh yeah, I took Spanish when I was in high school, but I forgot everything. Or like, I had the opportunity to learn German on like a exchange student program, but I've forgotten everything. Well, I knew 2 languages reasonably well throughout my childhood and towards my adulthood, which was English and Malay.
Mm-hmm.
And I only started learning my third language, which was Japanese, when I was working in a Starbucks as my first real big job. I was doing it full time for a little bit. And wouldn't you know it, there was a language school right above us. And I didn't know until I looked it up, and somebody was like, You know, they're teaching Japanese upstairs?" And I'm like, "What?" "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah. You see those students that occasionally come in, and then there's a occasional Japanese person that comes in? That's the teacher from upstairs." I'm like, "Oh, I should look it up, you know?" And so for a bit, I think about 3 or 4 months, I was doing some basic Japanese language lessons with the school that was right above my workplace. It
Mm-hmm.
was great. I would finish my shift at about 7 p.m. I would go in for class at 8, and I would be done about an hour and a half after that. And it unfortunately didn't really go anywhere because the times changed and the dates changed, and I was really tired. Working customer service is really knocks you
Yes.
out, especially when you're doing these weird shifts where
Mm-hmm.
one day you're doing a morning shift and then the next day you're coming in the afternoon and then another day you're coming in at night. It fucks with your sleep cycles so bad
Yeah.
to the point that it's not conducive for learning. Like it's bad.
No. Yeah.
It's bad. So I would be going in and the teacher would be like, "Hi, Noruka-san, この言葉はどういう意味ですか?" And they're like, what's the meaning of this word? And I'd be like, 知りません. I don't know. すみません. So did you do the reading? I'm like, I did not. I had a really long work shift this week, so I'm sorry. And like they're like, So, I was a bad student back then. I couldn't focus. But so what happened then? Leading into that, why I took Japanese very seriously. Um, I stopped working in Starbucks to work in a Japanese restaurant. The
Mm.
pay was really good,
Yeah.
but the amount of hours and stress and the terrible back and forth, the power struggle that I had between my manager and myself, I was the acting supervisor, was dreadful. It
Yeah.
was so bad that I don't know if some of you might be able to relate to this, but do you have one or two or a few people in your workplace that you absolutely dread seeing? That if their presence was there, it was enough to basically ruin your day with the very fact that, oh, this person's on shift.
Yeah.
That was basically what
Very
I was going through for
relatable.
6 months. It was
Yeah.
bad. It was twisting my beliefs in my abilities to do customer service because I knew stuff. Like you can call me out for a couple of things and say like, oh, maybe the way that you're doing is backwards, but the result is still the same. You still get the same result. It's just that it's not in the way that you think is right, but it works. This was the stuff that I was going through because my manager had a very Japanese understanding of what customers wanted. And if you're treating a Japanese customer, they would probably be doing a lot better. We're dealing with Malaysian customers. You
Mm-hmm.
don't know how Malaysian customers act. You don't know the mentality that Malaysian customers have when you're going about certain things. I do. So I treat them with methods that I know work and appease the customer.
Yeah.
So by the end of it, when people realized that I was leaving, I had so many people from different restaurants surrounding us. We're gonna be really sad not seeing you every day.
Oh. Yeah.
We're so sorry that you're leaving. Like, can you at least reconsider? You're doing such a good job, and you're so friendly, and your customer service is great. Why are you leaving? That guy. And they're like, oh, we totally understand. It's
Yeah.
okay. You'll be treated better somewhere else that you go. But that left a dent in me hard enough that I just lost a lot of self-confidence in myself. I
Oh
needed to take a break.
no.
I hid away for a little bit in my grandma's home out of state,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just really down for 3 or 4 months. I didn't
I'm
want to
so
see
sorry.
anybody. I didn't want to talk to a lot of people.
Yeah.
I was having more insomnia than I did when I was working. My grandma would find me up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing up at 5 o'clock in the morning looking at your PC?" And I'm like, "I can't sleep, grandma. I can't. I can only play games." He says,
Yeah.
okay. So my granddad heard about this, and eventually he had to step in, and he's like, okay, look, buddy, we can't have this continue. You need to get out there and do something with your life. Like you're still in a really good position. You're not married. You don't have kids. You don't intend on doing any of that anytime soon. So what do you want to do? Do you want to keep on working, or do you want to study? And I was so burnt out at this point. I was like, I don't want to study anymore, granddad. Please. And it's like, but you got to do something. I can't help you if you don't help yourself. I can give you all the money in the world, but if you don't do anything for yourself, you're gonna go nowhere. And I'm not gonna be around forever to help you out. Like you got to do something for yourself. So I was like, okay, give me 2 nights. I will think about it seriously. And I did some research, and there were some really well-renowned schools that did Japanese lessons. And my granddad also concurred. They said, yeah, you took money out of your own paycheck. That was you who went for those lessons, right? I'm like, yep, you paid for that with your own money. Nobody paid for those. Nope, it wasn't supported by anyone. Okay, you promised me that you'll keep your fucking head down for a year or two, whatever it is that you need for your studies, and I will pay for everything. But you need to show results. You fuck up, I'm pulling everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so that begins the saga when Maruka drops everything game related. I'm a big gamer. You guys know this. I play all sorts of games, but even when I was studying, gaming was a problem for me because it would get in the way of my studies. And so that was the first time ever that I convinced my gamer self that no more games. Not even a little bit. I
Mm-hmm.
dropped it completely. I uninstalled everything. I tossed all of my game related stuff into the closet. I was studying super hard. I would wake up early in the morning. I would shower and go to school. After school was over, I would have lunch. I would immediately go to my revisions. I'd do my homework. I'd sit at a coffee shop for 2 to 3 hours. I'd finish off my homework. I'd go home. I sleep, and this was all that I did. I mean, occasionally hang out with friends and stuff. That was still very much part of my life. But for 2 years, that was essentially the routine up until a point that I got to a level of proficiency that I thought was sufficient. That I'm like, okay, I can speak Japanese. I can do Japanese customer service work. I think I deserve a little bit of a reward. So I started going to the arcades again. But yeah, that basically led me into Japanese. It's because of my granddad. He really, really, really loves me, and
Oh.
he thinks the world of me, and all that he wants is for me to be happy and lead a good
Yeah.
life.
Is
Mm,
this the same granddad you said that spoke English with you, or is this the other
same,
side? Yeah.
same. The other
Sometimes
side's passed away for a long time now, so I never really got to know them. But yeah.
I think it's wonderful to have somebody in your life that loves you enough and cares about you enough to tell you when you're like not fucking up, but just like
Mm,
when you're like maybe not in a good place and you're kind of not doing anything and they can see
mm,
you kind of backsliding a bit and just being like, hey,
mhm.
I love you and you gotta snap out of this. You gotta go
Yeah,
do something. I think
yeah.
I've had a couple people tell that to me in my life,
Mm,
and I'm always grateful because I'm always in a terrible place, and I'm like,
mm.
thank you. I needed somebody just kind of just tell me,
Snap me out of
to
it.
snap me out
Yeah.
of it, and to get back on track. Um, so many more questions. How are you doing, by the way? I should drink some water too. I'll do a quick
Yeah,
water
everybody
break.
go and hydrate. Go and
And
hydrate.
once again, for everyone who's new here, my name's Oh Girls, and this is my lovely friend marukakou,
Hi,
VR
hi.
chat and variety streamer. We're doing an interview, so if you guys are in chat, hi Lily. I'm sorry that I'm not as talkative. Usually I read every single person's message, and it hurts my heart not to be able to. But when I do interviews, I
Same,
1,000,000% want to focus on the person I'm interviewing and listen and yeah, so thank you all for being here, and I apologize if I'm not the most
engaging.
engaging in chat, but it's because I want to give my guests time to speak and I don't want
You know,
to interrupt them. Um, sometimes I'll watch an interview and the interviewer will have like, I don't know, it feels like it's more about them than it's about the guest, which
yeah.
is kind of like they'll have like a soundboard or something and they'll be like, play porn. I don't know. Thank you for the posture check. Yeah, thank you for sharing all that. I have much more questions. How, you said you don't have anything to do. I'm not going to keep you forever,
Oh
but
no, of course. No, I don't.
um,
I don't. I specifically set aside today for
oh,
the interview. So we
I'm having a
have
wonderful time.
a long open space in my schedule.
Okay,
Like
cool.
whenever you end, like you feel like you want to end it, that's when we can
Great.
go.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um, so you said, and I'm gonna try to
Mm.
tie this back into VR, I
Of
guess.
course, of course.
Um, but before VR, you said you were incredibly social. Were you always like a really social person growing up and like
Um, I like to quote my teacher. I don't know if she's still around. God bless her soul. She was one of my home teachers in high school, and she's like, wonderful child, very bright and energetic. Unfortunately, needs to apply themselves a lot more. This was
oh,
well before I was diagnosed with like ADD
right.
or ADHD. So I was always like friendly. The only thing that kind of like held me back a little bit was my grandma because she was iron fists, and I'm fairly certain some people can relate to that. I never got to leave the house past a certain hour.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
the one time that I realized that I had all the freedom in the world, time and to go out was actually when I went to college and I started living outside. And I was like, I still remember that first night where I was hanging out with friends and I realized, oh, it's midnight, guys. And they're like,
Yeah.
what happens at midnight? I've never been out past midnight before. We're okay, right? Like nothing bad's gonna happen, right? They're like, dude, what the chill out. You're okay.
Oh,
Like,
that's so
that's like,
cute.
yeah, you're
Nothing
gonna be
bad's
all
gonna
right.
happen.
Like the cops aren't gonna take you away or like, put you in jail. No, you're fine. You're just hanging out with us. Like you're an adult, okay? You've got your own apartment and your own car. You will be okay. And I'm like, yeah, I guess you're right. Damn, this is cool. It sounds really lame, but you don't
No.
know what it's like. Those of you who have like a lot of freedom when you're in your teens, you have a luxury that you don't know that you have, because I did
All
not
right.
enjoy
Yeah.
that until I was like, within my early 20s. Like that's how much of an iron fist my grandma had on me, because I was living under their roof and their rules. So like, if I was late by 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'd have somebody already on the horn like, hey Mariko, when you coming home, huh? When you coming home, huh? What's your excuse, huh? And I was like, no. So yeah, much different lifestyle now. I've been fairly independent about like my time scheduling and everything for a very very long time. So that's not an issue anymore. But that was the norm back then. It was weird. Okay, it was weird.
I don't think that's weird at all. I think a
Yeah.
very valid
Mhm.
experience.
Mhm.
I
I was
was.
the biggest Maru's DJ
Yeah, I
hours. That's
saw.
so true, so true. Because not too long after that was my birthday. My birthday also finished up March 29th. It was very recent.
Mhm.
We had a long drinking stream. I got really drunk, but uh, enough about that. When I turned 21, even though we're allowed to drink when we're 18 over here, I did not have my first drink until I was 21. So I
Yeah.
followed the Americans, even though, because I didn't really see any reason for that.
Mhm.
But yeah, that was the first big degen night for me. A lot of things were happening all at once at that time. I got super wasted. Somebody was trying to what's the right word here that I'm gonna use? Take advantage of me. There we go.
Oh,
there was somebody, yeah, there was somebody who was trying to take advantage of me. There was
this is
they were
IRL or
in
VR?
this is IRL. This is
Oh,
IRL.
okay.
This is IRL. Somebody was trying to take advantage of me. My
Uh-oh.
friend had to come in and grab my drink,
Hmm.
take a sniff, and I'm like, oh, this is an entire glass of vodka straight. No, no, Maruka, no, I'm gonna make you another drink. And I was like,
Yeah,
yeah, it was a wild DJ night. But it all turned out okay because I had good
that's good.
friends
I'm
backing me
glad.
up. So yeah, but
Uh,
yeah, where are we now? Sorry, we're going
no,
all
no,
over the
no,
place.
no, no.
But
Yeah, yeah. Go
but
talk
yeah, that
about
was
it. Okay.
basically like the journey to learning Japanese. And then
Just-
after going to the school, getting the scholarship, I was in Tokyo for a year and a few months. I passed my proficiency test, and there's 5 levels. I was level N3. For those of you who are familiar with the Japanese proficiency test, it goes from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1 being the highest, 5 being the lowest. I was at 3 in terms of actual paper, black and white, but my level of speaking at the time was more closer to 2.
I see.
So I was fairly proficient. I was fairly proficient. I can still have a nice conversation with people today if anybody comes around and like wants to talk to me in Japanese, like no problems, you know. So
Hmm.
yeah, but COVID happened, and let's just
Unfortunate.
say schools opening and closing uh, randomly was definitely not good for my career. Let's just
Yeah,
put it
I'm
that way.
sorry to hear
You know,
that. It's such a
That's
bummer.
okay. Yeah,
But it did
it's
lead you
okay.
to, I'm assuming, streaming more and streaming full time and
Yeah,
going full time streamer,
yeah.
right?
It did. It did. Like that's why like I like to, as much as, I'm not trying to say like COVID was a good thing to happen, but I will say that like it definitely opened like some doors for myself and other people that otherwise would not have opened because we wouldn't have explored those options, as compared
Right.
to if we had gone with life as per normal. Yeah, I would not have streamed. I would have not known some of the beautiful people that, I know today. I probably wouldn't have this opportunity to sit down with you either. All of this would have not happened if it wasn't for COVID.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's
you know,
true. I wouldn't have started stream. Maybe I would have, but I
maybe,
wouldn't
I'm
have
saying?
had the
Maybe.
time. I wasn't working because of COVID, so I had all this time. And I think when you were saying, when I first started out 150 hours, I was the same way because I had the time. I was just
Mm.
streaming 100 to 150 hours, and I definitely pulled back on that a little bit. But yeah, as horrible as COVID was killing millions of people at this point,
Yeah,
I it definitely gave me time to find myself and give me opportunities that I'm very
for
thankful
sure.
for.
Yeah.
Um, I was gonna say, oh, what was I gonna mention? Oh, yeah, so last night, and this
Mm.
happens frequently when I'm in VR, I had a
Uh,
very hard time sleeping. I probably went to bed. I've been fasting a little bit, and I don't know if you
oh.
fast, but that makes it even harder to sleep for me.
Mhm.
And I went to bed at like 10 and I woke up at like 12 and I was like, oh my God, I can't sleep. I'm
Okay.
so restless. So I came into
Mm.
VR and it was one. And all of a sudden I looked at my watch or my online or
Mhm.
my VR watch and I was like, oh my God, it's 5:30. And I think
Right.
time passes so quickly in VR. And I,
Mhm.
I guess the point that I'm getting at, which is
Mhm.
how do you think VR has helped you, if it has,
Ooh.
socially or even more than socially? What kind of effect do you think it's had on you, positive or negative?
Mm, I'd like to say that VR has had more positive impacts on my life compared to negatives. Like the negatives that I have experienced are closer to what I have IRL anyways. So
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like, oh, okay, this is the same, not really any different. But there are definitely a lot of like positive impacts that I would not have experienced or benefited from if it wasn't for VR in that space. So one of them that I can say was sleeping as a sleeping aid.
Yeah.
Like some people will not be able to understand, despite having explained it. They just can't do it. It's not their thing.
Mm-hmm.
But when COVID happened, it was another bout of insomnia. Because the thing about me is that when things are on my mind, I can't let go of them. And that's probably to do with like the ADD or just my personality or whatever, but the neurons
Yeah,
keep
it's
firing.
very related.
And when those neurons fire, they latch on to a lot of other negative things that are going on in my life or have happened in my life,
Yeah.
and they replay. Why did you do this? Why did it end up like that? Why did you hesitate? Why did you choose this versus that? This has harmed you this way, or this has harmed this other person this way, and that leads to not being able to sleep. So gaming helps a little bit in tiring you out, but not enough.
Mm-hmm.
So in the beginning, I was also a naysayer because some people were like, "Hey, Maruka, like, have you tried sleeping in VR?" This was my first week, by the way, in VR chat, and I'm like, "That is weird. What are you talking about? Sleeping in VR? You have a hot headset on your face. It's heavy. Like, no, that's not gonna work." And sure enough, I think like my second or third weekend, I had a friend. We don't talk anymore because it turned out to be really weird, but they still introduced me to it. The sleeping world. I can't remember the name right now. Rest and sleep,
Mm-hmm.
sleep and rest.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you guys know the one, right?
I
Yeah.
love that world.
So
Yeah.
so I was really tired. I was at the end of my rope,
Mm.
and I don't know, I was going through a phase, like, I was disappointed in people or myself, or I was having a
Mm.
pity party to myself. Let's just put it that way. Okay, I don't have pity parties often, but that was one of those weeks where I was just at the edge of my
Sure.
rope, and they were like, "Marika, just come on with me." Like, I'm like, "Where are you taking me?" Like, "Just come to this world, chill out, calm down, and you can sleep." And like, I have my headset on, but I don't want to get off. And it's fine. Just come with me through this portal. We'll turn down the lights and just relax and listen to music. I'm like, okay. I sat down in front of the mirror. Yes, I'm a mirror dweller. Can you tell already? Um, and there was just something about the music and the company that just really comforted me. And I ended up falling asleep in my couch for the first time in virtual reality. And the only thing that made me realize was that my headset had lost all of its power because I was running a quest. I don't know if I had. No, I didn't have full body yet. That was like much much later. But I was running a quest and it turned off and it doo 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 doo. Those of you who own quests will know that sound. And I woke up and I took my headset off and I continued sleeping in my couch in a more like a horizontal position. But it was then that I realized, oh, okay, that wasn't bad. Maybe if I put a little bit more like cushioning or some kind of like padding to assist me getting more comfortable, I'd be able to fall asleep more comfortably and sleep in VR for a lot longer. Now, granted, I still don't always recommend it. It does do a number on your neck, especially if you're like me and you toss and turn in your sleep. But
Yeah.
it's the lesser of the two evils in the sense that if you're already struggling with sleeping and you're not willing to take medication, some people pop pills and that helps them sleep. All good for you. I'm not one of those people. I don't want to take and be reliant on things like that.
Right.
That's just me.
That's
I'm
valid.
not calling anybody out. So it was either no sleep, which is great, right? All the mania that comes from that, or a little bit of quality sleep, and you start to feel a little bit better about yourself after you wake up. So I
Yeah.
took that route, and I have like passed out in VR more times than I can remember. It's such a
Yeah.
meme as well. People are like, yeah, if I see Maruka horizontal, it's a 50-50. They could be asleep or they could be alive. Let's check if they're on blue. Yeah, they're on blue and they go in. And if I'm like sitting like this and like, oh, Maruka's awake. Or if I'm lying down, Maruka, are you awake? Oh, yeah, they're dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
the most wonderful parts about VR. There's a
Hmm.
number of reasons why this is the case, but there's just this comfort that I get in VR, whether it's spending
Hmm.
time in a comfortable world or feeling like I don't have any, social barriers up, or just being around people that I truly, truly feel safe around and enjoy being around. Do you get that sense in VR? I think that lulls me to sleep at least because I'm out of my own head for one, which is a
Hmm.
huge thing for
Hmm.
people with ADHD
Yes.
to just get out of
Think.
your head, to just not
Yeah.
think, and I can just fall asleep. I have a hard time staying asleep, but I fall asleep very, very easily
Yeah.
in VR.
Yeah, so another way that kind of like VR has helped is that it allows me to keep in touch with people,
Mm-hmm.
real people,
Right.
not like people who just like kind of like want to have fun and then just kind of meme and shout gamer words and stuff. Like no, people who will get to know you and you get to know them, and over a period of time you can have very meaningful conversations about life and your experiences, the problems that you're going through, the struggles that you're going through, and you
Yeah.
relate to another person who's 1,000 miles away. You will probably never see them in your lifetime. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe this is the only kind of interaction that you're gonna have with them. But I will tell you this much, and I always tear up about this because this
Mm-hmm.
is something that happened recently.
Yeah.
So I apologize
Don't
if I break a
apologize.
little.
No, you're fine. And take a minute if you need it.
People who say that the friends that you meet online are not real,
Yeah.
they're not real people, are dumb and uninformed and I don't know, all lots of words
Yeah.
because when my grandma passed
Mm.
and all that I wanted was to talk to someone about how frustrated I was not seeing her during her final hours, and all of my family members were so hung up about who was getting what and what was
Yeah.
whose. The people that reached out to me were the ones that were furthest away,
Yeah.
that wanted nothing more than to just be there and pat me on the back and give me a hug.
Mm.
I cannot say the same for a lot of people who are physically closer to me,
Yeah.
who are maybe like 30 minutes drive.
Yeah. Mm.
It's weird.
No,
It's
I
really weird.
totally relate to
It's
that,
really
man.
weird.
No, it's not weird. Well, I relate to that a lot, and thank you for sharing that, sweetie. It's so hard when somebody you care about dies, and you see people act in a certain way that. Yeah, but I was telling my aunt about, I've been traveling and meeting some people IRL from VR, and she's like, how do you meet these people? I was like, oh, like online in VR, and there she was like, you need to get some real friends, and I was like, I
Yeah.
went off on her. I was like, okay, you're gonna say that?
Yep.
It is just because somebody is not there physically does not mean you're not having a conversation with them. You can spend 10, 15, you can spend so many hours and hours and hours with these people talking and head patting and getting close and giving comfort and listening and exploring beautiful worlds, going on adventures. And it is so hard to do that with people IRL, even with your supposed closest friends who live like
Yep.
30 minutes away. They
Yep.
live 30 minutes away, but you can just pop on your headset and instantly be there. Somebody says, hey, let's hang out, be there in 2 seconds, 2 minutes,
Yep.
and you can spend time with them. I don't know if you're familiar with love languages, but one of the love languages is quality time. And you can spend quality time with people. You can hear words of kindness. You really can get to know somebody. And I'm thinking about all the times I like went on dates with people or tried to get to know each other. I maybe spend an hour or two or three with them, maybe more if we hit it off. But like it takes, I feel like so much longer to get closer with someone IRL for whatever reason, for safety concerns or because that's just how we
Yeah.
are IRL. We have this shield up, and it's really, really hard to truly be open, or at least for me, it's hard for me to be super open. And it wasn't until I met so many wonderful people in VR and online that I felt less lonely, that I felt like I could truly express myself and be kind to other people too. So oh, sweetie, can I give you a hug? I totally understand that. And I think it is. I try to educate people and tell them what I just said. Like, hey, you say that, but it's, it's 20 million times more difficult to have this sort of friendship and camaraderie with people IRL. And she understood when she's like, oh, okay, no, you're right. Sounds right.
Mhm.
Which,
Yeah.
but it's hard. I feel like you also are, I think you mentioned this too, you're open up to so many more people worldwide, exponential amounts of
Exponential.
people. Whereas IRL, you're kind of, and I hated this, you're kind of relegated
Mm.
to just the random people who happen to be around you in the
Yeah,
world. Like it's so
exactly.
limited. And it
Yeah.
can be wonderful. I'm not saying that you can't make
Yeah.
friends IRL. It can be great.
Mhm.
But you have so many opportunities, and if you don't like somebody you can just leave.
Block them.
You can just
Just block
block
them.
them, and you
Block
can
it. You
just
never see them ever again. You know.
yeah.
But yeah, it's like that's that was so important. That week
Yeah,
that I was just struggling internally about a lot of things myself, the loss of a loved one, the internal struggle within my family.
yeah,
Like a lot of people, I didn't really tell a lot of people until I felt better. Some people were just really left in the dark until I think they needed to know. But like Nyarko, Mono, my good friend Ness, for everyone was so far away, but they were like, do you need company? Like, do you want us to just be in a world with you? Just being there. Do you need that? And I'm
yeah,
like, if you have the time, and a lot of them will, of
yeah,
course we do. Of course we do. Well, if there's something urgent that we need to go and handle, we will let you know, but we want to be here for you during this period. Some of them were like, dude, I got a break in like another hour and a half. Do you have time? I'm like, where else am I going? Like, okay, hour and a half, I'm gonna call you and we're going to talk. And that was the one time that I think broke down and started crying with my friend Ness about my grandma, and he's just taking it all in and just like, it's okay, you're fine, it's normal, and this happens a lot more frequently than because this was one of the biggest like things in my life. Because as much as death, I've experienced death before, this was someone who had raised me from when I was very, very young. So to
yeah,
lose that, especially a lot of the years because of COVID, was painful. And I
yeah,
felt betrayed a little bit as well, because some of the family members were trying to kind of like, go behind me and screw me over, um, financially. And this was someone that I, I, I appreciated as a family member, and I don't so much anymore. you know? I hope you choke on that money. But yeah, yeah, definitely going back to the main point, physical closeness, which was something that I was looking for in the initial portions of COVID, because I was lacking that, definitely got filled up with VR chat. Like I can, and it's the same thing. Oh, you're getting rated. Hi, raiders. I'm sorry,
yeah.
you're
No, no,
catching
no,
up.
no. Yes. Hi everyone.
Catching
My
up.
name's O
I,
Girls. This is Maruka. We're doing an interview about VR. No. Oh, we're just talking about real things, and I get this way too when I'm crying. If you guys have ever seen me cry, I hold it in. I'm just like, I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but
Mm.
it's really always okay to cry. There's, you're being honest with how you're feeling, but thank you so much, Mika, for the raid. I appreciate you. I tried to write thank you in the chat, but just in case you guys wonder why I'm not interacting so much. No, 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 don't apologize. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. You're so sweet and cute and amazing. And you're beautiful. And thank you so much for thinking of me in the raid. And I hope all of you are doing wonderful. Thank you, Celine, for the follow. And I hope you're all doing wonderful. We're doing interviews. And my lovely friend Maruka at marukakou, they just posted some emotes there. And thank you. Welcome in.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I relate very much to the point that you made about like quality time.
Yeah.
I think the best example of that was about 2 or 3 months into my VR journey, as we might be able to put it. I started learning sign language,
Mm-hmm.
and I got approached by my now very wonderful friend, Charlotte Fox, cute bean, sweetest, most loving, caring, and kind individual that I've met like in a very long time. And she was so shy when she first approached me. She's a mute IRL because something happened to her vocal cords.
Mm-hmm.
Like legit, she had to go for like an operation and therapy and stuff, and mixed results. But when she first met me, she was like completely mute, and she was in this really really brightly colored green Anachi that was from the signing world. It was odd, didn't really suit her personality, and she was so shy. She came up to me, hey, you seem really good with your sign language, and you seem really nice. Would you mind being my signing buddy? And like, it's okay if you don't want to. And I'm like, I had a lot of time on my hands. And I was on practically like, as long as I could be per day. If I'm not asleep, I'm on VR chat, hanging out with friends and jumping around worlds, and having all these wonderful conversations. So I told her, sure, more than happy to. I don't have a signing buddy. Nobody's ever come up to me and asked before. So yeah. And because of her, I got to practice probably one of like my favorite language to use when possible. Like it's because of her that I got as proficient as I was. I'm a lot more rustier now. I'm sorry, those of you who know ASL or any capacity of it. I'm not as good as I used to be, but I can still translate for the most part. You know, the basics. But she helped open up a world for me that I never realized I needed. And that's using a language that does not require your voice. So
Mm-hmm.
that even when you're struggling to talk and your throat is choking, and you're just bawling your eyes out and tears are just dripping onto your VR gasket, you can still communicate yourself, and that is so strong.
Yeah.
So strong.
There are definitely times where body language, and I've been learning this more and more over the years, body language can be so much more powerful than words because it's so honest, right? It's so
Mm.
visceral how you
Yeah.
feel inside, and it
No.
transcends language in a way.
Yeah.
Um, this is interesting because I think you and me are very much people who love language and use it quite a bit to
Yes.
express ourselves, but to also
Very much so.
have body language and sign. Yeah, I think that's so powerful.
Mm.
I wish I had the time and discipline to learn sign because I do think it's so beautiful being able to express yourself. And the
Mm.
deaf
Well,
community is, I was gonna say real quick, it's amazing in
mm.
VR chat. It's incredible.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I'll teach you one very useful one. If you
okay.
want to express yourself really, really quickly, all you have to do is this.
Yeah, what is that? Hang loose? No, what is
I,
that?
I
I
love
love.
you.
Really? That means I love you? Oh, I didn't know that. I know this. What is this one?
Mm,
Or you're
cute,
cute.
cute. This is
No,
cute.
yeah.
It's cute. Mm,
Yeah,
cute. Your
cute.
face cute. Your face cute.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
this. I love you.
yeah.
Oh,
So it's I
that's very
love
useful.
you. Mm. You can also do like you can also just point I and then love and then you. That also works with more steps. Love.
Oh, that's very
You.
sweet.
Yeah. But this is the most simple one, and then if you kind of shake it a little bit, it means that I love you a lot.
Mm.
I love you a lot. Mm,
I
yeah,
wish I had finger tracking. Yeah, sometimes I forget. You're on Index, right? Or are you on Quest still?
very much so. Very much so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you wouldn't hear me so sexy, chat. Yeah, this is index voice.
There
Oh
is
yeah.
a modified version, because Not said they
Mm,
wish they had finger tracking. There is a
mm,
modified, I think we call it VR sign language,
there is.
that
There is. I used to
uses
use
more
that.
simple
I used to use that.
gestures, right?
Yeah, a long
So
time ago.
it's not
Yeah.
limiting. Finger tracking
Mm.
is really, once you're used
So
to it, I think it is really
So
cool and it's
like
hard to go back.
you can modify like some gestures. So I used to run an avatar that used to be able to do this, a Y hand. When you were doing instead of rock and roll, it would drop. Instead of doing that, it would do that. And so how I would get by that, I would do this to do I love you. So people would still see, in the camera as well, you'd still see the gesture, and that would work, you know. So yeah, but yeah, it's just slightly scuffed, and it still works for the most part. It's 80-90% of like what you would get IRL, but it's just in VR, so it's great. That's another way that I've kind of been able to express myself and relate to other people and communicate with people who I otherwise would have not been able to interact with. And yeah, I agree. The deaf, um, hard of hearing, and mute community have been some of the most wonderful people that I've met.
Yeah.
But I won't say all because they're also not excused from being elitist in some ways. There are
Sure.
individuals in there that are also a little snooty. So, just like people who are, more full capable in certain areas, they are people who are like that. But I'm not gonna just drip the dye in and say the entire pot is
Yeah, you heard
like
it here.
spoiled. No.
Maruka says deaf people
Mm.
are snooty. No, I'm sorry. Just kidding. Just kidding.
you know it's like, because you get some really really horrible people who who will say the same things that
Yeah.
people IRL would say about other languages. They would say like for
Right.
example, if you're a Spanish speaker, you look down on Portuguese, for example. Oh, that Portuguese is not like a proper language, or Spanish is like. So the
Yeah.
same thing, like some people who do VR sign and they actually do IRL sign will look down on people who do VR sign because they feel that it's not pure, or it's not proper. But the fact of the matter is, you have to think and say, well, it's still a form of communication. It connects people. It makes people come closer and allows them to express themselves in ways that you might not be able to imagine a lot of the times. So I don't like to look at. I mean, I complain. I nitpick at certain things. I do that for everything. I don't say that any one language is perfect. I love English, but it is fucked. Okay, like
Truly,
people who
yeah.
made English, y'all have something wrong with you. Okay, like
Yeah.
you're screwing with a lot of things that are confusing a lot of people who want to learn. You know, it's the same thing with Japanese. Japanese, like your language rules also suck. Like, some of it does not make any lick of sense. You know, and no, it's for anything, but everything has its use case, and everything can be beautiful in their own way, and I'll have it no other way. It's just what it is. I'll take it for what it is, and I'll use it the way that I need to. Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese is fucked. Hi, Cap. Thank you, Ruth, for the follow. Welcome.
It's bad people in every community. Exactly. Evan Skyhart has it right. There are
Evan is
bad
lovely.
actors. There are
Oh,
bad players in every community. You just have to look harder in some, and in others they're a lot more obvious from the get-go. So is what it is.
yeah.
Mm. But yeah, that's another way that VR has like heavily impacted my life for the better. I'm so glad that I got introduced to signing in VR, and I'd not take a single day away from the time I've spent learning that language and using it. It's a big part of my life. Mm.
Hmm.
I still sign off all of my streams the
Oh,
exact same way when I
really?
started, and I will always end it. Take care, and as always, I will see you later, gamers.
This
Bye
is
bye.
gamers? This?
Yeah, so game's a game. So game, two knuckles with your thumbs up. Game, and then
Game.
people. So game people. So gamers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll
So
see you
game
later
people.
again. It was
See you. You can do
see
that as
you.
well. I just did this. See you later.
Oh, so this
Later
is
would be like that.
later.
Later
Oh, with the
with
with
your
one
hand. Yeah,
hand up.
later. Yeah,
Oh,
later.
that's interesting.
Gamers. And then I just do bye bye
That's
every
so
single time.
cool. You're inspiring me to want to learn some more sign language.
You
It's,
should. You should. You should.
yeah. Um, I'm gonna get a sip
Mm.
of water. How are you? Do you need to go
Of
to the
course.
bathroom at all? Or are you okay?
I am good, but
Okay.
I need to get some more water as well. My cup is empty, so
Okay. Yeah.
I
Take a
will
minute. Let me
be
take
right
this
back.
time to say hi to everybody in the chat. I'm doing an interview with my lovely friend marukakou, and it's already one of my favorite interviews that I've done. They're so lovely and sweet and honest and very genuine, sincere, funny, multi-talented person. Mika Bunny, thank you again. I gave you a follow and congratulations on your first VR chat stream. Thank you so much for the raid. You were so cute. And I always gotta send love to my I'll just say it, my, I don't know if you're trans, but you have the trans flag to my trans sisters. Um oh, see, my lovely friend and soulmate Bunny Hearted. Oh, why am I echoing? I love Bunny Hearted so much. They are my comfy cozy soulmate, and your avatar is beautiful. I am trans. I'm also trans, so welcome. Yeah, I don't know. She's a wonderful friend of mine, and I can't wait to check out your content. How did your stream go? And hello, Tasty Burger. This stream really reminds me of old memories of talking to people in VR chat. I'd love to meet you from the short time I've interacted with you, X606. I really seem interesting, and I'd love to meet you. I love meeting everybody, but I love meeting trans people. I don't know why. I just do. While Tasty was here, I was freestyling in my head because I'm always freestyling with Tasty, and in my head I don't know. For some reason, I'm like so obsessed with dating Tasty's mom. Allie Farrell, hi, I love you so much, and I miss you, and I cannot wait to interview you. I don't know if a Tuesday or Thursday night works for you next week sometime. I know you stream in the evenings, but I adore you, and I would love to interview you soon. Mika's a friend, haven't really been able to meet anyone in VRC. I mean, I met some streamers, but haven't really made close friends. It would be cool to meet more people. I will say that that comes with time, and just have fun, spend time with people that make you feel good and vibe. I'm going to have a community meetup on the 29th, Saturday. And I'm sorry I haven't had one in like a year, but now that I think I'm more active in the community again, including my own, I would love to have a meetup. And I think one of my favorite things to do is to introduce, wonderful people to wonderful people. By the way, I love the sound of your voice. Thank you. Thank you. I love your avatar. I didn't get a chance to hear your voice yet, but I'm sure it's very lovely as well. Hi, Mono Crow, and hello, everyone. Thank you for supporting the stream and supporting Maruka. They are a wonderful person. Ali Thayer is one of my oldest friends in VR, and I think you guys can hear them in the background. I'd like to try VR sometime, maybe one day. I think everyone should try it. It's changed my life. It's helped me meet people all around the world that I never, ever would have met in my life, including Bunny Hearted, and including all of you, Evan. Even though, you haven't tried VR, it's because of VR that I'm talking to you right now, so I'm very appreciative of it. Harley Quinn, good timing. Thank you for the raid. I'm doing an interview. Welcome, Harley. Hello, Lil Asto. Welcome. Lil Asto, I was watching her, I think it's she, her, right? Or I was looking at her pic. She got this Pokemon tarot deck, which is really cool. Hi, Cole. Oh, girl, super pretty. So happy I rated a fellow trans sister. Oh, thank you. I'd love to hang out. I love meeting people in VR chat. Feel free to add me if you're interested. Oh, it's just girls. And, anyone who's a friend of Bunny Hearted is a friend of mine. She's a wonderful person, and I look up to her a lot. I originally came from Bunny Hearted's community, too, to be honest. Well, that makes me feel really, really warm. I do. It's an amazing desk. I wish I could show it off better. I don't know if you're comfortable doing, like, a video or something, but I would love to meet you in VR and hang out soon. I would love that. Maruko is up here. This is what I'm seeing, by the way. They're up there. They went to refill their water cup. Hi, Christian. How are you? But yeah, thank you so much. I can add you then. Yeah. So I usually don't add people that I just met, but I've talked with you so much. I trust you. I consider you a friend already, so feel free to. And Mika, I just got your request. Please add me if you're in my community and if you've been around a couple streams. I'm very, very happy. Are you okay? You doing good?
I'm good. I just mixed another batch of energy drink so that I can keep myself hydrated and focused.
Yes, nice.
Yes.
I was unsure, but before, feel free to send me a friend request. And anyone who I know, it's really just people who come into the chat who are ready to hack me and say gamer words on my stream. They're like, "Can I be on your stream?" And you're like, I don't. And they're like, come on, bro. Let me on your stream. Don't be gay. I'm like, all right, see you later.
All right, see you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone, for stopping by.
Scorpions seen their fair share on my channel because they're one of my active mods. They've seen yep, this person's. Yeah, people do that. People just have all sorts of excuses to just either get the streamer in trouble or crash their stream or get them banned or all sorts of things. People are terrible.
Hey, Seahorse.
Hi, Seahorse.
Seahorse
is also a wonderful individual.
Oh,
I got to know them.
One of my favorite people in the world.
Yeah, Seahorse.
I got to meet them IRL.
Yo, lucky.
Yeah, I wish I hugged them more, but we will get many hugs next year at MagFest. I hope, or if I see you before then. Seahorse, by the way, I am scheduled and I'm very excited. It's been a long time coming, but I will be interviewing Seahorse in a couple Sundays from now. I can check in my schedule, but
you can bet I'll be there for it.
Thank you. But I am currently interviewing, for everyone who's just joining us, my lovely friend marukakou. They're a VR and variety streamer, amateur voice actor. I think you're more than an amateur.
I'm an amateur.
Hobbyist or multilingualist.
Mm-hmm.
educator,
Mm-hmm.
and streamer. Hi, Amanda
Mm-hmm.
Mary. I was just kind of catching up on chat and
Yeah,
kind of
no, of
addressing
course.
people and letting
Of
people know that I'm
course.
aware you guys are here, and it hurts my heart that I usually try to be super, super, super in tune with chat and read
I
everybody's
know.
message. But today I want to focus on my guest and really
Mm.
listen. That's true,
It's kind of the same
Fleecy.
reason why I redirected everyone to your channel instead of me going live, because it's a lot easier
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank
on
you.
myself, and I don't think you would
Yeah.
appreciate me occasionally like, ah, everyone.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, do what you. It would
As
be
much as it's a
different. It
much
would be
about me,
different.
but it would be hard. I don't think my
Yeah.
focus could take it.
And I
Yeah.
hope, yeah, I want you to be able to focus on, what you're
Mm.
saying. This interview is all about you. And thank you, Harley, again for the raid. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you had fun with your stream playing 70s that I never played it. I was gonna ask something a fun question before. I know we can
Mm.
get some. Well, these are all fun questions to me, but
Mm.
how do you
Mm.
like streaming Kokoro?
Okay.
How do
That's a
you
good
like
one.
it?
So
Yeah,
it's actually really interactive,
it
and it really
is.
does get like the chat like going, because um like for some of the simple games it's less so, because you might need to only use like one command every now and again. But for my favorite game, which is Dungeon Raid, uh every raid you have a maximum of 16 players. You can include yourself if you want. You can have an entire group of other people in your chat, and so it's random every raid. So you get different abilities that go against, that have better matchups with certain enemies like skeletons or bats or ogres or onis or whatever it is that you fight. And then you have others which are not so great, where sometimes the abilities are so detrimental that it could kill your entire party. Like Scorpion's seen it happen, Nyarko's seen it happen, where I made a bad call and basically like more than half of the party died because I sent out the wrong person. So it can kind of be interesting and funny in some regards. It can also be kind of frustrating if you make a bad call and you don't read the abilities properly, because the only person who has control is essentially you, the streamer. So you choose who goes out and who swaps out, and so but it's fun because like some things will happen. Like some people have abilities that buff other people, some people have abilities that will swap out the abilities mid raid, and it gets funky fresh and hilarious. I enjoy it a lot, and I know that quite a number of my community members also enjoy it, because it increases the interaction and gets people talking, like, oh, this person is good for this one. No, 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 don't send yourself out, Maruka. You're bad for this matchup. And then sometimes it's too late because there's a chat delay. So if there are people who are behind 20 seconds, they're not going to be able to stop me from making a bad call, because by the time the message goes out, I've already sent somebody else to their death. But it's a good game. I highly recommend it. If you want more interaction within your community and you want people to get involved in what it is, definitely pick it up. It's only $4.99 on Steam. And if you like Dungeon Raid as much as I do, if you own Kukuro on your Steam as well, even if you're not streaming, you actually get to save your progress.
Oh,
So
okay.
you'll be higher level stream after stream moving in, rather than being stuck at like 10 or 11, which is like the lowest dungeon. So it can be kind of fun. Yeah, I'm not addicted. I have not streamed it
You stream like every day.
more than
Anything
don't
with
tell me.
anything with chat interaction is so fun to stream. I tried Kukuro once, and it was. I should give it another shot because everyone was like, "This is too," because we were streaming marbles for like 10 hours, and that's just
Oh,
like
I see.
there's chat
Right.
interaction, but you don't really need to do everything. This is too
Yeah.
much to handle. But I really like the idea of playing games with your stream and
Yeah.
having that.
Not
Totally
addicted. Don't
not.
call me out, seahorse. You 7
Lots of
days to
VRC.
die person.
I want to just. I'm sorry for taking a break for 1 second, but Blue Rin, thank you so much for the raid. I just want to let you know I appreciate you. Love you. Thank you so
Well,
much for the raid. They said stream was a blast. Been dancing a lot on VRC, pushing my pulse limit. That sounds awesome and amazing.
mm,
Thank you so much for raiding. We're interviewing my lovely friend marukakou, vrchat streamer as well. So if you guys are
well,
wondering why I'm not 100% interacting with the chats, because I want to focus on the interview. But I love you, and I'm reading the chats. I'm aware you guys are all here. I'm trying to send some hearts and love in the meantime. But thank you so much. I hope you had a wonderful time. It sounds like you had a blast. Do you ever stream, or do you ever dance in VR, Maru? I
I
don't.
have danced in VR off stream.
Same. Yeah.
But I've done so less and less ever since I moved to my new apartment because it's a little bit smaller in terms of the play space,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm deathly afraid of killing my index cable.
Same. Same.
So that's another
Yeah.
reason I know some of you who are like, "Oh, Maruka, dance stream on on Twitch would be amazing. We know that you're really good with dancing and you've talked about it a lot and da 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 da." And I'm like, unless like a bunch of you want to keep supplying me with $140 cables every like 6 months, which I'd rather honestly put that money to rent, because that that's about my rent actually. No.
What? $120 is your rent? Malaysia
160,
gaming,
maybe
dude.
a little bit
What?
more than that. Yeah, but my rent is very low. The rest of it goes to
What?
like food and some other like living costs. But
Dude,
yeah,
I'm so
my
jealous.
my month to month expenditure is not a lot. That's kind of one of the other reasons why I'm able to do streaming full time. And
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that would have been one of your questions, so I guess we can just kind of delve into that. Yeah, one of the reasons why I'm able to do streaming full time is because living costs in Malaysia is very, very low.
That's
If you're
wonderful,
not
though.
married and you don't have kids and you're not actively like pursuing like something that has a lot of expenditure,
Hmm.
my rent is a couple $100 like a
Yeah.
month, and it's not a lot.
Can I
A little
ask,
bit more
do you
of
have
the
roommates or do you live by yourself? Or
so my apartment is split up into one, two, three, four, five rooms.
okay,
So it's a typical apartment where you usually have about two rooms, a master bedroom and like a guest room, and then a living room, and then like a larger kitchen area. But because of the split, this sort of living environment typically would be for either working adults and or students.
hmm,
So, and that's basically like the setup that we have here. There's a student that lives in the corner, asshole, by the way. I hate his guts, and like
oh,
I wish they moved.
really? How are they an asshole? Can I ask?
he he's passive aggressive.
Oh,
He's not social at all. And the one time that I've actually spoken to him, he's very, very standoffish,
yeah.
and did not want to engage in at least like reasonable conversation. He was just like, "Can you guys like do this tomorrow? Huh?" Like, dude, I don't even know your fucking name. I wanted to say to him, but I held myself back.
Like, do what
Like,
tomorrow?
you moved in here like 2 months ago. Like, we've been living here for a lot longer, and we have a bit of a community here. So, like, yeah. So
Yeah.
he's a bit of an asshole. I don't really want to harbor too much more bad vibes against him, but I don't want to interact with him more than I need to. There's another nicer guy in the corner. His name's Caleb. Not that great when it comes to taking out his laundry and doing the dishes, but hey, nobody's perfect, right? Like, nice guy
Yeah.
though. Nice guy. And there's another two guys in the other corner. They're working as like accountants, and they're really cool. I occasionally like talk to them when I bump into them in the corridor and late nights when we're having like food or whatever. And then I think there's another guy. His name is I can't remember exactly right now. It might be Calvin or something. Nice fellow as well. Like, I occasionally see him when we cook like instant noodles in the kitchen. We're doing like the student life thing. Instant noodles again tonight? Yeah. Okay, But
Yeah.
but yeah, like there's a couple of rooms in here, so the rent is reasonably cheap. But
That's
in the
great, though.
future, when I become big famous streamer, like
I'm getting
rent is
there.
not an issue. Like I'd probably be able to move into like my own place, with
Can
my
I
own
ask
VR play space, and like,
how much?
yeah.
Do you know how much is like a one bedroom? Just if you were to get your own place in Malaysia, I'm just curious.
If I were to move into the same place here, probably about $400.
Oh my god!
Yep,
It's
$400. I'd
so.
have my own place.
Ah,
I'd be able to put in the
I
washing
worked hard.
machine, dryer. I'd have my
Yeah.
own living room. I'd have more than enough space for storage. I'd have like two toilets.
Two
One with a
toilets.
yeah, one that's just like a sink and like like a toilet, and then
Yeah, and
another
then
one
there's like a
is like
full
a
bathroom.
shower.
Yeah, shower.
Yeah, proper bathroom with
Do you have a
whatever.
shared
So it'll be about
bathroom?
yes, yes.
Do you ever
Yeah.
run across the problem of like you really want to take a shower, but somebody else is
Mm.
taking a
Yes,
shower? Yeah,
yes,
that's one of
but
my least favorite things about
like
living.
those are like far and in between though, I feel, because I live okay, so some of you will not know this, but um I follow a more European American
You do.
time zone. So right now everybody else is asleep.
Yeah,
Like
what time
everybody
is
else,
it? Yeah, so they're from
it's like
Malaysia. What time is
yeah,
it for
six
you?
o'clock in the morning. So everybody else is asleep.
Hmm.
So when I get up to shower, everybody else has either already had theirs and they're in their own bedrooms, or they had just finished up, and so I go in to take my turn. Occasionally during streams, I will take like a because like I have like the top of the hour ad breaks where I take like a 3 minute break to just kind of like recuperate and gather myself and go for a toilet break or mix myself a drink or something in the kitchen. I'll leave my room and then I'll look at the door and I'll just hear like the door go click and I'll be like, fuck, I wanted
Yeah.
to pee.
Right.
No, I have to wait
Yeah, I
like
gotta
another
wait.
20-30 minutes before they get out. And sometimes I'm lucky, and by the time I'm done like mixing my energy drink, like they'll come out. Sometimes not so much. So the ad break will be over, and I'll be like, yeah, guys, I might have to excuse myself real quick after this
Yeah.
because somebody was in the toilet, but I'll be gone for like a minute. Okay, like you won't have
Oh,
to see another break. So yeah.
I was gonna ask you about that. You have a really cool extension on your channel that shows the
Hmm.
time remaining until the next ad break. Can you send that to me? Or like, what is
Of
that all
course.
about? Because that is
Super
so
easy.
useful.
Super easy. I have gotten a lot of messages about that over the past couple months.
Yeah, it's I
Uh,
want that because I don't even know when the
super
ads are running myself. Like I
super
don't.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was something that kind of came up when I was experimenting with like the new ad revenue share thing, and I would get like complaints from people whose subs would have run out, or they're not subbed and they've just been following for a really long time. They're like, Maruka, I just got hit by like 7 ads. Can you wait like
Right. Yeah,
two
and I
minutes? And I'll
hate
be like, okay, this
that.
this is a big problem. So I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? I need to find a way to remind myself. Originally, this was a selfish thing for myself, right?
Mhm.
But then when I figured out, wait a minute, I could have it on OBS. So
Yeah.
if I don't see it, other people will be able to warn me and say, "Hey, Maruka, there's an ad that's gonna come up like in like 2 minutes. Do you mind if we take like a break early?" And I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, sure." So it's really simple to set up. A lot of people probably like overlooked it in their dashboard, but I would be more than happy to sit down with you and just kind of go through the steps.
I
Super
would
easy.
I would love I would love
Super
that.
easy. Hi, Tati. Mm.
Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Ye-
Um so
mm.
I have so many more questions, and thank you so much for talking with me. This has been
No,
really
no worries.
wonderful,
No
and
worries. Mm.
I adore you, and I'm really happy I can get to know you more.
Mhm.
Um, there's some questions that I usually ask everyone. I'm not sure if it's perfectly right to ask you, but I guess I will since I brought
Go
it
for
up.
it. Mm.
Um, so I'll preface this by saying,
Mm.
also first of all, if uncomfortable answering anything, we
Mm.
can talk about something else. But
Mm.
I personally, in terms of, and I ask this because I think VR is a safe haven for the most part for people who
Mhm.
are maybe not oppressed isn't the right word, but might not be able to find certain communities IRL so easily. And
Mm.
specifically, I guess I'm talking about people who are non binary
Mm.
or LGBTQ
Trans.
or trans. And I
Yeah.
would say it wasn't until I met other people in VR that I kind of found out a lot about myself or discovered a lot more about myself
Right.
and
Right.
was comfortable expressing myself, I guess,
Right.
in a more feminine way. Has
Mm.
VR had that kind of effect on you? Has it? It sounds like you've always been. I don't know what this means, but it always sounds like you've been pretty comfortable with who you are, and like
Um.
and you
It's a good
use
one.
they them pronouns question mark
I'm
question
any at the moment. Like
any
I'm
right
okay.
any yeah
Yeah.
yeah any,
Any.
and I
Yeah.
just once again, if you're uncomfortable talking about this, that's fine. I
Mm.
was just
Yeah.
curious, like, has VR had a positive impact on you in that regard? Like, has it helped
Um.
you? Has it changed anything about you, or just helped you discover anything about yourself?
Okay. Well, like it's no secret. Obviously, biologically, I'm very much male. I have pee.
Oh, I
I have
I did
pee.
not know that.
I have pee. But yeah. So biologically, I'm male. For those of you who are curious and wanted a solid answer, but
I wasn't
um,
asking for that reason.
but some people want to know, like,
That's
and I
true.
generally like kind of like not really dodge the question, but I just
It's an
leave it
uncomfortable
like
question to
I leave it
answer.
as ambiguous because some people just don't know how to go about it, and that's the same
Yeah.
reason especially after streaming, like the whole like what are your pronouns question has popped out so much,
Hmm.
and to make it just easy for everyone and make it more comfortable, that's the main reason why I just leave it as any, because I don't
No, that's
mind
valid. I feel
and
similarly.
currently, because of like a certain model that I use now and again on stream, people call me Auntie Mar.
Is it? Yeah, I could see that.
So, but I like that vibe, so I just let it stick. I'm not gonna correct anyone. Auntie Maru does have a certain ring to it. So, but to preface that, preface, I don't know, English is weird.
I think both are okay.
I was very much active in the cosplay community in my country for a long
Oh, I
while.
didn't know that. That's
Yeah, a long
awesome.
while. And I was for a number of years regarded as the Bishonen of the
Wait,
group.
what does that
And for
mean?
the pretty boy.
Oh, I
Yeah,
could see that. You've
pretty
talked
boy.
about your pretty boy past
Yeah, the pretty
occasion
boy.
from time to time.
Okay. Because my skin's really fair. I've got certain like I have a
Oh,
nice jawline. That's the
oh,
source of jealousy for some people. I've got a bit of a bridge on my nose. It's not flat and it's not like big, like some people will be like, "Ah, I wish I had a nose like yours, Maruka. It's so
wow.
defined." And I'm like, yeah, but I have slit eyes.
Hmm.
So it's this weird mix. That's why I said like I feel like I'm a Final Fantasy character.
Wow, like
Like
IRL,
like
you're a Final
like
Fantasy. I could see
IRL,
that.
like I have like fair skin, but I have very Asian sort of like features, but at the same time you can't help but like think like this person's not Asian.
Well,
There's
you are a
something
little,
there, like there's something
yeah.
there. And I'm like, yeah, my granddad's white. And they're like, oh, okay, yep. That
Hmm.
answers everything. That
Right.
answers everything.
No.
So, but yeah, I've always liked cute things. I made mention of this a ton of time. A lot of the accessories that I carry tend to be a little bit more on like the girly side. So, for
Hmm.
example, like my old iPhone 4 cover, believe it or not, was this cute little Rilakuma case. And for those of you who are not familiar with Rilakuma, it's this bear that's a part of the Sanrio company. You know, the company that's responsible for Hello Kitty?
Of
Same group.
course, Henrietta. Yeah.
So I had thank you for thank you for the
Oh, thank you,
sub for
Kana. I
me.
love
I
you.
appreciate it. So so there was this one time where I was hanging out with my girlfriends. I think there
Hmm.
were like six of us having Japanese food,
Hmm.
and the seventh was gonna show up, and everybody was having iPhones. All of us did, and we looked at each other's cases, and we're all like, Maruka, what the fuck? And they're like, what? Why is your case cuter than this other person who's dressed up like in like Lolita fashion, like all frills, and like they got like this bob, and they've got accessories dangling off of their dress, and like, how is yours cuter than this person's? I don't know. So when the
Interesting.
seventh person came, we all mixed up our phones and laid it onto display, and we tried to get them to guess whose was whose. They couldn't guess that the real Akuma case was mine.
Oh, yeah.
So I've always been like that. I like cute things. I like certain types of fashion. I used to
Mm-hmm.
also run around with like flowery sort of like tops, and like I
Mm,
would be the person who wear like that fiery red top, but there's like flowers all over the pattern. Or like I would
man,
wear
sounds
like
so
camo
cute.
jeggings, but they would be like the flowery camo jeggings, and it's
Oh,
like,
sounds like
Maruka,
Lulu.
typically, if this would be on somebody else, I think it would not fit. But somehow you make it work. I don't get it. Your
That's
fashion
awesome.
is too loud, but
I
that sort
love
of
that.
matches your personality, you know? So when I got
Yeah.
into VR, everything's loud here, like, you know,
Right.
like yeah, in comparison to IRL, I fit in. Like even this outfit, if I were to wear this IRL, it would turn heads. But this is one of like the more
Certainly.
basic stuff that you can get. Like this is actually
Yeah.
more normal looking than anything else that you would see. So yeah,
Abs-
like but I guess moving forward from that, like I think I would say that I managed to definitely explore more of like that other side of me when it came to relationships and like
mhm.
who I would see as potential like partners. Yes, for sure. Um, VR chat's one of those things where like everybody either looks really good or just really scuffed
Right.
because of their selection of models. So there's not a lot to go on the physicality sort of thing. And I'm one of those people who will believe if you had no other input, you don't hear their voice, you don't know their background, you don't know how much they earn, you will biologically, because of how we're made up, choose the most attractive person that you can pick out of a room. That's just biology. I'm not saying that people are bad about it. That's just
Yeah. No,
how
it's
we're made
real.
up.
That's just how it
It's
is.
real.
Yeah.
It is a thing,
There's
and
nothing
tests
wrong
have
with
been
that. Just
done
assuming,
multiple
thinking
times
someone
over,
is
you know?
you're attracted to somebody
And
in the room.
yeah, and then the same thing will happen that if you can't pick that person, you'll kind of go down the line. You know what I mean? You kind of go down. Yeah, it's just how it is.
That's true. It
But
sounds so shallow, but it's
so
true. It's
it's true.
true.
It's true, and
Yeah.
it's normal. There's stuff that's built into us. You know, that's just how it
Yeah.
is.
That's perfectly
But so
valid.
now that you've removed that layer,
Yes.
the only thing that you have left then is the voice.
Hmm.
And it's why some people sound like this, you know. Hey everyone. Hi,
Yeah.
yeah, sexy Maruka speaking now, you know, like they try to really put that on, right? That really raspy, sort of like deep voice, even though they don't talk like that.
Yeah.
Or
They start to sound like this. You
Hmm.
know, hi, ew, I'm so cute.
you know, so there's that.
I love you.
X3 나서와서.
So there's a voice, and then of course your personality at that point. And I feel
Right.
that like if you remove the voice and you dig deeper into like the personality of the person, that it's so powerful. I feel that VR chat has allowed people to tap into that aspect a lot more quickly because they've been forced, for better or for worse, to take out like the physical aspect of a person. And I feel that yeah, like definitely, like I've um even like considered like you know, hanging out with you know, more boys than I would otherwise
Sure.
have hung out with than I did before. Yeah, because yeah, like personality matters a lot. How you go about your
Yeah.
life and your decisions that you make in your life matters a lot. And
Hmm.
how much you care about the other person, you know, like versus anything else
Yeah.
matters a lot. Yeah,
I
so
love
will say.
that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know, like I guess IRL, it's a little bit harder to kind of be in a safe space to experiment that way. You get a lot of
Definitely.
judgment.
Right.
People will look at you funny. Like
Yeah.
I've been laughed at before when I was working in Starbucks, and because again, like I told you guys before at the start of the interview, I'm like up there when it comes to energy and good vibes. And some people will take that and feel and see that as a sign of weakness. Oh, you're soft, like,
Which is
oh,
so
you're
stupid.
you're a particular way, because you're
Yeah.
like that, and I'm like, fuck you. Just like
Yeah.
basically, fuck you, you know. But
Right.
because it comes from friends, I will take that in jest. But if it comes from like
Sure.
somebody else, like it's a different sort of like vibe.
Right, and they're
So,
being
you know.
judgmental
But in
or
VR
whatever.
chat, I've been able to sort of like present myself that way, and people are just like, "Oh yeah, okay, this is Maruka. That's just how they do." So
There's much less
yeah.
judgment, and I think a personality like that is, I think,
Mm,
celebrated more in VR
mm,
chat for whatever reason, because I think, like you said,
mm.
all there
Yeah,
is your voice and your personality and your body
exactly.
movement. I think VR is so amazing in that way that it kind of, I guess, lack of a better expression, just levels the playing field in terms of like you don't. My friend Callie had a great quote, which is, "You're not relegated to the random, generator
Mm.
that you got at birth and how you look. You can
Yeah,
express yourself in any way you want. Most of us want to be cute anime girls, but if you want to be like whatever, like Hank Hill or a Pikachu
yeah,
or whatever, you can be
yeah.
whatever you want, and I think it's amazing, and we don't have
Mhm.
to. It's so much less superficial, though there is the problem of falling in love with an avatar, which is a totally different issue,
Oh,
which can
yeah.
happen, and I have experienced that before in the very, very
That is
beginning.
so strange because I've had a friend who mentioned that they got into a relationship with somebody who was just enamored by a series of avatars that were made by a certain creator, and I'm like, that's not healthy, my
I
guy.
don't think it's healthy either.
That's not healthy when you get into a relationship because somebody uses a certain thing,
Yeah.
and that's the thing that kind of gets you into it.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
like because that's kind of like, oh, I love this person because they drive a Corvette, it's kind of like that, like, or they own a BMW. No. Or they have
Right.
like a big house. Like, yeah, there's a cost to that, but it's kind of on the same line,
That's
like,
true. There's
oh,
a shallowness to that, and
there's a
like
certain shallowness
it's
to it.
artificial. It's
Yeah.
um
I don't think it's like catfishing though.
yeah, I don't think
Catfishing
it's
is like,
catfishing
it's
either.
different. That's a little different.
Catfishing is when, because that's them willingly, they're attracted to a certain thing. Catfishing is when
Yeah,
you're maliciously trying
correct.
to trick
Mm,
someone for your own gain for whatever reason.
yeah.
Um, yeah.
But yeah, definitely like, VR chat has, I wouldn't say blown open the door, but it's definitely
Mhm.
opened more doors to explore in a
Yeah.
safe, reasonably safe
Mhm.
environment where you can also get connected with other people with similar sort of like questions or
Right. Yeah.
experiences and get like real input and feedback from them about how to go about certain things and just not feel judged for what it is that's on your mind, even when you're not sure, and I know a lot of people who have gotten a lot of comfort and strength and support because of like VR chat, and their lives have improved significantly because of it, and I'm thankful for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same. I don't
Mm.
know. There are so many wonderful things to say about VR.
Mm.
I guess a couple things well, you don't have to go into it, but I was
Mm.
curious because a while back you mentioned, yes,
Mm.
there are a lot of positives that are so
Mm.
wonderful, but are there any negatives that you're thinking about? You said there's similar to IRL
Okay,
negatives.
so let's see. Without getting into too much
Sure, yeah,
details, I was kind of seeing someone who was from the States, and they originally was like kind of uh like, oh, I want to see how this goes, and I like you, and you seem really nice, and I like their company too, and we did some stuff, together, besides just playing games and stuff, things that were more intimate, and it got to a point where it had been several months, coming up to I think about half a year,
Mm-hmm.
and it seemed that they wanted to get a little bit more serious. And because of certain things that they said, I believe that they wanted to go to the next step. And then
Yeah.
as things kind of got to that level, they started to become very hot and cold. So
Yeah.
they would have days where like every single day they would vie for my attention, spend like the entire day with me. We'd fall asleep in a voice call and wake up, and they would say good morning. We'd tell each other good morning. It was really nice and cute and comfy and everything. And then there would be periods where like I wouldn't hear from them at all. And then like they would be super cold. They would be on orange or red. And then by the time that I managed to join off of them, it was by chance, and it was with a mutual friend. You know how bad that looks when you try to reach out to someone and it turns out that they're hanging with a mutual friend, and it's like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
What's going on here? Like,
Right.
and it's not the friend's fault. It really isn't, because you guys are all you typically hang out together, but something's wrong with this other one that's clearly trying to get with you, but at the same time they're acting real weird other times. So it was bad. Like it was really, really bad, and I had only figured out that they were just playing me um
Yeah.
after talking to someone. I
I'm
really, really
sorry.
wanted to not believe it,
Yeah.
but they'd been doing that multiple times with other people.
Oh, that's
Worse
awful.
so, like at least for my case, it wasn't so bad. But with the other people that I talked to, it was happening while they were trying to go for both of them. It was terrible. And I consider myself lucky that it kind of stopped where it did. But
Yeah, I'm so sorry you
it,
had to go through
it
that.
was not great. It was
Yeah,
not
that's
great.
really
Um,
painful. I've
you know?
been through a similar experience. I just went through
Mm,
something
yeah,
kind of similar, IRL
yeah,
slash online.
yeah,
It's not a
you
good
know?
feeling.
So that's one of the like the not so great like experiences that I've had with VR chat, or just, like I guess in the relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I say relationship, I mean friends as well, because I'm gonna get into like a not so great part for friends too.
Yeah.
That's just because I mentioned the word relationship doesn't mean it's just like
Yeah,
intimate
friendships are
and
also
whatever. Friendships
relationships
count
too.
as well. A lot of people forget that. A lot of
Yeah.
people forget, that that word has another meaning to it, attached to it. So
Yeah.
that was that. Um, I recovered reasonably quickly after that because of a lot of support from friends.
That's good.
And again, these were real people who I talked to, so they had zero reason to doubt me, and the facts that I laid out were all there. I didn't have anything to hide.
Yeah.
Why should I have? I'm like, look, these are the screenshots. I can give you everything. They're not doctored. They're not cut in a certain way, because I know some people are like that. They'll cut off the message to make it look like they're in the right, when
Yeah.
the reply that's really important, that needs to be a part of the discussion, is right below there. So I have everything out, and everyone was like, yeah, fuck that person. I don't want them anywhere near us. I don't want them anywhere near you. And we are like cutting them off completely from everything, because it's clear that something's wrong with them.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I'm doing a lot better.
I'm glad. Yeah.
I've since been a lot happier as well after that, because there's nothing worse than being pulled along little by little,
I know.
and just kind of like,
God.
here's a little bit of hope,
I
take it,
know. Oh,
and
it's the
then
worst. It's so
nothing, and then
mean.
yoink again, and then yoink again, and then here's a little bit more hope, and then
Yeah.
yoink again, and then yoink again. Like, it's bad. It's bad. But hey, that's not the reality right now, and
Yeah.
I'm in a much better place. I'm much more healthier,
I'm
mental
glad.
wise, and
Mm-hmm.
then it's good. It's good.
Get
But
a sip of water. I'm listening.
oh yeah. I'll have some as well. I just realized my throat's really dry. It is abusive.
Hi, Liz.
Cyberspace not. very much so, and I don't condone it. Just because it happened to me doesn't mean that I want it to happen to other people.
It's very abusive.
It's very abusive. Okay,
Yeah.
so going on to friends. Oh, so VR chat has its benefits of being anonymous to a certain degree, but some people abuse it in ways to garner sympathy until they're found out. And then everything just comes crashing down and they have to kind of like, quote unquote, rebuild or escape. But some
Yeah.
people are idiots and they end up going back to the same circles under different pseudonyms or different accounts and they get found out again because they're
Yeah.
dumbasses, because the communities that you might be attached to are really small and tightly knit. And so if you know one person, it's very likely that they're going to be related to other people that you might not know currently, but in the future you'll be linked to them. So I won't mention names
Yeah.
because
Tasty.
whatever. Oh my god.
Sorry. Just kidding.
Suddenly
Just kidding.
tasty.
Just kidding.
But this person was from like somewhere in the West, and they were at one point somebody that I spent a lot of time with. And originally they were mute. They knew a little bit of sign language, and I was introduced to them because a friend of mine said, "Hey, so I got these two quiet beans that are learning sign language, and they're a little shy, like, Maruka, you're good with sign language, right?" And this was during a time when I was really active, right? Every single day I would be signing. And they're like, "Okay, sure." One of those people was a sweet bean, and I love them dearly, and I hope the best for them, and I'm so happy with how they've grown as a person, as a world creator, as a content creator, and their name is Banana Bread 291. He's flourishing. He has his own Patreon now, and he's receiving tons of like commissions from left, right, and center. And he was one of those people that I got to know from that interaction. And it's so great, like, that I had some part to play in his growth. And like, I'm just happy as is that I got to know him as a person. He's one of my better friends, even though we don't hang out as much as we want to anymore, because he's got his own things to do, and he's in a relationship now, and he's planning on moving out. Lots of things are happening, but I just want to express how happy I am to have gotten to know this person and call them friend. I love you, Banana Bread. I do. But the other person that I got to know is not such a positive experience. The other person was a pathological liar, and they would very frequently tell us sob stories about the fact that they had an abusive family. Their dad constantly beats them.
Oh gosh.
Their mom constantly shouts at them. Apparently they don't have a bed, that they're hard of hearing, and that their family members broke their what do you call it, the hearing aid. Sorry, I'm getting getting a little bit heated now, because whenever I talk about this I get angry, because I know a lot of people who struggle with these sort of things, and they're real people, and because of individuals like this, there's this level of distrust that happens because you're not sure if it's real or not, so
you're correct. Yeah.
And this person was going on for like ages, just manipulating people into just trying to get sympathy. And it turned out that they were lying. After, like, I think a good half a year of knowing this person, we found out that it was all a lie.
Jeez.
That
How did
they'd been doing. Funnily enough, I was asleep in VR.
Oh.
It was asleep in VR, And Banana Bread came up to me all frantic and hysterical, and he's like, Maruka, Maruka, something's bad's happened. Maruka, wake
Oh,
up,
no.
wake up. I'm like, oh, what's going on? What? Did somebody die? They're like, no, 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 it's about this friend of ours. Apparently they got hit in the head really hard by their dad and they've lost their memories. And I'm like, what? Okay.
I've lost their
So
memories.
amnesia or something, like amnesia or something. Apparently they're not recognizing people in their friend list or something, and I got dragged into a world half asleep. I was like, is this person on? Yeah, this person is online. What's going on? They seem fine. It's like apparently they don't remember like stuff. They don't remember how to sign a lot. And I'm like, okay. So that was a weird experience.
Yeah.
And then it turned out later that they had been asking for money from some people,
Oh, jeez.
and they weren't hard of hearing, and that they
Yeah.
could hear perfectly fine. And like stories would mismatch, and certain details would be twisted, and some things were left, you know, away from some other people's like information sheet, and it turned out they were doing all right, absolutely fine, because it also dawned upon me, hey, how is it that you're struggling and you don't even have a bed, but you have a PC that has a decent i7, you have a VR headset,
Right.
and you're in VR like every single day? Like, okay, suspension of disbelief. Maybe you got lucky. Maybe you have a family member that's acquainted to you, that is nice to you and
Mhm.
gave you these things. That happens. That does happen, like I'm not going to discount that. But the fact of the matter is that that wasn't the case, and a lot of the stories just didn't match up, and people started to talk.
Mhm.
And then we dug, and then we dug, and then eventually we found out stuff that we didn't want to hear but had to accept. They had
Yeah.
gone so far as to even doing like lewd things with other people, pressuring them into relationships, telling them all sweet nothings, even though they were presenting themselves as a wholesome being. That is the one single person that's shown me so much physical aggression in VR. Nobody's
Oh,
even come close,
aggression.
because they were so adamant about like, I'm wholesome, I'm not lewd, and then in the background they're like doing all sorts of things that I will not mention on the stream.
Yeah.
You know, I hate people like that. I have no problems associating myself with people who are lewd and who do certain things because it is their interest, whether they present it before me or behind closed doors. You live your life, be happy as long as you don't hurt other people. But if you're two-faced like that, fuck you. That's all that I have to say about that. It's just
Yeah.
fuck you. I don't want to get to know you any further if you're like that, because I don't have enough energy. I don't have the time to waste on relationships like that, whether it's intimate or whether it be friends. I'm not like that, and I will never be like that. There are some parts of my life that I will not reveal because you don't need to know.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that I am two-faced, where I say something to one person and to only them I say this, and to other people I say something completely different, only for these two parties to come together and be like, oh, Marika's different. Marika does this and this and this and this and this. Oh no, but they said this to me. Wait, who am
Yeah.
I supposed to believe now? That was basically that friend.
Right.
And to this day, it remains to be probably one of the most disappointing things that I still remember about VR chat, that there are people out there that are like this, that try to gain sympathy, that try to manipulate other people for monetary gain or for whatever twisted, demented reason. And it is horrible, and I don't stand for it. And I actively try to protect and help individuals from getting into that sort of situation. When I hear something that doesn't sound right, I'm like, hold up, no, 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 something doesn't add up. Can you go back and like give me more info about this because this feels very fishy, you know. And that same person disappeared after being found out that they lied, that they had gotten into hospital because they got beat up so bad. Turns out they didn't.
Right.
And it was just all a ruse to just gain more sympathy for being found out. They still came back to the same circle of people and managed to get people who didn't have the right information to sympathize with them. That was probably the worst feeling, is that now you've lied so much, you're such a pathological liar that you've twisted other friends within my circle to believe you for the piece of trash that you are.
Yeah.
That's so fucked.
Yeah, that's really
And
messed up.
you know, that changes people,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And these days it's not that much of a problem. I think they've kind of like gotten to the point where they even started doing stuff with those people that trusted them, and they also turned their back on them because you know, you can only lie so much before stuff starts to surface. So I don't hear about them anymore. I don't see them anymore. Hopefully they've learned and turned a new leaf. I don't know, but it was bad. That was very, very bad.
Yeah.
You know.
Luckily, well, not luckily, but it is. I mean,
Mm,
those people do get found out over time if you're a pathological liar like that and you don't.
yeah.
Being
You know.
honest, and I think that's one of the things that I love most about you, and I always seem to notice, is that you are a very sincere and genuine and honest person, and you aren't two-faced like that, and I love that about you. I think that's what part of what draws people towards you, is that there's a sincerity and a genuineness about you.
I've always been taught not to judge people based off of like what they have, but
Right.
how you interact with them and how you present yourself. Always important. My grandma always told me to dress nice and then, you know, like dress a particular way so that whenever we have guests, that people will have like good impressions of me and stuff. But I don't really like, yeah, for certain things it matters, but what I feel always counts at the end of the day is like, yeah, looks matter a lot. How you present yourself matters a lot for an interview or something. But if it's just like friends and just like personal relationships, I don't care if you are a CEO of your own company and you own like a nice tracking, by the way.
Yeah,
You're real sexy.
I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get comfy, but I'm here. Let me.
I don't care if
I
you
don't know. I don't know what I'm doing down here.
laughing so much.
I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to figure out how to
okay.
get comfy on this beanbag
It's
I'm
okay.
on.
It's okay.
And it's I don't know. I'm at
But
a weird angle.
I don't care if you are like super up there in terms of the financial state. You know, I know some people who have no problems with money. And I don't think they ever will, just because they're so up there. They're like the top 1%ers of like their earning bracket, you know? No problems with money. I know some people who were like me before when I was working like in some jobs, and I would be above water some months, and some other months I would be a little under, just kind of like barely kind of scraping up there and making rent and stuff. And I have friends from both sides. Like even recently I had a friend who actually had to come up to me like, you know, all scared and like they spilled the beans. They're like, I'm not doing so good, Maruka. Like I got a lot of things on my mind and I might not make rent next month. I need help. I'm like, okay. Like, how much you need? I need a little bit of this. Like this much is how I'm like, okay, don't worry about it. Here you go. Like sort yourself out. And then similarly, I've been also on that end where like I'm struggling, and then I have friends who are like, "Don't worry about it," you know, like you're good, you're fine. You know, I don't want you to be homeless. I can't bring myself to call you my friend if I know that you are going to be in the state. I don't want that for you. I don't want that for anyone within our circle. So just sort yourself out. I'm the same way. If I can help, as much as I'm not like always flying high and my bank account is not always the healthiest, if I have a little extra, I toss it in the right directions so that people within my life at least don't struggle as much, because it's not a good feeling. It's not, I don't know. But yeah, I treat people as best I can with what I see and what I experience, and I expect the same kind of treatment. And similarly, on that matter, trust is not given, it is earned.
Right.
Time and time again. Just because I trust you now does not mean that it's always going to be the same. And similarly, I expect the same for you to me. Don't trust me just because I'm face value or whatever. It is a need, it is a must that I earn people's trust. And I keep this in my head all the time because I don't want to be complacent. I don't want to take things for granted. So the same with my community. Whatever it is that you see right now might change in a month, 6 months, a year, because life happens before you even know it. And so I truly believe that, like it's not a given. It is always earned time and time again.
Yeah. So true.
Yeah.
So
sorry for the heavy stuff, people.
No, don't be sorry at all. I
Sorry for
love
the
doing
heavy stuff.
interviews like this, and I love talking about real topics like this. One of the other questions I had, and I think we've been going for 3 hours, and I've had nothing but an amazing time.
Thank you. I've been enjoying this myself as
I'm
well.
glad. Yeah, thank you again. By the way, everyone who's just joining in, we're interviewing my lovely friend marukakou. They're a Twitch streamer. I don't know if anyone can shout them out. I can do it as well. Let me do it real quick. Hey, Wolfie. I get to see Wolfie next month at EDC.
Oh no, another Wolfie that's come into my life. There are too many Wolfies.
Oh, thank you.
So Wolfie VR, there's a Wolfie Nya, there's a Wolfie Nia, and then there's a
Thank you,
Wolfie with the one for the L.
One for the L. Wolfie's such a sweetheart. I'm sorry to hear that stuff. But yeah, I've just been doing an interview, and usually I'm a lot more responsive to chat, but I am reading all of your guys' messages. So I have a friend named Bad Wolfie too. Wolfie is a very popular name. I think they were saying they did a DJ set where everyone was Wolfie, and there was 8 Wolfies or something.
That's funny. That's funny.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the acting stuff, the voices stuff.
All right.
Yeah, you did a couple before when you have such an incredible vocal range in terms of deep dive.
Thank you.
Has it always been that way? Have you always? Sorry, I cut you off. What were you about to say?
No. That's a good question. Yeah, I've been asked about that quite a lot as of recent after I started streaming, because I started doing a lot more voices after streaming. But to preface that, I've always had a naturally higher pitch voice.
Yeah.
And then it never really went super deep, I know some people who are talking like this when they're in their teens, and then when they break into that age where suddenly it just drops, and they're like, howdy, how you doing? Hey, you're looking fine and sexy. Yeah, that never happened to me. That never happened. See, even my laugh is it goes high. It's never a ha 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 ha, So I've always had a naturally slightly pitchy voice, and I guess that kind of also helped when it came to live performances for cosplay skits and stuff. That matched up with the whole Bishonen pretty boy sort of persona, because that sort of person is never really the super tall, dark, and handsome and deep voice character. It's always the slightly more and I don't mean this in an offensive way, a more effeminate sort of softer, kinder, more nurturing sort of like archetype, right? And so I did do some voice acting for some friends who were all females at the time, because the cosplay community
Oh,
has a lot of girls and a lot
right.
of them like to cross play.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll do like the characters that I would be doing, pretty boy characters, right? But they would have naturally higher pitchy voices because they're all female. And so they're like, Maruka, please, please, we need like a more like boyish type of voice. Can you do this character for us? You're the perfect fit for this, and your English is so good. I don't want to sound like a Chinese knockoff voice actor. Power on. Please charge.
Yeah, right.
Please charge your battery. They don't want to sound like that on stage. So I was like,
Yeah.
okay. So that's kind of where I started with my voice acting. I did a lot of like cosplay skit voiceovers. I did Sebastian from
Oh.
what was it, Black Butler. I did
Oh.
Sora from Kingdom Hearts, and I think a lot of
Mm-hmm.
you will know that character, right?
Yes.
Donald, Goofy,
Wow,
like
that's
that sort
pretty
of
good.
like, yeah, voice. And then there were a couple of times that I would try to range a little bit and be more like evil, ominous, dark mage type characters, like, oh, I'm gonna get you. But that's really as far as it went up
Mm-hmm.
until I got to know what's her name on Twitch. They're that voice acting person that has a spoon. What's their name again?
What's a
No.
spoon? I don't know if I know
Oh my
them.
god, they're a VR chat streamer. Oh my god, the
What's a
name is not coming to
spoon? Do you
me.
guys know? Spoon?
Jeez. Oh my god, I used to watch them on YouTube as well, and I occasionally caught their streams. The, not spoon.
Then there's
F, yes. Wolfie knows. It's
starts
the tip
with
of my
an
tongue.
F. I'm
It's
bad
for trap.
Oh,
For trap.
Oh,
For
Fizzy.
trap.
Yeah, fur
Fizzy,
trap.
fizzy, fizzy,
Oh,
fizzy, fizzy.
yeah.
So I got introduced to Fizzy
I love
through YouTube,
Fizzy.
right?
Yeah.
And I was so enamored by their personality, their performance, their skills with the voices, because they had a few characters.
Wow.
They had a few characters. One of them was a robot cat. Another one was their self. Another one was like this German or French or dual girl character thing that like sometimes they would be one character and other times they would be this other more sweet princess character. It was great. It was amazing, and I'm like, I want to do something like that, but I
Yeah.
don't have like the range
Well, don't sell
yet.
yourself short. Yeah.
Was what I said to myself. I'm
Yeah.
like, if they can do it, I'm fairly certain with whatever I have already going for myself, I can do something similar. So I want it to sound like a little like Imoto that would go up to like an older sibling and just kind of like beg them for ice cream and stuff. I thought that would be really cute and funny. And so I started to try and do like a little girl voice. And it was really hard in the beginning. Like I really strained my vocal cords a lot, and I don't joke. I joke about it, but it's real. When I started training my voice to do a more small girl voice, I did it in the toilet because it had brilliant acoustics and I could do so while I was showering.
Mm-hmm.
And I did this every day for like a year. And I started off just like with very basic things, singing some Japanese songs, trying to imitate certain voices that I hear in my animes, even down to like the lisp sometimes. And then eventually it got to a point where I could push for 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And now I don't even think about it. I can just go from talking normally to,
Hi everyone, welcome to Old Girl Stream. It's so nice to see y'all.
That's such
It's
a cute
fun
voice.
having an interview with Kaka Old Girls. She's Jomil.
Oh, girl.
Wait, what does that mean? Kaka Old Girls? What does that mean? Oh my god, that's so pog! Poggers!
Yeah.
That's such a cute voice. I love it. I actually, I'll be hanging out in my apartment and I'll try to do your voice just for no reason. I'll just be doing it for no reason. I'll just be talking to myself.
Elden Ring! Elden Ring!
It's so cute.
So I started with that voice,
Yeah.
and I got really good with it. I'm still not happy. I still think that I can tune the English version of it, but the Japanese one is just like on point for me, because I can be like,
Oh.
ねえ、お兄様、
Oh my
ちょっ
god,
と
that's so
アイス
cute.
ちょうだい。Can I have ice cream, please? Thank you. 大丈夫？
that's fine.
So
I am so happy with that. Like that is just
Oh
like,
my
yep.
god,
Like
that's
if I do it
so
right to some
cute.
people, it'll just melt them like completely. Sure, you can have ice cream. Don't worry about it.
That's so cute.
ワンワン。
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that was like the first voice that I was working on.
Yeah.
And then eventually, like, I just kind of branched out a little bit more, and I decided, you know what, I want to see how far I can go deep. And I went so deep that I basically sound like Marja's sisters that smoke like two
Patty and
packets,
Selma.
like 10 packets. Hey everyone, welcome to the channel. My name is Maruka. It's such a pleasure to have you here during this interview. With my friend Oh Girls. She's amazing. Yeah. So yeah, give me a follow, okay? We need to get this.
I love that. That's so good. Does that hurt your voice to do at all?
I think the deep voice one definitely does a lot more strain, so I can't do
Yeah.
it as much as like the high pitch one, because I have more practice with that one.
Sure.
But like there's also the other one that it's very divided. People either hate it or really love it, and it's the Mr. Raccoon voice that I did for Resident Evil 2 remake, and it's like this one's a bit harder because I have to like kind of tune it. Hold on. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Raccoon City Zoo. It's so nice to see you all. It's come to my attention that some people have been using the Mr. Raccoon bobbleheads as target practice. This makes me really sad because it's dangerous. You shouldn't do that. Well, I'll see you guys next time at the zoo. Mr. Raccoon, out.
I think that's so good. That's exactly how I imagined that raccoon to speak. I love it. Scorpion apparently hates it. Scorpion
hates it. That's why I said like Scorpion.
Why do you hate it? I don't get. Why would you hate
He
it?
despises
It just
that
does
voice.
something to you.
But I have some people who absolutely adore it.
I think that's a
like,
great voice.
my friend Panda constantly like loves that voice. They're like, oh, that's so amazing that you can actually output that kind of sound. But Scorpion is like, I'm unmodding myself. Fuck you, Maruka.
Why don't you like it, Scorpion? Some people, sounds or something just really like trigger.
Just doesn't jive with your telemetry or your flow, and I get that. I understand.
Yeah.
So, but it's fun. It's fun to just pull out now and again, and people don't expect it either. Like, it's the same thing with doing accents. Like, because I'm already Asian, and Uncle Rogers is already from this part of the world. He uses la and ma a lot, so it throws people off. And it's especially for some of you who have been listening to this interview for the past 3 hours. You know what I sound like when I talk, and this is how I talk when I talk to anyone. It throws people off when I drop down to Uncle Rogers level and be like, "So you want to eat the fried noodle? Okay.
Yeah.
You want a large cock with that? Ice cold? Why you do like that? Like,
Yeah. That's so accurate. I mean, you're from that part of the world.
Yeah, I'm from that
That's
part.
very,
so I can
very
emulate
accurate.
it perfectly. So yeah.
Yeah.
You all sitting in front of your screen watching this stream for 3 hours. Why don't you go over there and do your homework? Become doctor, okay? Or lawyer. At least make money. Huh? Don't want money? You give me some.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I love that.
But yeah. like it's just kind of fun little thing. So I've the only kind of like compensation, I guess, monetarily that I've ever gotten for stuff like that was like when my friends won a competition and they actually got like prize money, and
Yeah.
they took me out for dinner to this really nice restaurant.
Yeah.
They said, order whatever you want, like it's on us. I'm like, for real? Yep. Okay, I'm ordering steak.
Oh,
And then even after that, they had some money left over, so they split it 4 ways, and then they just passed me like whatever balance was there, and I'm like, oh, thank you. This will buy me like a nice like little lunch tomorrow. So that's about it. I've never been paid for any kind of like voice acting before, besides that, like occasional like favors for friends, like because I don't think I'm up there when it comes to the quality that needs to be output. And I feel it's a lot more fun to just, it's a lot more enjoyable to just do it for funsies. Like
I completely
it's
agree with
it's
that.
cool, yeah, because there's a lot of pressure that comes
Right.
with that. Like, oh, you're being paid, you gotta output 110%. It has to be perfect. You need to read
It's
the
less
script
fun.
beforehand.
Yeah.
Like you need to get this on point. And if this character is like two-faced, you need to have two separate voices for the same character. And it's just like, this is a lot of pressure.
It's a
I
lot
don't
of
think I
work.
can handle it. Like, oh my god,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it is what it is. Yeah.
Everyone is going crazy over your voices here.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, everyone.
I
Thank
didn't know how
you.
talented Maru. Yeah, I've known you're so talented for so long. I genuinely think you're amazing. Your vocal range is amazing. And don't sell yourself short. I think you're just as talented as any voice actor that I've ever met. Even Fizzy, and I think Fizzy would agree with me.
Fizzy is amazing. Like
Yeah.
I adore them. They're like,
You're amazing.
they don't know me. They're
They're
up there.
sweetheart.
They're
Oh,
up
don't.
there. So I
They're
don't
one of
think
the most humble, kind people that you'll
like,
ever meet.
I'm sure if, let's say, I get to meet them and we get to talking, like things would be a little bit different. But I feel that it's one of those things. I don't want to be parasocial, and like I don't like saying that, oh yeah, like I know this person, and actually you probably like met them once and you've shared like 2 words. So that
Right.
doesn't really
Yeah.
count. That doesn't really
Yeah.
count as knowing them or knowing of them.
Mhm.
So I don't appreciate that sort of treatment myself, because I've had that multiple times where people are trying to get in with other people, and they're
Yeah.
like, hey, Maruka, there's this person who's like trying to hang out with, like, let's say for example, Tasty, and they say that they know you, and because me and whoever it is good, and I'm like, I don't even know their name. I've like had like a conversation with them about something, but we're not friends. And they're like, oh, that's not the impression that I got from them. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't appreciate that sort of like treatment. I think it's terrible. And I know a lot of people who will do that just to kind of get their way, with
Right.
some people. But it's not genuine. Those kind of relationships are really, really nasty.
They can be.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with really
Mm.
liking someone's work and being inspired by them, which is, I think, what you're getting at with Fizzy.
Yeah, they're great. I hope the best for them.
Yeah.
Sincerely.
Are there any?
But yeah, that's basically.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Are there any other voices you haven't displayed? I remember asking you a few weeks ago or whatever, like, hey, have you ever recorded all these voices? And you're like, no, not really. And I'm just selfishly now, I'm like, all right, let's do the marukakou voice reel right here.
I'm trying to think. Like, those are the ones that I just yoinked out were probably the ones that I use more commonly on stream these days, because I have them as a redeem. Voices that I've never really used, like, let's see. I guess like the Japanese radio DJ voice is something that I've been working on, but haven't really gotten the chance to like pull it out and be like, 君の涙もう見たくないな。笑顔と寝顔可愛いからさ。基本カルフォー。Welcome
That's
to
so
94.5 池袋 FM. おはようございます。皆さん、元気でしょうか? Something like that.
That's very accurate.
That's another voice I've been working on, but don't really have anywhere to toss it out just yet. But
Yeah,
other than that, not really. Actually, I
you
need to
have plenty.
experiment a little bit more and figure them out.
Yeah. You've got a
I
lot
would
so far.
really like to do like the really dumb smooth brain like gym rat, you know, the hey, you know, like just downing like a bunch of protein shake and just like, you know, just
Yeah.
flexing everywhere. I can't do it. RPM, my friend RPM VR does a wonderful voice for
Thank
that
you,
because
Finn.
we did the Colonel Sanders KFC dating sim yesterday. And it is so spot on. It is so spot on. It's great. Hi Finn.
Thank you, Finn, by the way,
Hello.
for the sub. Thank you, thank
Yeah.
you.
I hear that voice all the time. Japanese variety shows, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
Exactly.
バンダイ
Grand
ナムコ、
sponsor.
パナソニック、コトブキヤ。Yes, like, very common. This is kind of like my inspirations actually, because I lived in Japan for a year, and in the evenings when I would be having tea to myself, I would watch Japanese variety shows. That's a very keen observation. So I would listen to how people would be presenting, and I'm like, I can say that, and that's how that sounds when they say this, or this is how they spin that word, as opposed to like normal speech. Okay, you know, like okay. So I would copy it to the amusement of my teachers. They're like, Maruka, please stop. Please stop. Talk normally. I'm like, okay, sensei, I'm sorry. But it's funny, right? They're like, yes, but keep it for outside of class. No. I would troll my teachers during really boring shadowing parts of the lesson. And we did a lot of shadowing. So you'd listen to a line, you try and copy it, and then you listen to it again, and then you reply. You know, that was one of the big aspects of like the weekly lesson. So it'd be like, "Ohayou gozaimasu," and then reply with like, "Ohayou gozaimasu." It gets boring, you know. So I would like do like something when everybody's speaking and they can't pinpoint who's saying it. You'd be like, "Ohayou gozaimasu" with normal voice, right? "Ohayou gozaimasu," and reply. Who said that? Hmm? Dore? Huh? Who? Okay, we're gonna continue. It's just I miss those days. It was good. I think noise suppression ate that. Probably.
Oh, it did a little
probably.
bit.
I went too
Yeah, a
high.
little
I went
bit.
too high.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens a lot. It happens a lot.
Sag noise
Yeah.
suppression.
おはようございます。おはよう。
But it's okay. Anyways, moving along. Moving along.
So I'm having so much fun. I need to take like a 2-minute break to run to the bathroom real quick.
course,
Do you
of
mind
course, of course.
taking
I will
over
go
just
and-
for a
I
minute?
will
Or
go
if
and
you
do
can
the
get a water.
exact
Okay, yeah,
same
go to the
thing.
bathroom. All right, everybody, we're gonna take a quick break.
Quick
This is
break.
marukakou, and I hope you guys are
You
having.
should probably run an ad while
How do
while
I
we're doing
do that? How do I run
that.
an ad? I don't even know how to do that. Is there a button?
Do you have your dashboard open on Twitch?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so go to your dashboard, and then on Stream Manager, on the right hand side, you should see Ad Manager.
Wow.
Yeah, under Stream Manager. Also, thank you so much for the follows, everyone who's been attending. I've not been paying attention to my dashboard because I'm not streaming, but I
Ad
appreciate and
manager.
love all of the support that I'm receiving while I'm doing
Wait,
this
where
interview.
is
Thank
ad
you.
manager?
Oh, you don't see it?
Wait,
Okay,
Stream
so-
manager, analytics.
Yeah, Stream Manager. Not analytics, just Stream Manager, and then on the right hand side there
It's like
should
a
be
button.
like a triple dot thing where you can, or better yet, under quick actions. If you go to quick
Yeah.
actions, there should be a section where there's a plus. Click on the plus, and then under all,
Wow.
there's a portion that says monetize stream.
There's a 60-second ad that I can run.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that one.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
you can
just.
do that
All right,
one.
guys, time
Yeah,
to pay the Maruka
Yeah.
tax.
Oh my god.
It's all right, you guys. We'll be
All
right
right,
back.
we'll be back. We'll be
Bye.
back.
I never run ads, lol. Sorry, one sec. Is that the world-renowned minor Batman as Jokers? I've just been teasing them recently.
Minor?
I don't know
Oh,
if they're
minor.
minor or not, but probably.
Oh, man.
And there's Maru. There's
I have
Maru.
returned from the toilet.
I became some kind of leg creature for a second. I'm sorry.
Oh, you a
I
spaghetti
was,
monster.
Oh wait, I'm
Amazing.
still a leg. Wait. Okay. Yeah. I'm just being hidden. I'm going to recalibrate my tracking real quick.
Gotcha.
This is after being up. My hip looks like this, not standing like that. Okay. Yeah, you mind if we scoot over just a little bit?
Of course.
Body's not
Get
like
comfortable.
in the middle.
Get comfortable.
Here, can you shift this way?
Sure.
This way. This works too. This works too. Oh, it's just my body was on a pillow. So, so I was like, that looks kind of weird on stream.
Understandable.
There's something so infectious about your energy, and when you're doing characters, I find myself so inspired by you, and also, yeah, not just the characters, but the comfy streams and nice outfit. Thank you, Constellation Princess. Hi, scoliosis. No, but yeah, I'm Wolfie. I love you. You're amazing. But yeah, you're so Kitty DV. Do you know Kitty DVR? Do you know who they are?
I don't. I'm not acquainted to them.
Yeah.
Are they in the chat right now? Or
No. They just requested off of me, but I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
tell
see.
them to
Yeah.
screw off. For no, I'm
Yeah.
just kidding.
Yeah. I see a Warbringer. Hello.
Warbringer
Hi,
is such a
Warbringer.
sweetheart. I want to look extravagant. Are you good at Blender, by the way? Do you know anything about
I'm
that?
terrible.
I
with
know
that sort of
nothing
thing.
about
I'm
that stuff. I want
terrible.
to, but
I tried. I wanted to rip my hair out. Like
Yeah.
it's so bad. Yeah. I just leave it to friends who are more than capable. Or they're like, I love avatars. Like I would love to help you out with this. No problem. Just give me a little bit of time. You know. Like okay. I'd rather just give it to them because they have the skills and the knowledge.
Same.
I will help you with language and stuff relating to setting up like VR and all the troubleshooting and everything that you need to know. I will leave the rest of the other stuff. Like that's not related to technology to other people. Okay. Oh God.
Let me just message Kitty that I'm doing an interview. Since they're such a good friend, I feel like I need to. Oh, I need to do a new message.
Yeah, just send them like a nice one explaining the situation. It'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Do you read people's statuses when you join off of them or no?
Yes, I do.
I
Yes,
read
do.
them every time.
Yeah,
And I have a status right now on VRChat that says streaming interview right now. And a lot of the time I'll have in a status and people will be like, "Oh, I never read those. I never read statuses." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah. The only time that I don't read it is
statuses.
when they're already like blue or green, and then I'll just like
Sure.
But if they're on like orange, I'll take a look. Like, oh, sleeping. Oh,
Yeah.
making out.
Yeah, making out ERP
You know,
or whatever.
like lewd cuddles. Yeah, you know, like some people are very forward with that sort of thing. So I'm like, oh, okay.
True.
Right, I will leave them to their little escapade.
I don't. Well, maybe I don't. I don't dislike it too much, but it is kind of interesting that whenever I'm on Red, or I'm just saying I need some private time, a lot of people think I'm ERPing, which is,
I mean,
very, 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 very rarely the case for me.
It's unfortunate, but it's one of those things that just kind of like intertwined itself. It's a matter of happenstance.
Yeah.
That why would you want to be on Red when it's a social game? And so typically a majority of the people who do end up doing that do that, and they don't want to be disturbed, rather than anything else. Like I get like people have joked about that to me too, and I'm one of those people who rarely is on Red. Like if I am,
same,
it's because I'm having a very deep, important, and private conversation that I do not want anyone to hear about, because it is something that my friend wants to like disseminate onto me, and so I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to tell anybody about anything. Just leave me the F alone for a little bit. It won't be for very long. It'll be like half an hour to maybe an hour. Typically, other than that, I'll be on orange, and most of the time now, in like the last year and a half, it's because I'm streaming. And then other times, other than that, I'm on green or blue, like literally. But a lot of people who are closer to me will be like, "But Maruka, you're always on orange for me, because whenever I get on, you're streaming." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that's the case now. This is my career. It is a like a work related risk, like hazard, I guess. I don't want people to just join off of me while I'm streaming and then feel left out because I have to focus on my community and
Right.
stuff. I'm sure a lot of people understand that, and some of them
I
will join
certainly
off
do.
and they'll just immediately go off without saying anything, and I don't like that, if I'm on like green or joinable, and I this is a thing. That's a thing.
I don't like it when people leave without saying goodbye either. Like,
Right, right. It just
like
feels so
tasty.
like
Yeah. Sorry, taste. I don't know if there's still, but it's true.
I don't
But
know.
I
It might
get
be
that.
like
I get
it
that
might be
people
like
also, just don't want to interrupt, and don't want
yeah,
to. I understand that, but I love people, so I want them to say bye, and I always try to say bye too. I get it. People get upset at me when I just leave too, so I understand that. Tasty, not like this. I'm leaving
Yeah, that
without
happened to
saying
me
goodbye.
once too, but I collected myself
I'm
after that because you
sorry.
greeted
I'm
me. The Orgals
sorry.
was so happy. Oh my god, I get to hang out with the Maruka, and 5 minutes later they leave the lobby, and I'm in there with other big streamer
Yeah, like
people that
Sylvan
I
and
know of,
Tasty
but they
over
will
there.
not acknowledge my presence because I'm a nobody.
Hmm.
And then some of the ones that will acknowledge me are like drunk as fuck. Like they are out or they're slurring and they're starting to sing, and I'm like, wow, this has been a wonderful experience, and I'm just sitting there twiddling my thumbs. I guess I'll get off with
Oh.
it. It's okay. I don't take it personally. Again,
I'm trying to get better
I
at saying goodbye.
like I also have to rationalize things that people will do
Yeah.
things for a certain a way and for reasons, and I just don't take it to heart. I'm just okay, I miss them this time. It's fine. Like I'm sure there'll be pockets of time in the future. Well, they're less busy and they're less focused on other things, and they have a little bit more time to be social the way that they want to be. So that's what it is. That's what it is. But yeah, on the point of voice acting, before we move on
Yeah, no, we don't
to
have to
something
move on to
else,
anything.
you know, no, because I think we're beating that topic to
I,
death now.
I could talk about voice acting
No
forever, to
way,
be
no
honest.
way.
I'm very
So,
passionate about voice
what I would
acting.
like to achieve in the future, and this would be my
Yeah?
crowning glory, I feel,
Uh-huh.
would be able to do a very soft spoken but kind of domineering,
Mm-hmm.
as the Japanese community says, big booba one sama voice.
What?
That would be
That's a
yeah, the big
thing?
booba one. Oh
Why does it
yes,
have
oh
to be
yes, oh yes, oh
Onesama?
yes. The
Big
big
boo. I've
booba
never
one
heard
sama
anyone
voice. Oh
say big
yes.
booby
Maybe not in the English
Onesama.
one, but like the Japanese, they have an archetype. It's the big booba
I
one
could see
sama
that.
voice. They're so soft spoken, and it's like that's where your fucking ara ara comes from. Okay, guys, I know you
I
all love
definitely
your
am
ara
familiar with
aras,
the
right?
archetype, yeah.
Yeah, so if I can do that voice
Hmm.
perfectly with effortlessly the way that I do all of my other voices, oh, I would die happy. That
You
that would be my
definitely
crowning glory.
can. It's just
I just need
working
more
on it.
practice. I know. I
Yeah, all
need to really
voices are
work
just
at it.
practice. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that would be nice. That
Any
would be
other
nice.
voices that you'd want to do?
Let's see. Um, I guess like a valiant, like super righteous hero, like a knightly hero sort of like voice. I can't do it right because I don't have the right words sometimes. So it's more of like a vocabulary issue, I guess, in that regards. And like I'm not used to like puffing out my chest and like, yeah, like
Mm.
I'm the person to be dependent on, and I will take care of my party, and I will die before I let anyone take away like the important thing in my life and sort of thing. Like I'm too Bishon. That's a problem. I'm too high pitched,
Oh.
and so one, like I need more practice in that regards. I need to do more research. I need to watch more movies and anime with those type of characters and focus on their lines a little bit more. But that's less of a voice issue
Mm-hmm.
and more of like a research issue. Whereas like
Yeah.
the big booba one-sama voice is more of like a practicing. Like I need to really like do my vocals But
Yeah.
on the
That's very
plus side,
relatable.
I've gotten so close to this voice that I've always wanted to do that is more feminine, and it's
Yeah.
the voice of a character from this very famous game called Fate Grand Order, or
Mhm.
just Fate series, and their name is Shuten Doji. Those of you who play gacha games and you're familiar with that game, I like Shuten Doji's voice because it's so sultry and silky and soft, and it's got this very breathy sort of like
これはね、とても美しい姉様よね。
that kind of voice.
That's very beautiful. I love that voice.
Aoi Shota, yes, the Aoi
Aoi.
Shota clip. Yeah. Like I like that I can do that voice now. It's like
マスター様、ご覧くださいませ。私の
That's so
力。
good.
like I like that voice a lot. It's so soft and sultry and just kind of like very relaxing sounding. Yeah.
See, everyone loves
Like,
this
that's
voice.
amazing.
That's amazing.
I think it's just
Oh,
it's just
I shouted
it's just,
Aoro. No.
Aozora. Oh, you wanna do? Is it Aoi Zora?
There's two underscores.
Gonna make me blush over so much vocal range. No.
So much vocal range. Yeah, it's incredible.
That one I've been practicing because I really want that. Like I want to be able to do a voice like that. The
Well,
only
you
problem
can,
therein though is that I do so much practice on the one language, and I can't replicate it for like English because it
Well,
sounds cringe. It
some
sounds
voices
cringe
don't
to me.
work in English.
You know, like some of the voices just don't
Unfortunately.
work in English too as well. But yeah,
Yeah,
like I would
that's
like to
just
be able
how
to
it
do like
is.
my own spin-off of it that I'm satisfied with, you know? Like even though it's not one to one, it has that same vibe and that same energy going for it that people are like, "Oh, that's perfect." It's not what it's supposed to be because it wouldn't work, but that's like how it should be if it were the English equivalent. You know what I mean? Like it's so hard to do. Hers voices.
Yeah, you're so good. Right? They have such an amazing voice.
This is just like one of my Japanese animes. Oh my god! Pushes up glasses. A lot of characters don't translate, and that's true.
And dubs, yeah.
That is very true. The translations don't work as well. Like, for example, I was laughing at Resident Evil 4 recently because I'm very freaking sure that they translated the lines directly from Japanese to English, and I couldn't help but laugh and pause my game for a little bit when Ashley said, and I'm like,
I think I cut
that
off for a
sounds
second.
so wrong. That like, don't come.
Oh.
And I'm like, that sounds so wrong in English because in Japanese it would have translated as kuruna, which basically is
right.
don't come. But in English it should have been don't come close or don't get
Yeah.
near me. They should have used that line. But you know, it's one of those things. Like languages sometimes don't translate well enough, and it takes a lot of personal touch and understanding of culture, of what is normal and what is weird. You know, exactly. Yeah. Don't come. I'm like, no, no, lost in translation. Exactly, all the time. It's one of my frustrations when it comes to like voice acting or just like the characterization of certain characters as well gets lost severely when it reaches the West because they end up making a character so pompous or rough sounding or offstandish when in actuality they're just really cold or they hold themselves higher than the rest of the people, and so their language is more rough in that regards, but they're not rude, they're just rough. You know, it's like a guy just being really casual rather than being polite and saying, "Oh, you know, like could you please leave?" And instead it's just like, "Hey, buzz off, kid, you know, like I don't need you here." So yeah. But yeah, big booba one-sama voice, that's crowning glory. One day I'll be able to do an entire stream with that, and that would be catfish. that would be catfish.
Maybe.
Because if people
Only if
came
you
to
had
my other
ulterior
streams,
motives.
if people came to my other streams and be like, "Yo, this is not the person that I follow to stream," and go, "What happened to that person?"
You know, I was
Like,
thinking of doing a whole stream
yeah,
just in character and just being
yeah,
just being very confusing.
yeah,
It sounds fun. Something that
yeah.
happens a lot is also the jokes don't really translate well in English too, and it just ends up sounding awkward. Right.
That is true. Yeah, that's true.
I wish you could
Like,
hear her voice, by the way. Al is one
oh,
of the most adorable voices I've ever heard in my
Azora.
entire life.
Blue sky, blue
I'm such a
sky. Hi, blue
fan.
sky. How's it going? Hello, hello.
Is that what that means? Alzora,
Yes.
blue sky.
Oh,
Oh, I
Awazora
didn't
means
know
blue
that.
sky.
I did
Yeah.
not know that.
Yep. Similarly, Aoi Husky, that cute little bean, they're blue husky. That's basically what their
Oh,
name is.
really? That has something to do with Yowie. No, I'm just
Aoi
kidding.
Husky.
Yowie Husky. Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, I see. I see. I see.
But yeah, voice acting is cool. I
It's
enjoy
the
it
best.
thoroughly as a hobby.
I was trying to read some questions here because somebody. By the way, I'm pretty much done with my set of questions. So if anyone in the, I mean, I could think of more, but if anyone in the chat has questions, I'd be willing to take any question. Well, I mean, I'm sure Maru would love to answer anything as well.
Yeah, go
and
for
thank
it.
you again.
If anybody
for...
has anything that you'd like to know,
voice acting is very
or
similar.
if you've been for part of my community and you've been dying to know for a long time, and you're like, I don't know if this is appropriate to ask, this would be the perfect occasion, because I'm open to asking, to answering any questions that you might have.
This was a question from a little while ago, which was from
go for it.
Constellation Princess. Don't know what the topic is, but Maru loves pizza. What makes a good pizza?
Oh my god. Good question. And that's a meme in my channel as well, because
Okay, I
I
thought
order so many
so.
pizzas that I sometimes have a leaning tower of pizza boxes.
Oh,
And,
really? That many
and
pizzas?
yeah, and somebody even memed it, like, oh my god,
pizza.
Maruka, the amount of possible dried up grease that's there. Are you trying to summon a slime girl
some water. I'm
from
listening.
another world? And I'm like, oh my god. An isekai slime girl summoned through the channel of pizza boxes that are in my room. Yes, that's totally the reason why I order so many pizza boxes. I do love my pizzas though. Okay, what makes a good pizza? I feel like this is very subjective, but I think the crust matters a lot. So the quality of the dough in that regards matters. Like, you have to have really good dough, and for it to be really good and crispy, or not crispy, like maybe fluffy and light, depending on what your preference is. The cheese matters a lot as well. You can't just always get off the shelf cheese.
Oh, it matters so
Oftentimes,
much.
you need to have a really nice cheese for the base, and the sauce as well. And for those of you who have been a part of my channel, you'll know that one of my favorite pizzas from Domino's is the Meatosaurus.
Oh, haven't had that.
And it is as meaty as the name describes.
Meatosaurus.
Beef pepperoni.
Yeah.
Ground beef based pizza sauce. It is
beef-based pizza sauce.
Oh,
God, that sounds so good.
It makes a difference. You have no idea. You can immediately taste it, especially when it's fresh. Oh god, the beef-based sauce is so good.
Oh my god, that sounds incredible.
Oh my god, yeah.
Do they have that in the States? Maybe.
I don't know. You guys might have meat lovers, but I don't.
We
think
have
we
meat lovers. I don't know if we have a.
The crust.
Meatosaurus, do we?
Yeah.
Crust is so important. Are you a fan of Are you a fan of stuffed crust at all?
Yes. I've had it multiple times.
So good. Stuffed crust.
It can be a bit overwhelming though, so it really depends on how hungry you are. So if you're very hungry, I think it's perfect. But if you're just there for a little bit of food, I think it might be too what's the word? We have the word, it's moi, but I don't know what it is in English. it kind of translates as boring. So I don't know. What's the expression that you eat something enough and then it starts to like you can't eat anymore because it's too
I don't
it's too
know if we
much.
have
I
an
don't know.
expression
Yeah.
that like an idiom in English. I think it's
Yeah.
just you just say I've eaten it so much that I've gotten tired of it. Do we
Yeah.
have an expression?
Yeah. I guess that's the word. Like it's tiring on the taste buds. Like that's basically what it
Yeah.
is. So yeah, like it can be tiring on the taste buds after a while if you have too much cheese, you know.
Yeah.
But that crust, the dough, the cheese, the pizza base, and the meats. And this is why like some people will say, oh, this particular type of pizza combination doesn't go very well. I'm like, you haven't had the best ingredients with it though.
True.
Because if
Yeah.
you have really shitty ingredients from a
I'm
shitty
getting
chain
tired.
that only cares about the bottom line, you are gonna get shitty pizza. That's just
Yeah.
facts of the matter. Like it goes
I
for any
feel
kind of food, but
like
pizza's super easy to make. So
in Asia, like
yeah.
fast food chains, probably pizza chains as well, use better
Mm.
ingredients than they do in America.
I believe so.
Domino's in
Strongly.
America is like very okay. I'll get it once in
Yeah.
a while, but I'm not a huge fan.
Strongly. Getting
But
tired of it? Yeah, probably getting
tired
tired
of
of
it.
it. Yeah,
Like
getting
something
tired
like
of like
KFC,
eating.
I always thought was
Mm.
so much better in Asia. I don't know if it's true in Malaysia, but KFC in Taiwan is so
According
much
to my
better.
friend, it depends on the spice that they use. Because Rund from America, he's from Maine,
Mm-hmm.
and he visited me like back in February, and he said that the KFC with the limited edition spice that we had at the time was a far better, superior in every way compared to the KFC back at home.
Yeah.
But the regular one was kind of like here and
Whatever.
there. Like it
Okay.
was okay. But I will say that McDonald's
Yeah, Japan too.
McDonald's
is
uses
so much
like
better.
I think better beef
Yeah,
than the
they
Western world.
do.
I've tried it in the UK, sucks, too salty. I've tried it in America, same deal, it's too salty. And you guys mix
Oh, I
your
love the fries and stuff in
fries are
Asia.
okay. Fries
Or
are
like
okay.
in
But
the
the beef
or the
though,
beef, yeah.
because over here we have like the whole like halal thing, right? So we only
Oh,
use 100%
right.
beef in our
That's
patties,
so
and we don't
pog.
salt them the same way as you guys do over in like the States and Western regions. So it tastes a lot better. It
Yeah.
tastes a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so much
Yeah.
better overseas. Every
Yeah.
American chain I went to in Japan is better over there. I'd imagine that to be the case. Japanese food is really good.
Yeah. Domino's here is actually really good, and on top of that, they're reasonably cheap in comparison to like America. Like right now, if I wanted to order an extra large Metasaurus, I would pay $10. That's dollars.
But yeah, you always
That's
tell me how cheap it is.
yeah, it
$10.
includes the delivery fee. Includes the delivery fee. And sometimes I can even use coupons to reduce that. So there's been times when I've paid $8 for the total bill and it gets delivered to my doorstep. No extra charges. I don't need to tip as well because, yeah, $8 extra large. You just paid 15, yeah.
15 seems like pretty on the cheaper
Oh.
side for a pizza.
Oh.
Usually it's like 20 to 30 bucks to get a pizza delivered.
There you go. You know.
In America.
So when people like see like my throne wish list, they're like, Maruka, what kind of pizza are you getting for $10? I'm like, the best that I can get, extra large.
Extra large. There's no
full
way
meats,
in America.
Full meats, including the delivery fee. They're like, okay, yep, here, take my $10.
I feel like I would live like a
Live lavishly
millionaire.
through me. Through me.
What kind of pizza you like, Maru? Maru pizza. Yeah, no way in the U.S. Cyberspace not asked. How often do you get the pineapple and pizza question? I get it so often, and I don't even talk about pizza.
Well. I get it a lot.
I'm like
as well,
neutral. Yeah. I'm neutral on it.
Okay, hot take. But again, I'm talking from like an Asian person's perspective, right? We don't use ham in our pizzas because halal. So we use ground chicken instead of the
chicken.
ham. Yeah, we use ground chicken instead of the ham. And we use sour pineapple. We don't use sweet
Sour
pineapple.
pineapple.
Yeah.
I don't even
and
know
it's
if I've
not that
had that.
it's not that dipped in sweet syrup bullshit that you would get, like it's not that. It's sour pineapple mixed with ground chicken. It's good.
That sounds good.
It's good. And if you like, you can actually change the pizza base to Thousand Island sauce.
What?
So it's not tomato base.
That
It's
sounds
Thousand Island
good.
sauce. So it is significantly better in terms of the
Oh my
experience
God, that's making
compared
me
to what
so hungry.
I'm being told, and I'm like, that sounds horrible. I don't want to have sweet pineapple with cheap ham and like tomato. Yo, that sounds disgusting. It
Fair
sounds
enough when
disgusting.
you pizza's like it's sex, even when it's bad, it's good.
Yeah. Like everyone's
I don't know.
like,
Have you
oh,
had
you don't
sex
know what you're on
before?
about, Maruka. I'm like, you guys don't know what you're on about. You guys don't know what you're on about.
What kind of pizza you like, Maru? Maru, pizza. Hi, Aki. I love you, Meki. Thank you for the sub. Several times while having pizza.
Meaty
Okay.
pizzas are my favorite. Like beef pepperoni, beef base, pizza sauce, with mushrooms and olives. Capsicums are nice. The green crunchy ones. I hate onions. I can't handle any onions that are not caramelized because the texture makes me gag. I've tried many types of vegetables in my lifetime. Don't think that I'm like, oh, Maruka doesn't like vegetables. No. I have a variety of vegetables when I have the chance to put it into my diet. But no matter how many times I've tried it, onions just make me gag. Even the finely
Really?
chopped ones, the moment that I bite into it makes me sick. And it's both the flavor and the texture. Raw onions just don't jive with my taste buds. But if you put it into, like, let's say a hot pot to kind of like sweeten the broth, oh yeah, I'm down for that. I will still not have the onion, but I would welcome it in the broth. It's nice. And caramelized onions in a burger, oh yes, give me that. Yeah. Oh, the sweet caramelized like sauce of the onions. Yeah, give me that. That's fine. That's okay. But raw onions are a big no-no for me. I can't have it on pizza. I can't have it in a burger.
Wow.
If I do
I
force
love
myself,
onions.
I'll end up not eating the entire meal and I'll be hungry afterwards. It's
Wow.
happened
That's
many,
fair,
many times in my life.
sometimes
Yeah.
just certain
I've
foods
tried
don't
it.
go with
I
you.
tried. And a lot of people are like, yo, I have cheese with raw onions and wine. And I'm like, bleh,
Cheese with
bleh.
raw onions and wine? I don't know about that.
I'm gonna vomit. Like,
But I
oh,
do like
please.
onions.
I
I like
can't.
tree string onions. I like whole grilled
Mm,
onions on burgers.
mm,
I do prefer
yeah.
when onions are like caramelized and like super
Yes. Oh,
soft.
yes.
Okay, so you like that, but not raw onions.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Scriggle said something interesting, which I
Mm.
kind of not confused. The pizza's like
Mm.
sex. Even when it's bad, it's good. What do you think about that statement?
Let's see.
I'll eat any pizza. Pizza has to be. I mean, I don't think I've eaten a pizza where it's so bad that I won't eat it.
I would say
I'll try
like
it,
I would say like even the
Oh,
low
where
quality
says Farice, yeah.
pizzas, the low quality pizzas are acceptable,
They're not my first
but
choice, but
not my
if
first
it's
choice.
there,
If
like at a
the
birthday
cheese is
party or
if the cheese is low
something.
quality and the toppings are subpar and it's
Mauricio.
not hot, like I'm okay with cold pizza. But if it's already like low quality, then it just kind of becomes like, oh well, like this'll keep me full. It becomes less of an experience and more of a necessity, or just being polite, because you're already at a party. Like you said, you're already at a party, and if you don't eat anything, you're being rude because somebody's being hospitable towards you and you had nothing.
Right.
So in
Yeah.
that regards, I would still have
Same.
the low quality pizza, but I wouldn't enjoy it. I would not enjoy
Fair.
it. Like I'm just thinking of like what would be comparable to what Scriggles is saying in terms of like my food like preferences. Let me think. What's like stuff that is
Oh,
really hard to screw up?
I used to think ramen was one of those things, but I had some really bad
No,
ramen that they put lettuce in, and I wanted to
no.
cry. I was like, "This is the worst thing I've ever had."
I wanted to say
Man, you're a lewd one, Scriggles. I'm just
roti over here would be a good
oh,
example,
roti
like a
sounds
Indian
good.
roti
Yeah,
bread. Yeah,
I love roti.
naan
I know lettuce and
very hard to fuck
ramen.
up. Naan is very hard to fuck up.
Naan is
I have
so
never
good. I
had
want some naan.
a bad naan before. I've had amazing, mouth-watering, like
I like
you
garlic
know,
SRT.
may I say, sex in mouth, like naan bread, where it's like
Oh,
super
you're good, Scriggles.
buttery and there's a little bit of like not a little bit oodles of melted mozzarella cheese, and you have this deep, rich, flavored like lamb curry or beef curry, and it's just it
Oh
just take
God,
me,
that sounds
like
so good.
it's
Oh my
coma
God,
inducing.
man. No,
Yeah,
I want to get
yeah,
Indian
yeah,
food
like
now. Oh, Chad can only
yeah,
take so much. Mari,
mm,
stop, Suspend.
you know. And then you have that with your favorite beverage to just wash it all down. Oh yeah, like
I might have to get
it's
some
hard.
naan
It's hard to screw
after.
up naan bread, like for reals. Like very, very hard. Yeah, don't make me angry. I'm sorry, but it is my solemn duty on this platform to make people hungry at odd hours when me myself am able
Yeah,
to
and you're able
order
to
food,
get
and I will
food.
be able to order food in another 2 hours. So
I'm
get
so
wrecked.
jealous. It's food. Something Scriggle said that I just want to point out. I asked them if they have
Hmm.
had sex before. It's just fair. I'm just curious because that
Hmm.
statement, that joke that they made, is different
Hmm.
if you've had. Anyway, they said several times, lol, while
Hmm.
having pizza and question
Hmm.
mark. Have you really
Oh.
had have you really had sex with someone while eating pizza? What do you think about the idea of making love to somebody? Maybe sex is different than making love, and
Yeah.
having sex with someone and while eating greasy pizza
I don't know how to feel about the two activities like being melded. I feel like
simultaneous. I
that
feel
I
it's
mean
a big turn
I
off
don't
for me
I
if
don't
my
know if
partner
I
was.
could meld those two together, because I feel like you'd be dulling the experience one or the other.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
true.
really
You'd be dulling
appreciate
the pizza
focusing.
experience.
Yeah, no, like legit, right?
That's
Like
true.
cause
Chocolate would
cause
be better for
okay,
something like that. SRT
I'm
said.
one of those people that feels like there is a certain threshold
That's fair, Scriggles.
to ecstasy, that feeling of like, like, oh, like I feel good. So if you try to push it any further than that ceiling, it's not gonna do anything for you. So I feel like you're just wasting effort at that point. If you're gonna do food coma, then focus on the food coma. If you're gonna do this other thing that also gives you enjoyment and satisfaction and whatever, you focus on the other thing. And plus, I'm ADD, so as much as or ADHD, I don't know, either or. As much as like I love multitasking while I'm watching a movie and I'm playing like a game and I'm listening to music, like food and sex don't meld. No, no, I do one or the
I
other. I never
would
do.
try.
No.
Somebody mentioned chocolate or like something more
Mm,
sensual, like strawberries or
mm.
something. I would eat that off of my
Well,
partner.
Evan,
A
you can give me
greasy
any.
pizza, though, I don't know. Yeah,
Mm,
any pronouns, I think
any
they.
works. Yeah, I like to make people
Um,
comfortable so they're not like, oh, I accidentally said the wrong one. No, you can, if you're really, really like that particular, you can always just call me Maru. Like that works. That's my name. Everybody calls me that. But he, she, they, them, whatever it is, as long as you're not disrespectful to me, you don't have that intention, I will not be offended. And nobody should be offended for me, even though occasionally I have a few friends that scoff that some people refer to me as she, and I'm just like, yeah, it's whatever. Because
do people
okay, here's another
scoff at
thing.
that?
Because
Who
it will
scoffs
never
at that?
stick, because it's not an international language. But fun fact, in Malay we have a pronoun that is dia, 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 and that literally means that person.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're talking about the name, typically there is no he she. It is only the name or they. So I like that. I really appreciate that I can say that. Oh yeah, in my language we have like a universal non
I like that.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
what's the word?
Non-binary.
Non-binary quote unquote like way to call someone, and it's just in the language.
Yeah.
However, yes, of course we have, girl, boy, man, woman, lady, whatever, and miss and miss and misses and whatever. But for referring to the third person, dia suka ice cream. That person likes ice cream. She likes ice cream. Dia akan datang. So that person is going to come like later to have lunch or whatever. And so yeah, like so I'm like totally fine. Like call me whatever. I like, like I just want to have people be comfortable.
Sorry, that was
Yeah.
over deep.
Elden Ring!
Yeah.
Elden Ring. Hi, Kara.
Oh, you're fine.
I
You're
need
fine,
wisdom
Evan.
from you too.
Mm.
Okay, what's your question? See any more questions? Oh yeah, Scripts were both hungry and both horny AF. I mean, there have been some 420 involved. I said that's valid, though you made it out to be like you've done this all the time. Maybe just joking, but yeah, you can talk about whatever you want. I can't promise that people will respond in a excited way. We can say whatever you want. It's been a while since I'm using a word dia, says Lil Sheena. Are you Malay, Sheena? I
She's
forget.
from Indonesia, so the neighboring country.
It was
Our
at
languages
least 8 or 9
do have
times. Man, what
similarities, big
an interesting
similarities.
partner that you have.
Mm.
I'll be honest, maybe this is TMI, but yeah, like you were saying, when I'm like in the mood, I'm kind of just focused on that and like nothing else.
Exactly. I'm one of those people. But hey, if
I'll eat
other
afterwards
people,
or before.
if anybody feels like it improves the
Yeah, go
experience,
for
by
it.
all
I
means,
might
go
have
for
listen.
it.
I might. Maybe I'm missing out over here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
like maybe don't knock it until you try it. I guess would be like the way
That's
forward. But
true.
that's just a personal sort of like I don't think I can multitask that much, and I'm very particular about my hands. I don't think I've ever mentioned that to a lot of people, but I don't have a very large OCD. But I've noticed that if my hands are like sticky
Yeah, I don't
or
know.
oily or
I don't like that.
sweaty, and I have sweaty gamer hands. Like even right now as I'm speaking, I'm in an air conditioned environment with like an aircon that's blowing like 21 degrees of air my direction. I still have a little bit of sweat, and I think it's sebum that's on your hands that keeps it like there's sweat being produced, and my controllers are like, I'm gonna have to wipe them down a little bit later. But yeah, like I'm very particular about my hands. I wash them a lot, but yeah, I feel like if I was to eat while I was doing the I'd be very focused on my hands, and that would take away from the experience for sure. And my partner would notice, and they'd be like, "Are you okay?" Like I'm, no, that's fine. Yeah, just don't worry about it. And I'd be like struggling while I'm focusing on making them good. I'll be like wiping my hands on like the sheets or something. I don't know. Skill issue. Fuck you, Skill. Oh my god. I need to use gloves, maybe. Maybe that's the strat, Scriggles. I use gloves, and then when I'm done with the food, I just take the glove off and let me have good hands.
Well, I'm super about like, yeah, I'm like you, kind of OCD about washing my hands and keeping them clean. Especially like I really like giving massages and stuff. I mean, I don't know if it's TM. I love like deep tissue, giving someone massages and like touching every part of them, and like the idea of rubbing greasy pizza grease into their skin and then using it as.
My god.
I mean, I don't know. Don't knock it till you try it. Apparently,
there's a question. Hold on.
There are a couple questions. Yeah.
Let's see.
Constellation
What do you think
Princess.
the future Twitch has on store for VR? And let's see, how did you come about VR? how do you come about VR? Oh, and for the interviewer. Oh, for you. Oh, yeah. Like I've already mentioned how I got into VR, and I
I
don't know how
feel.
you got into VR.
Do you guys want
How
to
did
hear this
you?
story? I
Yeah, go
mean,
for
I
it.
feel
Like
bad because the interview is
I'm
about you,
curious.
but
I know, but like
I mean, it's
I'm
such a
curious about.
long story.
Mm,
Well, I'll do a maybe condensed
oh,
version of it.
yeah, yeah.
So I
Really.
was at the time I was very
Mm,
broke, and I remember I
mm,
was doing like focus groups for a little spare money,
okay.
where you go into like a company will like ask you a few questions about a
Mm,
product or whatever, and they
mm,
give you a little bit of money. And
mm.
I was in Silicon Valley in the area. I was living in the Bay
Oh,
Area in
okay.
California, and so I
Bay
would go to a
Area.
lot of tech
Wow.
companies to do this.
Mm.
And Facebook was having people test the original Oculus Rift, and I had never ever
Yo,
tried VR before. I didn't know. I was like,
right,
"Oh, this sounds interesting. All right."
right. Wow.
So I went to Facebook, and they had this like, room full of playtesters, and there was like this little square that you'd step on. Well, a little, maybe like a 5 by 5 foot square. You step on it, and that was your play space. And they're like, all right, put this on. And the second I put on this headset, it was. I think it's one of the original experiences on Rift 2. You're like in a spaceship.
Mm.
You can put like a cassette into like a player and then start playing a
Right.
game. And it was a version of Robo Recall. I don't know if you've ever played that.
I have for a little
Yeah, it
bit.
was a version
Yeah.
of Robo Recall. And I remember every second of that experience, I was like, this is the coolest fucking thing I've ever experienced in my life. I need this
Right,
immediately. What is this? And I
right.
remember when they're like, "All right, time to go," or "Time to take it off," and I took it off. I was like, "No!" And like the girl that was researching was like laughing. She's like, "Yeah, it's pretty." So
Mhm.
anyway, that night, I was like, and then I bought a Vive and I bought a VR ready computer like
Oh,
that night because
wow.
I was like, I was
Wow.
obsessed with it. I was like, I couldn't get out of my head.
Wow.
I was like, oh my God, this is the future. This is so good. Um,
Damn. Okay, that much of an impression.
yeah, I just loved it. And I've always loved technology, I thought it was so cool, and I still do think VR is amazing. I don't have that
Oh, it's
same overwhelming like
amazing.
feeling of newness,
Mm.
but
Mm.
I spend most of my time here because it's so incredible. So, I mean, I always wanted to socialize, and social VR became very interesting to me. I didn't use VR chat just yet because at the time I was
Mm.
running my VR on a Wi Fi, which is
Mm.
not good. I highly recommend using it there. Now, Wi Fi is a bit better, but at the time, my
Mm.
Wi Fi was really spotty, and I just could not talk in VR chat without lagging
Right.
out, and it was just
Right.
very sad. But then,
Oh.
I just fell more and more in love with it. I remember the first time I saw myself as an anime girl. It was like a cute, like, Neko girl, and I was like seeing my
Oh.
hands move, and
Uh-huh.
this anime girl was like, this is all I want to do with my life for the foreseeable
Oh my
future.
God.
Is just this. And I remember that, like, a couple nights later, it was around Thanksgiving of 2018. I went to a Thanksgiving dinner with my aunt, my cousins, and my cousins were like, "So, what have you been up to?" And I was like, "Oh man, I've
Mhm.
been into like VR and VR chat." I'm like, "Oh, that's cool.
Mm.
Like, what kind of avatar do you use?" And I wasn't really out or anything to my family at the time, but I was like, "Oh,
Mm.
I'm like a cute anime girl," and like my little
Yo.
cousins were like, "Yo, of course you are." And I was
Yo,
like,
of course
"Yeah, as
you
fuck."
are. Oh my God.
And I remember,
Actually,
yeah.
hold on. Speaking about avatars, I still have the original one that I stuck with
Oh,
for a
really? Oh,
very
I
long
don't.
time, and people still recognize me as this. Like I'm their headcanon for this avatar, even though it's not mine. It's a public one, but this was what I used to look like when I originally frequented VR chat. Everybody knew me as this
Oh, that's
fun
a
person
cute
here.
one. I like that one.
The antisocial social club, you know, person. Yeah. So this was me back in 2020 until sometime in 2021. Yeah, like whenever celebrate my birthday and I have that
You have that
group
shirt
of
on your
close
robe?
friends.
Hmm.
I don't,
No,
but I
Skirkle
probably.
said that. Like,
Oh,
they have that
Squiggles.
shirt.
You
Yeah.
used to have a shirt like this, IRL, the anti-social social club. Jeez, cringe. No, I'm kidding.
I feel like I've seen a shirt like that.
But
That's cute.
yeah,
Yeah.
this was the headcanon for a lot of people. And whenever I have my birthday party and I celebrate it with close friends who I knew from back then, it just brings back so many memories. And whenever I switch into this, everybody's like, "Oh, it's that time of the party, huh?" And everybody switches back to their OGs, and
I'm about to do
it
that
just takes us
too.
back. It's like, yeah, I remember you,
Do you guys
you who was
wanna?
consistently drunk in like this world, and you're knocked out, and like you're constantly asleep, being hairbrushed by this other person next to the fireplace, and yeah, this was me, guys. This was me a long time ago.
I'm such into mine. I'm pretty sure you have never seen me in this. Oh, you might have seen me in a clip. This is not my OG avatar, but for most people who know me back in the day, I used this avatar primarily. I was Fu Hua from Honkai Impact. This was me, and it feels good and weird to be in this.
Oh, I've seen a clip with you in this one.
Yeah, this was my jam for like maybe a year and a half, but it's a little jank because it's an older model, but I vibe out into it time to time.
But yeah, like this is mostly just like for like nostalgia's sake.
Right, yeah.
It is one of the better performing avatars that I can dish out. So whenever I'm having performance issues, usually I pull this one out, because like the other ones that I have are definitely like a strain on not only my system but other people around me. So I usually like don't whip it out until I need to. What is this?
I'm Flareon as if Flareon
Oh
were a cute anime girl.
Oh no!
I was testing all these Flareon avatars recently because I've been working on this stoned Flareon character IRL, and I'm just like, how do I bring this character? Because I just have this plushie, this stoned, this Flareon. When I rarely do my IRL streams, I'll cuddle Flareon, but I'll act like Flareon's a big stoner. And anyway, I was like, how do I bring? And I'll like rap as Flareon. I was like, how do I bring this character in? And I was like, oh, this is cute. I didn't try out. Sorry to hijack this with Flareon avatars, but I kind of didn't. I wanted to check out what this looks like. Is it here? Did I not save it? Oh, I didn't save it. Wait, did I? It's a shiny Flareon. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't. No, it didn't work. Yeah. What does this look like when I'm in full body? Oh.
You're doing that one.
Flareon now.
Those of you who are curious about the setup that I had when
it doesn't
I
work
wanted
with
to
full
get
body.
into VR. I didn't have a lot of money when I got into VR, but I had enough to get a mid-range PC and I bought it right before like the whole craze with the whole GPU thing, you know, like 30 series coming out, and cryptocurrency like was booming and people were buying up all of the stocks. I managed to get myself a Ryzen 5 3600 CPU, match that with an AMD RX 5700 XT. It was good for the time, and it's definitely gotten better with driver updates. So it's a very respectable card. It ran really cool with my setup, but it did perform less so when I compared it to another card that I bought after that, which was a 2080 Super. That ended up becoming like my main go-to because it was just that much more clear compared to the 5700 XT, even though they were very close. They were very close in terms of performance, but the 2080 Super was a lot better, so I ended up using that as like my main. But that was my start, and I started out with a Quest wireless, and this was during a time when like I was like, this is fucking amazing. I don't need to be tethered to my PC. I can go to like my front door and come back to my play space, and people will see my lifeless body because my full body would be on the couch. Take everything off and leave. But I bring my headset with me and just pop it up on my forehead. And they just see this. It was hilarious. Oh my god, it feels like such a long time ago now. But yes, wireless headsets. I hope for a wonderful future for them, because I think everybody deserves an untethered experience. Having a cable attached to your PC is bullshit, and needing to replace it because you want to dance or sleep in VR and you don't want to get wrapped around it is terrible. We need more high quality, better performing wireless headsets in the market. We really do.
Good night, Joachim. Yeah, very much so. I hope we get there, and I think we will eventually, but lightweight headsets. Oh.
That too. I'm really looking forward to that future, because 2 pounds on your head, 5 to whatever amount of hours a day is it's very straining on the body.
Oh my god, Daiji! A Daiji following me! Oh my god, I don't know if they're still here. Daiji!
Who?
Daiji! Daiji-chan!
I
Daiji-chan! You don't know I just met Daiji yesterday when I was, it was my friend's birthday, and this very cute Japanese, I don't know if they're Japanese actually, but they study at the University of Tokyo. This very cute Japanese boy, Daiji, was hanging out, and I kept,
okay.
I was poking fun at them a little bit. Welcome. I don't know if you're still here, sweetie. Somebody asked a while ago, and I think they're gone. I don't know if they were trolling or what, but they were like, I need wisdom from you too, this person that I don't know.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just curious what your response to this question would be, which is,
Go on.
I'm talking to a girl, and I'm really nervous I'll slip up and say something that will push her away. What should I do?
Don't be weird.
Don't be weird.
Don't be weird would be my first one, because a lot of
But
people,
what does that mean? What does weird mean?
I mean,
don't be
okay,
creepy.
so like yeah, don't be creepy. Like some people get really too forward with their feelings because you're having a lot of
Do not do as
chemicals.
Gurgles does, yeah.
Chemicals run through your brain, and you have a lot of imagery and expectations and things that people are not ready for, because they don't know you very well. They maybe they want to get to know you, and maybe they will have similar thoughts, but they're not there yet, and they're not able to meet you halfway for whatever it is that you expect. So what I would recommend is you go in at it slow. You get to know each other a little bit better, learn things about them, quirky little things, cute little things, the not so great habits that they have. And then once you're a little bit more familiar, you can reveal these extra little details that you thought about when you first got to know them and you were enamored by their personality or their beauty and grace and whatever it is. Like, don't toss everything that you have all at once. It's gonna drive people away. Like, for reals. It is a big turnoff, I feel, to just lay down everything that you have before you even get to know the person properly. And this will take time. Relationships take time. Friendships take time. It goes both ways. And, like, give the person a chance to know you better. And similarly, give yourself a chance to know the person that you're quote unquote in love with, because a lot of people can't differentiate love and infatuation. I had to learn this the hard way. They're not the same. They are very much not the same.
I still have trouble with that, to be completely honest. I'll be honest.
So sometimes you got to call yourself back. You're like, this is not what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just feeling the hots. And a lot of people get wrapped up in that. So when you feel like, like this is what I'm feeling, calm yourself down, have a bit of tea, and think about what it is that you're feeling, and just remind yourself, this is infatuation. This is not what it's supposed to be yet. It could change into love. I don't know. I can't tell you this. It could go either way, but I know that if it's real, when you've spent enough time with the person and you know them in and out, and they accept you, or accept bits of you, and get annoyed with the not so great bits of you, but they still take you in,
Yeah.
I have people that I really really love as a person, but Jesus Christ, I want to strangle them whenever they're really fickle about something that's going on in their life. And I'm like, fucking make up your mind, you little you know like, why are you like this? And but if you can still accept them despite those little like things that tick you off, that's when you know. That's when like,
When you
that's what
love
it is.
somebody and you love them with all their flaws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't go into a relationship thinking, oh, this is fine, I can change them. No.
Oh, no.
No, that's a big no. If that's how the other person's coming into the relationship or how you're going into the relationship, that is a recipe for disaster. No, 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 no. You like it, you don't like it. Don't expect the person to change just because you got into a relationship with them. That's happened to me multiple times where people are like, oh, they're hanging out with so many like people and they're so friendly and they're kind and they connect, and I just want them for myself. I've had some people who are like that.
Never
that
try to change someone.
that
Yeah, never try to
because
change
I'm
someone.
dating them, that they expect me to drop everything for them
Oh,
versus my
man.
friends because I'm dating them. No, that is unhealthy.
Yeah.
That is terrible. And that
It's
is
truly unhealthy.
insensitive, because
It's
there are
really
many
selfish.
people in my life that have known me for far longer, that have been there for me
Right.
for very tough moments in my life, that whoever it is that I'm dating might not have seen yet. They have not seen me at my worst. They have not seen me lose myself, and I'm not perfect. I say sometimes I don't put my best foot forward, and I'm frustrated and I'm angry and I'm upset, and I'm running. Yeah,
Where?
yeah, I'm running at a like 110%, and I will say things that are not nice. I will say things that will hurt. I will say things that will upset and push people away. But
Yeah.
thankfully, those moments are far and in between now, because I understand myself a lot better. I know how to control myself a lot better, and I distance myself when I feel absolutely horrible inside, and I know I'm gonna say something to set things off. But some people understand that, like, it's a tough time, and Marika's not feeling so good. So they either give me a bit of space, or they just understand that, okay, you know what, it's the heat of the moment, you don't mean that, Maruka. And I'll be like, yeah, the fuck, and the discussion ends there for a little bit, and then I'll be a little bit level-headed, and I'll be like, I'm sorry if I said anything
Reason.
terrible, and I was angry and upset, and I ran my mouth. And a lot of the times people were like, yeah, we get it, and we're sorry if we pressured you a little bit too much either. We understand it's like a hard time, and yeah, so that's my advice, is
That's
that if you're
really,
nervous,
really good advice.
yeah, you're nervous about talking to someone, don't put everything on the table, and
Yeah.
go at it easy, let them meet you halfway, as halfway as they can, because sometimes you gotta go 90 and you gotta let them go 10. Some people are like that, and sometimes you go 10 and you let the other person go 90,
Yeah.
and that's how you meet. But you gotta gauge it, you gotta really gauge it.
Yeah.
Yeah. you know
By by the way, sorry. I just want to say that I'm reading all of the chat, you guys, and not Constellation Princess, Scriggles with the memes. I think you guys have all really, really interesting things to say, and I do want to get to them in a second. But I think you guys have some really wonderful things that I'd like to address. So let's talk about
What
it.
about you? And seeing as you were
Well, let me talk about some of the things that
Yeah.
people said, and then I'll just comment on my
Yeah,
my
sure.
own opinion.
Of course.
Talk natural and down to earth, and I completely agree with that. Just when people say be yourself, that's true. You don't have to do anything differently. Just be honest, be sincere. I think people are really open to, like what Evan Skyhart said. I tend to get a little too excited sometimes about stuff and people, like, oh my God, you're so cool. And if you know me, I don't think you've known me super long, Evan, but I am like the queen of running around being like, oh my God, you're so cool. I love you. I love you so much. Oh, you're so cool. And I think
that's my initial impression of girls.
yeah, no, I literally am like that. I'm like that. I'm like that IRL too, which is kind of funny. Some people, are a little, not turned off, but they're like, "Whoa, what is going on here?" Because they're not used to that. But I think most people, I guess my point is, most people are pretty receptive to genuine compliments. Now, insincere flattery is different, but when you genuinely compliment somebody, like, "Oh, hey, I really like your hair. I think your model's really cute," or like, "I really love your music," or whatever it is. I think your stream is so comfy. If you genuinely pay someone a compliment, I think people are usually 99% of the time receptive to that. So it's an interesting question to say, I mean, it really depends on the person. I think you need to gauge the person, like you're saying, and, see how much, energy they can take, or I don't know. It's really hard to answer that because I'm always a person that's like, you need to talk to people how they would like to be talked to. Everyone has a different vibe. But I think what you're saying is be natural and to be kind. Be kind is one of the things. Have to be. I don't know exactly, but how to do this. Well, I kind of do, but just put out positive energy. Yeah, I don't know. People get really infatuated with people online, especially parasocial relationships streamers. That's true.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
Exactly.
But I think like I was telling Maruka earlier, I don't think there's anything wrong with, really looking up to someone or really admiring someone and what they do. But there is a difference between that and obsessing over them and like scrawling their name in your skin with a knife and stuff. Like you can't change people. Nope, I fell for that trap before. I have too. People, both sides actually. I'll be real. People want to be like, I've never made mistakes. I've made so many mistakes with people and relationships.
Could find problems much less. Trying to. That's a long. Hold on, I'm reading one of the comments.
Yeah.
If I need to get snap, well, sometimes I
you.
misheard something or something. Yeah.
Wait, what did they say? What comment? You were mumbling that comment.
Yeah, sorry. Respecting others' boundaries with disabilities can be quite challenging. That is very true. And I do feel that personality differences and how those two collide and how there might be friction does have plays a big part in the relationship. I'm trying to read out your name. Is it Cilitrix?
I think I call them Sil. I've known them for like 4 years now, and I still don't really know Cilitrix.
So I don't think you should like fully judge someone who has issues like that, and because as much as like I seem relatively normal, the times that my ADHD brain will show itself the most fullest, it has actually been when I've been playing Kukuro, because I've actually unintentionally tilted some people that were new to the channel and were not used to me because I made bad calls and I didn't read properly. I was impatient. Those are essentially all of the qualities that were showed when I was working in customer service, and at be real, like I had a bit of flashbacks when I saw that, and my heart rate actually like went up because of that. I tried to hide it as best as I could and just keep calm and explain, but those are one of the things. Like that's what you're gonna get. I can't hide it when I've been focusing for 3 hours because my focus is very short. And caffeine helps, and training myself to handle those situations helps. But eventually, there's a breaking point, and like reading is not my best forte. Unfortunately, I need a little bit more time than most other people. And yeah, like you can't judge me 100% just based of that, because if you get me in a situation where I'm really calm and there's nothing going on and I don't have to like take in a lot of inputs, I'm very level-headed. I rationalize a lot of the things that happen, especially when you lay down the facts for me. And I'm the sort of person that accepts and takes the L when I'm wrong. Like that's how it's supposed to be, Like you have the facts, you have all the information, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. Just take it as it is and just, be humble about it. A lot of people don't understand that and they're just too hot-headed and like, no, but I'm right. Like I'm in the right. I don't know what you're talking about, Don't be like my grandma. Bless her, like God rest her soul wherever she is, but yeah. Like I understand. Yeah. Exactly, Scriggles. I'd
Yeah,
rather
I
be
know if I can
corrected and
learn.
learn from my
Me
mistakes.
too.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah.
So
And I
yeah, I
think
totally get that.
something I've learned is that sometimes you can't apologize till later, but I think if you're in the wrong about something and you realize that, I think something good to do is to just apologize genuinely as soon as you can.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's okay to be
Because another
wrong.
thing that people I think have a bit of trouble dealing with, especially when you're on the internet, and this is why I very much dislike correspondence through text. It's not emotive enough, and that's
I
one of
agree
the
with that.
benefits that VRChat has done so well for communicating and getting closer to people, is that it's not all text based. And so when I say something, there is tone, there is proper pausing, there are little quirks like or like a gesture to kind of give that extra little bit of like, oh, okay, like I'm off, because it's so easy to be off standish even though you're typing out, and it sounds like the person's being like this big huge butthead that's like know it all, when in actuality sometimes it's just them trying to be as prim and precise to the point to get the information out, and they just sound like an utter douchebag. It happens all the time, and whenever these kind of discussions pop up, I would say, can we get into a call real quick? Because I don't like doing these discussions over text, if that's okay, And then more often than not, the impression changes immediately, and they're like, oh, okay. Like you sounded like a butt, that? And they're like, yeah, sorry. Like
Yeah.
that's how I sound like when I'm typing out. I apologize if I sounded like really aggressive or like cold or whatever, but I hope you understand. I'm like, yeah, yeah. I'm so sorry. Like, yeah, I'm
Oh,
ill
thanks,
informed,
Wes. The water
So
redeemed. Need some water for you.
there again,
Where is
going
my
back to it,
water?
I believe there is a use case for everything. Email, messages, letters, twit posts, whatever, have their space and their use case. Voice calls have their use case.
Yeah.
VR chat and the fact that we have full body tracking and everything has its use case, and like use them to their benefits and their strengths. Knowing how to use them is also as important as getting access and being able to use them. And I think a lot of people need to learn that. Need to learn that. But yeah.
Twitter's so bad with
Mhm.
this. Having a limited amount of text does not can't give enough info. Yeah, sometimes, it can really just be the only option, but lately I've been embracing if I can't meet someone in VR and I need to tell someone
Mm,
and something and I write it in text and it just doesn't feel
mm.
emotive enough. I'm embracing the
Right,
the audio option where I can
right.
record a voice
Mm,
message and it does feel
mm,
a lot more personal when they can hear the emotion
mm,
in your voice. So
yeah.
Cole, hi! I'm sorry. I gotta say hi. Kohai, are you still here? My Kohai is here. Kohai. Kohai. She's
Hello.
gone. Kohai. Kohai.
Wait a minute.
Charlotte's
Isn't
Web.
Charlotte's Web that super famous ASMR visualization person that I've been hearing about?
That's
the
exactly
same
who she
person, right?
is.
Yo, they're
That's my
on your
Kohai.
channel as your mod.
She's not just my mod. She's my
Dang.
Kohai. She's
Your
my precious Kohai.
yo,
Kohai.
oh my goodness.
Kohai.
Dang. Charlotte's networking web is quite vast. Dang.
She's
You
just
get around, oh
amazing.
girls. You get around.
I've known Kohai for years now. Kohai, she's the best, man. I could talk about Kohai forever, but I won't right now. I'm showing up. I'm sorry. I was reading all these messages, and sometimes you gotta have some hot takes, and you can't change the fact the Beatles are mid. What do you think about
Jesus
the Beatles are mid? Says Teresa's. What do you think?
Oh God. Oh my God. I'll have a drink of water.
Drink water.
Thank you, Vest Fox.
I do really love
my
Oat Girl singing though. Thank you. I'm glad you do. I've been singing a lot recently, a lot more than I have been, and it's
I've
been
caught a few of
really-
your rap
my
rap
raps.
streams.
Yeah.
You
I've
lay down
been
some
play-
pretty slick bars.
Thank you. I'm working on it. I'm still very new to it, but that's something I
All
started
good.
at a
All
TwitchCon.
good.
Something I'm working on. But I think they're talking more about when I don't think I've ever sang in front of you, like guitar and
I don't
singing.
think
But that's I think
so.
what I was
I've
used to be
listened
more
to
known
a
for.
bit, but not much. Yeah.
This is not about me, no. Thank you. I make instrumentals if you need them. Really, I'd love to rap over some of your instrumentals.
There you
but
go.
Feel free to DM me your SoundCloud or whatever, and I would love to rap over them sometime. There's so much to go off here. I'm sorry. All I can think about right now is getting naan and Indian food because
Oh my
of
God, I'm
you.
so sorry. Not
No,
really.
don't be sorry at all.
Feel
I'm just
hungry, people.
like, oh, I want
fluffy,
the naan.
cheesy, buttery naan bread, fresh out of the Indian style oven, served with a delectable plate of tandoori chicken with
That's
a
what
little
I
bit of slice of lime.
Oh, lime.
Oh yeah,
love
yeah,
lime.
and the most heavy, saucy curry with a little bit of spice just to kind of go with that bread.
Stop
Oh my
making
God,
me
my mouth is
drool,
watering.
Mara. Me too. God damn it.
Yo, stop making me drool.
I've never heard on cheese on naan except for paneer. I've heard of it, but I don't think I've ever
Oh,
had
it's
it.
cheese in naan. You
Cheese
see.
in
It's
naan. In
inside
naan.
the
Oh,
bread.
that sounds so
In
good.
naan.
Except for paneer. Paneer sounds
Oh.
good too right now.
Mhm.
I hope Mao has a
Mao
minor
has a minor
inconvenience for making me hungry. Yeah.
God.
You're so funny, Scriggles.
my
We need to hang
God.
out more in VR. I know. I've been trying to hang out with Sylvan's crew more often because you guys are. I don't know if you're part of Sylvan's crew besides
I
being
am
on
a
his
part of
team.
Sylvan's Eternal Sanctuary. Yes, we're team members. Yeah.
I love everybody on Sylvan's team. I have to say, I love
Everyone's
your
got their own little pizzazz to them. Yeah.
Who's Sylvan Kappa? Yeah, who
Oh
is
wow,
Syl-
Finn! Like, one of
Sylvan's
my
the
mods
best,
is now
man.
memeing. Hi, Finn. How's
I
it
love
going?
Sylvan. Sylvan's an angel. Not to sound like a broken record, but I'm an Indian descent. I know. My mom makes
Oh,
really
alright.
good naan curry. Oh, man, I want some homemade naan. I never Charlotte Best Boder. She's I'm so proud of her because she's always been an amazing artist ever since she was little, and because she hand draws. I'm sorry, I'm just gushing about Kohai again, but she hand draws everything, and she rigged her own model. I don't know. I'm just
Talented.
she's incredibly talented, and I got
Yeah.
to hang out and eat food with her at
Mm,
at TwitchCon, and she's
I want to
my
go
favorite.
to TwitchCon one
I would
day when I can
love to
earn a little bit of
see
money.
you at
Like,
TwitchCon.
if I can
Oh.
save up for the flight and to not like run off of instant noodles every day that I'm in America, I would love to visit
Mm.
soon. And when it's not in fucking Vegas, please.
Oh,
Please. When it's not in Vegas, please somewhere else.
that's fair. That's
Uh,
fair.
yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna. We'll see if Vegas is a permanent fixture.
I hope not. It sounds expensive
It's
and inconvenient and hot. I don't
depends.
want to
It is
go to
hot.
TwitchCon when it's hot, please.
That's
Please.
true. The weather
Yeah.
was pretty decent in San Diego last year.
Hmm.
Oh, girls IRL. Oh my God, you are so cute. I'm pogging. Yeah,
Damn.
that's pretty accurate. I know you guys are probably like they're exaggerating, but that's an under exaggeration of me. I'm a very huggy, excited person, IRL. For some reason, I don't know. I really like
I'm very like touchy feely as well
Hi,
when it comes to like
Sovereign.
people that are important in my life. I give out
Yeah.
hugs like all the time. I know not a lot of people are into that sort of thing, and some of them are just like you know the half hug where it's like
Oh man,
like,
hover
you know
hand is
the chest doesn't like reach, and it's just like yeah, I'm patting
Yeah.
you down, and then they just reach around.
I
Yeah,
know. I know.
like
I
there are
always get
people who
so
are like
sad when I
that
get those
because they
hugs.
think like I'm trying to like I don't know like assault
Hover
them with my love, and I'm just
hands.
like yo I don't have
How
that
you
kind of
doing,
vibes with you.
sweetie?
I just genuinely feel a connection, and I want to show you how important you are to me. And I get it. You know, some people don't like being touched as well, and that's like a whole thing.
Yeah, that's
I've had some
fair.
people who actually like, please don't touch my shoulders, and I'm like, sorry, you know.
Yeah. No, I think that's so valid. But not says I'm too shy or timid to hug people, even in VR. I ask like 100 times, is it okay if I hug you? I think that is so valid, and I actually really appreciate it when people
Yeah,
say, "Is it
yeah,
okay if I do this?"
yeah, you know.
I will.
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like I have a gauge, and I'm not gonna hug a complete stranger like that.
Of
But if
course
it's
not,
my
of
friend,
course.
I will. And
Yeah,
you just kind of get the vibe. You kind of
yeah,
get better at picking up the vibe if they want to be
exactly.
hugged or not. So.
Yeah. Hi, Sovereign.
Hi, Sovereign. By the way,
Hello.
Sovereign, I'm sure people have been telling you, but I think we all really love your old world and really love your new world, your most recent one. All of us hang out there
Sovereign's
quite a bit.
great.
Oh, yeah, Sovereign is really
I got
great.
to sit down and have some drinks with them. Last night. It was
Oh,
wonderful. Very, very
yeah.
chill times. Got
Yeah,
to
they've always
unwind.
been super chill every time I talk to
Yeah.
them. I'm a
Mm.
touchy-feely person consensually. Yeah, me I didn't used to be, but VR chat really
Mm.
brought it out of me. I guess I always
Mm.
wanted to be, but I just didn't feel comfortable being so touchy-feely. I think a lot of us are like that. It's just and of course there's a reason why we have a shield up IRL because of
Mm.
bad people, because of a few bad apples. We gotta be super careful.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah. What the hell, Farisi? Oh, Farisi says this. I remember in high school after I switched schools, random jock dudes would touch me. A few touched my ass. Weird, average Texas experience. Is that really the
Yo, what the
average Texas
fuck?
experience? Like in a jock
What
way, they would like grab your ass or like pat your
the
ass.
fuck? That is so fucked.
That's really weird. Like this
Yeah.
pseudo homosexual thing, but also being very anti homosexual. I don't know. It's like really weird to me.
Mm,
I don't get it.
yeah, no.
Yeah, in football, yes.
Mm,
Yeah, I've seen people like athletes like pat each other on the butt and stuff, and I don't get that at all. I don't know. It's odd. It's very weird.
that is a little odd.
Did
Yeah.
someone say bad apple? I'm not around going around grabbing asses.
Yeah, my first impression of old girls when I
Like,
see them are
grandma.
they go for
I
a
love you.
hug
You're
and then
so cute.
the
They go,
hand immediately
Dad.
goes for my butt and then just
It's
squeezes it
great.
a little bit. I've heard you've been working out and doing a lot of squats, Maruka. I'd be like, what the
Weird.
fuck?
Average Texas high school jock. Weird.
Oh my
Ew. I
god.
had jocks do that to me too. Fuck, that was weird. They were super homophobic too. I thought it was just me.
Oh
Topic
jeez.
2000s saying. What does TW mean? Some Twitter topic warning? I don't really know. Did someone say bad apple catching up? Trigger warning. Oh yeah, trigger warning.
Oh, trigger warning.
I
Gotcha,
feel
gotcha.
like in VRC it's normal to just go up and pat people, so they seem caught unaware when I do that. You know, I actually and yes, most of the time people are okay with it. Some people will tell you right away, "Oh, please don't touch me," and you respect it
Yeah.
right away. You apologize,
Yeah.
respect it. But I
Yeah.
try to read people's profiles. I know people.
Mm.
I try to read people's profiles every time, and
Mm.
people will say in their profile sometimes, "I love head pats," or "Please don't head pat me without asking."
Yeah.
So, I
Yeah.
mean, not everybody writes that, but it's something to
Mm.
do just to make sure.
Mm.
You literally said I'm pogging at least 30 times a day for 4 days. That's true. When I went to Etchi Expo with Farisu, I said I'm pogging 30 times. Well, you're the reason why I said that, because I was literally, because I got to, I don't know if this is a content warning, but I literally got to tie her up in shibari for like 4 days. Of course, I'm going to say I'm pogging. I know.
God.
It was very...
Pogging.
I wish TwitchCon was Californian somewhere, because then I could use it as an excuse to visit family if somewhere to stay. I'm going back to California in 4 days. Oh, what are you
The
having?
shibari panels. I'm
Pogging? That's true. That's true. I did say that. I'm pogging? I was so, shy. Peepo shy. Well, she would be like, harder, oh girls, tie me harder. And I'm like, oh god, I'm pogging. Going back, as in going to visit or live there? I'm actually going to visit first. I don't know. I've been really happy living in my own place. If I can live with family, I might consider going back to California, because now that I'm fully out to most of my family as trans non-binary, and I was wearing a skirt and thigh highs around my sister and my mom, and they were totally okay with it. And I thought I didn't think they'd be weirded out, but I was just not sure. It's a big step, right? And they were like, yeah, cute. And I was like, what? Pog! But it was just nice being around family. I've been away from my family for a year and a half now, and I visited them for the first time last month, and there's something about getting the love and support from people who really care about you that I kind of miss. And also the Asian food in California just is so good.
really?
It's really good.
Oh yeah.
The Bay Area food is incredible. Hi, Catbox Worthy. Back to Cali, Notorious B.I.G. We'll see, though. It's just the reason why I moved away from Cali is because it's so expensive to live there, especially on your own. It's so expensive to live there, but I'll see. I'll see when I go back, because it's not too bad if you split a place between 2 or 3 people. It's still pretty expensive, but my mom's getting older, and I feel like I need to help take care of her more with me and my sisters, so I don't want to be away from them too long, but
Fair.
we'll see. But at the same time, I want to have my own space, and I invested so much into my place now in Arkansas, which is very far away, and I get to be closer to people like Farisu and others who, I'm more and more wondering if you'd want to hang out again sometime. I don't know when I'd be able to go visit again, but I don't know. Making some fried tofu. Oh man, I was watching. I think his name is Cooking with Lao. Is this Asian dad guy, and he just makes all these wonderful Cantonese style dishes. Anyway, he made salt and pepper tofu. I don't know if you've ever had that. It's one of my favorites. It's
Spicy tofu, Chinese style.
What do you
stuff
mean
that's thin.
WTF even is tofu? What? I am
I'm
uncultured. You're like the
Oh,
white.
wow.
True, Resi is like the whitest person I know.
I see.
She's really cute, but I can see her
Oh,
not even knowing about tofu.
right.
What about
What about
tofu? Stinky
Oh
tofu.
my god.
I
Stinky
actually
tofu.
like it. Some people don't. Do you like
Actually,
it?
not bad. Yeah,
I
I've had it with
like
fish.
it.
That's great.
Are you? You must be Asian to ask that, Finn. No. Wait, are they
No.
Asian? Maybe not.
Yeah, Finn's part. They're like me. They're mixed.
Okay.
But
okay.
even more so because they're half and half. I'm like a quarter. If that math even like translates to like heritage, but I'm like a quarter.
I don't know if this is racist or probably shouldn't preface this. I don't know if this is racist or because I love I think every nationality is beautiful, but I just have to say white Asian mix is really pretty. I don't it's really pretty.
You're not the only one though.
I think a lot of people say
a lot of
that.
people over here like feel that way. Like, and when they
but
get to know
every
me,
nationality
and they
is
ask
super pretty.
like you look very different but you're Malaysian, like, you know,
Yeah.
how? And I'm like, oh, my granddad's white and my mom's like half, and they're like, oh, that explains it. You have such good genes, you know? And I'm like,
What is
okay.
that? That's what
It's like here's a little bit of a creepy one, okay? All right,
Yeah.
like I used to date like a Chinese girl, and it was
Yeah.
all right for a little bit, and then it wasn't all right because I was having some troubles myself. It's a me thing, but that's not the focus. The focus that I want to tell you about is the story that her sister-in-law, was like, oh, so you guys are really cute together, and you know, you've got good genes, you know, you guys should get married and have a kid, and don't worry about it if you don't want to have the child and you don't want to raise it. I can raise it for you guys. And we're like, hold up, wait, what? It's like, I'm pretty sure you guys would make a wonderful baby together. I'm like, ding 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 ding. No.
Yeah, people say shit
No,
like
no. Oh
Jesus,
my
that
God,
went to 0, 100 real quick.
yeah,
Yeah.
that I was really uncomfortable when that was brought up. I mean, she's nice, but yeah, yeah, like there are some people who are like really like into the whole like mixed heritage children. They believe that the genes are stronger and you have like
I don't know about
more
that.
beautiful. Yeah, I don't believe it. It's a hit and a miss. I'm gonna be
That's
real,
like
guys.
eugenics.
It's still, you still have to roll the gene pool dice. And if you roll a nat one, then you're fucked.
Beautiful
You get the quote unquote the bad bits
Stalker
of both sides.
XGF,
You
that's
know,
a nightmare. I had a
like,
Stalker XGF. Sorry.
oh my God, no, you're fine. I was just lucky that I rolled well and I got like the sharp jawline and the nice nose and the wavy hair. A lot of people really like my wavy hair.
God, am I ever gonna see what you look like one day, Maru?
I don't know, maybe.
When I give you a hug, that's fair.
Oh yeah,
People
of course. If I go to the States, you can bet your
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
My grabbable ass. I don't know why I said that.
Oh my God. Yo, I know I've been doing like a lot of squats, but
Have
damn.
you? What was I gonna say? I love tofu, nice protein. I really like tofu, actually. I don't eat it
Protein.
enough.
So if you
Top
watch
on
the
your percent.
Agretsuko, this anime with like this raccoon that's a IP under Sanrio, you would like that kangaroo character in that series. He says nothing but protein. Does like weightlift. Protein. Ooh, protein. Protein. Damn it. I can't get over that. Protein.
Edgepool was right.
Oh,
I'm
girls is
touching the.
butt?
No, it's not true.
You touched
No, no. Do you know
Edgepool's butt?
Etwal? Okay, Etwal is such a dork. We
my
went to
God.
this retro arcade near her house. She's like one of my, pretty much the only friend I know IRL around here.
Okay.
and she was walking around when we were hanging out. By the way, we were holding hands or something, and we were at the arcade, and she kept pushing her butt on me and be like, "Oh, Grosie's touching my butt! Grosie's touching my butt!" She kept like pressing her butt on me. I was like, "Please stop this! Please do not tell people I'm touching your butt." And she went around telling people I touched her butt, and I didn't. Her butt touched me. Her butt touched me.
That reminds me of this time that I cosplayed, or should I say crosplayed, Sakura from Street Fighter. I did a really good job, by the way.
No.
Thanks to my good friends in the cosplay scene. One of them sewed like a proper Street Fighter top for me to make it fit, and one of them also did my skirt, and one of them did a really good job on my makeup. I looked super nice. It's probably one of like the better cosplays that I did, thanks to friends. And to push the envelope further and make the project a success, I had to go and do waxing for my legs, because I'm not the cleanest, like, you know, like I have hairs coming out. It's in my genes. So we went for a wax, my very first one in my life, and I was at one time hairless from the neck down.
That's pog.
It was great.
You got everything waxed?
Yeah, everything waxed. Everything.
That sounds nice.
So
I kind of want to do that.
So when the convention came around, and I bunk with girls all the time. They're super comfy around me, and like, you know, we're close.
I prefer it.
Everyone wanted to touch my legs.
Oh, really?
Because they were
They're
so
smooth.
and so fair. And one of them was like, "Maruka, this will never happen ever again, and I don't think I'll ever get the chance to, but can I push my face onto your cleanly wax legs?"
Gosh.
I'm like,
I guess.
Sure, just because it's you. Yeah, go ahead. And then they got onto the bed with me, and then they just like, "Oh, so smooth, smoother than mine."
Aww. There is something so comfy about smooth legs, though. Being hairless is pretty pog. It is.
Hilarious.
You know who's super soft legs?
Yeah, so it was an anime moment. Like
anime. That is such an anime moment. That is such an anime moment.
座ってもいい？どうぞ。
You're so...
どうぞ。
Aw.
柔らかい。
And then you just see like flowers like just appear out of fucking nowhere, and they're slowly bleeding out of their nose a little bit. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was yeah. God damn it. Oh man, that was a good weekend. I really enjoyed that convention. I'm hoping to have a similar experience during like TwitchCon. My first TwitchCon is gonna be so good. I know I'm gonna enjoy myself.
I hope I'm there. I'm probably gonna go to every TwitchCon the rest of my life. Not EU, NA. If I had the money, I would go to EU. Yeah. But my mom would always ask me if anyone was my girlfriend just by being next to them. I think moms just do that. My mom does that too. I don't know. Your mom seemed to have a weird relationship with you, but
I mean, my mom doesn't really like involve themselves in my relationships very much, and I appreciate that. Just keep it out.
Fair. My mom.
The funny thing that happened once was that I was with a friend, and we had gone out for to visit another friend during Chinese New Year, because we have open houses over here during Chinese New Year. We go around and we have drinks, and some of them gamble. You know, it's a fun family time. And we came back, and I had really long hair back then, like super long, right? And my friend's sister let us in with the auto gate, and then when we got in, they were like, "Hey, like, what happened to your girlfriend?" And both of us were looking at each other and like, "What do you mean?" There was like this chick wearing like a red hot top, and they were sitting in the passenger seat, and my friend looked at me and I looked at them and like, "Oh my god, the sister's their girlfriend."
Oh, that's so cute. Aw,
Like,
I miss my
funny.
waist length hair.
Like, no, we're not dating. Get that out
Aw.
of your head. Oh man.
I'd like to go to TwitchCon at some point. Current job and schedule. That's fair. You'll get it one day.
Waist length hair is so hard to maintain though, and you get hair all over the place.
That's
and
true.
You have to brush it, and it's heavy and it's hot. No,
God,
no,
it's pretty though.
it looks nice
It's such a pain to
until
manage long hair.
you realize the pain that you have to go through, and then when you actually cut it short, and you're like, oh my god, my head feels so light.
That's
And
true.
having a
It's
shower is
so
so
nice.
easy now, you know, like,
Yeah.
oh my god. Ugh.
Farisu also, you know, your hair looks really cute, Farisu. Don't sell your hair short. I thought it looked really cute when I saw you. Oh, there's my camera.
Yeah, there goes your camera. But yeah.
Oh god, I keep thinking
Yeah,
about that
wow.
Indian food, you motherfucker. Sorry. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I have time. I have
As
a
the
couple
Admiral would
hours to
say,
order.
Keikakudori, which means according to plan.
According to plan.
Just according to plan. Keikakudori. Oh my god.
I want to rest my head on some smooth, soft thighs. I blame the girls Discord for this. What do you mean my Discord? There has been an influx of everyone posting their thigh highs lately in their thighs. I blame Nerd Detective, who's been on a spree of posting their thigh pictures. They keep posting thighs.
I can almost guarantee my first TwitchCon, somebody's going to request to lie on my lap. Because I just know it.
Yeah, they're cute. I mean, you keep. I mean, they seem very soft and.
I mean, yeah.
That's what you're saying. Yeah. Wait till mines go up there. Wait, you're gonna post your? I mean, everyone is welcome to post their thigh highs in my. You got to be 18 plus, 18 plus Discord now. But not that they're lewd. It's still a wholesome Discord. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I feel less comfy with minors posting.
Body parts, you know.
Yeah,
body parts.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry,
I'm 30.
You guys
All right, same.
30s. Until I do like my very first subathon, and I'm putting it up as a sub goal because people have been asking.
Oh,
like,
really? Sub goal. How many subs is it gonna take to get that?
I haven't decided yet because I don't know when I'm ever gonna do a subathon because it seems like such a struggle to stream for that long. But we'll see. I don't know. But people have been requesting, and I'm like, no thigh pics until much later. But yeah, eventually. It's eventuality. I don't know.
Excuses, Maru. That's all I'm hearing. Says Scriggle.
Yeah, Scriggles is one of those. And they're like, they want to see my thighs.
Don't pressure people into showing their thighs.
No.
Don't pressure.
Actually,
people.
Come to think of it, that's another aspect that I kind of wanted to get into. One of the reasons why I wanted to do VTubing versus like IRL cam streaming.
One of those. Yo.
I appreciate the privacy that it comes with because like you don't get to see what I look like. That's one.
I like that too.
Besides the fact that you can look as cool or as beautiful or as cute and whatever on stream without needing to worry about whatever outfit.
So nice.
Stimmky, because we use the exact same outfits all the time, and I don't have to clean up my room as well. We can be in a beautiful snow-covered, comfy-looking world, and you don't have to see like the pizza stack that's about to tip over behind me. And it's great. I like VTubing because of all these extra bits that you just can't do with IRL streaming.
It's true.
Thank
you, Rage Quitter.
You just can't. It just takes too much money and too much effort and too much planning. I know. Like some people will appreciate that sort of thing, but I feel like if you needed to do it week in and week out, it's so taxing on everything.
It is.
So I think that's one of the beautiful things that some people really take for granted. That you can just turn on a piece of software and you're ready to go for the most part. It's great. Yeah, that too. Like you could be in your skimpiest outfit. Like TOS like infringing like outfits, and nobody would know. Nobody needs to know. Nobody needs to know, you know? And it's great. But yeah, above all, like, I don't know, like I feel that again, going back to that discussion about like the fact that VR chat removes that initial layer of getting to know someone and judging them and choosing and whatever. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like VTubing allows people to forget that initial layer and just delve into the fact that, hey, this is a cool person. They have a nice personality. They tell really nice jokes. I like their stories. I enjoy listening to them. Their presence feels calming, and I get to fall asleep. And I believe that very strongly. That part of the success of why my channel's doing as well as it is, and I know we're not where I want to be yet, but I think the amount of progress that I've gotten so far is because of VTubing, and I have a lot to be thankful
Yeah.
for in that regards. Like, not to say that I'm
Yeah.
bad looking. I'm fairly certain there are
You know,
people
most
online
VTubers, most people are very good looking.
who would
I found
appreciate
out.
how I look
Yeah.
and think that I am very attractive to them, you know, based on their preferences. But I don't think I would have gotten the attention and the exposure that I would have gotten if I did IRL cam stream gamings. Like, not a lot of people would have clicked on, and
I feel
it's
similarly, not
it
about
is,
me too. I can
yeah,
relate to that a lot, actually.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you think you ever will do an IRL stream? Not all the time.
Maybe when I reach a level that I'm comfortable with,
That's fair.
to have a group of people who legitimately, and it's not like lip service. Oh yeah, Marika, we're here for you and your personality, and we don't care what you look like. There are people who just say that, and then when you're actually presented with the reality of it, and you're disappointed,
I
they
know.
never come back. There are people who are
Yeah.
like that, and
For
it's just so
sure.
sad.
It's
It's
so
so sad, and
sad,
it's just like,
yeah.
the fuck, guys. Like, for reals, was that all just like, you know, talk, empty statements? Like, you know, like, there are people like that, and
There are people.
again,
I'm sure people unfollowed me
I
when
I
they saw what I look
I
like.
don't blame people because I understand how the biology works.
Right. Yeah, you're
You
attracted to
choose
this.
because of certain things, and I can't be mad because I know how that makes up. But it
Yeah.
still doesn't change the fact that I'm disappointed because you said
Right.
something, and then when you're actually
Mm.
presented with it, you reacted in another way, and you couldn't get over yourself. And that's another reason why I'm so deathly afraid that outside of my friend circle, who genuinely want to see what I look like just so that they have something to add to whatever it is that they already love. And some of them definitely like were like, I'm not disappointed at all, Maruk. I wish you showed me sooner. You know, like, there are people who were genuinely positive seeing my face, and they have like a proper face to link the voice and the personality to. I don't think a lot of people outside of that group would feel the same way, you know? Not saying
Yeah.
that you guys would be like that. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. I don't know. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
do call outs. This is not the reason, but I feel that way. I
The
feel that way, and I'm
only
definitely afraid of that.
I only felt comfortable doing it after I went to TwitchCon because most people already knew what I
Mm,
looked like, and I felt
right,
kind of
right.
like I missed a lot of
Yeah.
my friends, and I for some reason doing an IRL. I don't do them all the time. It's really rare, but
Mm,
doing it made me feel kind of closer to my friends again, like kind of bridging that gap
mm,
between VR and IRL. But I get everything you said. Hi Trinity, I love you. I'm scared to show what I look like IRL because people not like me. Aw, and that makes me so sad when people say stuff like that because don't feel like you ever need to reveal what you look like. But if people like you and care about you, and they don't like you because of what you look like, they're not worth your time. Honestly, it's I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. Constellation Princess said, I remember with that one when that one streamer last year did a face reveal and everyone was
mm.
trash talking. I was like, wow, that's disgusting. That's pretty
Ooh,
horrible,
that is.
I have to say.
I understand if you have personal preferences. Like, that is, you're warranted. maybe you don't like a particular body frame, maybe you don't like a particular aspect of a person's face, maybe you don't like how they smell, or their hairstyle, or their choice of fashion. Like, I get that, but trash talking just for the sake of, like, putting down someone, I no, I don't condone that kind of talk. I think that's very toxic. I think that's very detrimental to the relationship, and I don't stand for it. I don't. Like, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Mm, but yeah, it's scary. I don't think I'll be doing an IRL stream anytime soon, but
That's
you
very
know,
fair.
maybe sometime in the future when I get a lot bigger and the community is strong and solidified, and I know who's who, what I might do, and this is a big might, and of course, again, same maybe after a TwitchCon, I'll do like a private stream with like a select group of individuals that I've known for a while, and I ask them, if you want, you attend, but whatever it is that you see, that's what you're gonna get. Like, don't screenshot or record or whatever. Like, like, that's it. Like, I would appreciate that, that much. And then, yeah, sure, like, for those groups, but not like, oh yeah, today I'm gonna do an RL stream. Click go live. Hi everyone, I'm in Tokyo. This is me. Like, hello, non VTubing Maruka. I don't think I'll do that. No, that's scary.
At the end of the day, do what you feel is right. Yeah, exactly. Don't.
Yeah.
I always tell people, like, don't ever feel pressure to show what you look like or do anything that makes you feel
Oh,
uncomfy. You're
yeah.
valid, and it took me years and years to work up the courage to even go meet people IRL.
You
I
know,
just
and I've even heard some horror stories before from people who are like already partner and they're very steady with their crowd, and like they say, like, yeah, I'm never doing an RL stream again. It went horrible. And I'm like, Jesus, okay. Someone like that who's popular
yeah.
and they're up there and they've been doing this for years, and then they do their one IRL stream and apparently like shit happens, and I'm like, nope, nope. Sounds like a bad move. No, sounds like a bad move. But yeah, one day. One day.
I keep
For
thinking
sure.
about food too, cyberspace. I keep
Oh,
thinking, this
no.
place doesn't have naan. What kind of Indian place doesn't have naan?
Don't
But it's
know.
highly rated.
Hmm.
I just want something really super white person and basic,
Oh my
like butter
god.
chicken, or like.
Yeah, butter chicken is
I
great.
know, it's what I want. I want some
Chicken is
butter
wonderful.
chicken, man. Some butter chicken, some garlic naan. I'll be very happy. Garlic naan is way too good. I know. Hi, Wolfie. Are we gonna get delicious food together in Vegas at EDC? I
Yo,
hope so, Wolfie.
yo.
I can't wait to give you all hugs at EDC.
I would appreciate an old girl's hug.
Oh, I appreciate my
Preferably to
hug.
start with one that doesn't involve the butt touching, but
I
hey,
don't touch butts. People's butts touch me. No.
I don't want to be a 12 doll 2.0, okay? I just.
People are always putting their butt into me. Her, Baristo,
No, I'm not. I'm not going to
everybody.
EDC. I wish.
Gearzo. No, not
I
Gearzo.
wish. Not to dwell on it too much, but
Tasty.
it is something that occasionally pops into my mind. But
What, butt touching?
if my cousin didn't screw my side of the family out of an inheritance, I would have actually gone to at least one TwitchCon this year.
Your
But
cousin swooped in. It's all
shit,
mine.
shit happens.
We can
Shit
touch
happens.
butts in Vegas. We'll
Shit
see.
happens. And
Oh, that's such a cute emote,
I
Wolfie.
didn't get that share or my fair share of that side of things.
I'm
And
sorry to hear
so
that.
it's a little disappointing. But hey, you know, like, maybe that's for the better, and maybe that action allows me to appreciate more the things that I do have, and like, not be complacent, not be um taking things for granted, because I really appreciate my life right now. I'm in a much better space, much better headspace, much better living accommodation. I'm so happy that I have my own place that I feel comfortable in. I have air conditioning when I didn't like last year. I have a much better rig than I did when I started streaming. I had a 1050 Ti that I used for streaming,
Whoa.
and
I had a
I slowly
1070,
upgraded.
not great
Yeah, I
either.
slowly upgraded from that. Now I have like a 3090, and that's
Man,
part and parcel.
3090, so
Yeah,
jealous. I want a
I
3090.
like that's all like
All your
from everything
community.
that's been happening right now. I have a better screen. Can you imagine streaming on a 720p screen, which
Oh, a
has like a
dance
laptop,
game.
a single laptop like size screen?
720p
Like
gaming.
people were like, Maruka, it's 2021. How are you still running a 720p screen as
Ew,
your
I
main
know. Ew.
display?
Do you guys
I'm like, I'm
remember when
sorry, guys.
720p was like awesome? I'm so old. I remember a time when 720p was like, whoa, 720p.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
gotta
then
be 1080.
and because of the community, I was able to upgrade past 2 generations. From 720, I skipped 1080, I went to 1440. Now I have this beautiful like 27-inch display that I can like
It's
put all of my
1440,
windows and
not
everything. Oh yeah,
4K.
1440. Yeah,
Okay. Have you tried
it's
4K?
no, it's too expensive. It's too expensive over
Is
here.
it
It's not worth it.
really? 4K
It's
is that
really
ex
expensive. Yeah,
4K's?
like from 2K to 4K, the budget like is significantly higher. It's
That's
crazy.
1440
Like
is a sweet
like for
spot.
the same price of a 4K screen in my country with all the tax and duties, I can get one of those banging like
Like a huge
Samsung
1440,
G7 AOC like
a huge
ultra
refresher.
extreme wide displays, the
That's
ones
fair.
that most operating systems struggle to actually display because they're so wide and
That's
so
true.
big.
No,
Like it's not worth it. It's really, really
I
not
think
worth it right
Not
now.
says 4K TVs are super cheap in the US, especially during Black Friday.
Yeah,
Refresh rate is better than resolution.
it's
That's
true.
true.
Finn makes a very
That's
good
agreed.
argument there. Yeah,
I did get
but
a
yeah.
4K TV for like $200 on Black Friday.
Yo, you're lucky.
Yeah,
Lucky.
we have buying goods in the US is pretty nice.
How much did I spend on my display when I was like making it like a goal? I spent like
What are these numbers? Says Al. Al, you're so cute.
six.
What does this
Oh, the
mean?
bomb GPU. Oh my god. Okay, so the bomb GPU. I am a collector of GPUs.
A
So I have a number
collector.
of interesting ones that some people probably didn't even know existed. I have a single slot 1050 Ti. That's correct. A single
Single
slot.
slot. What does that mean?
So that means like typical GPUs these days are 2 slots or wider.
Yeah.
So you have to make room on your motherboard and in your case to compensate for the space. Mine is 1 slot across. So whatever it is that you input, like your HDMI cables or your display cables, that's as thick as it is. The card is thin. It's so thin. People are surprised that it's even a graphics card of that generation. They think like this is probably like from like the early like 2000s, right, Marika? No. This is like a more recent GPU. It's a 10 series GPU. I also have interesting fan shrouds for my GPUs, and as Finn is pointing out, I actually bought a GPU for $5 off of Yahoo auctions in Japan. $5. And it is an
Whoa.
old
What's
GTX
happening?
580, but the shroud is literally in the shape of a bomb. Yes.
A bomb?
I have a $5 bomb-shaped GPU.
Wait, what? The...
Yes.
Is it like? Can you actually put it in a computer if it's shaped
Yes,
like
you
a
can.
bomb? Oh,
You can.
okay.
You can. I mean, it's the shroud. It's the shroud. The front
Oh,
shroud
okay,
looks
okay.
like those
I
old
see.
school
I thought
like
it was like
nuke,
spherical.
like Fallout.
Yeah, that's kind of
GPU. Yeah,
interesting.
it's an interesting shape. Yeah.
Trin says, if you know a vendor
Yeah.
in IT, see if you can get them to buy a TV or PC screen for you. Say 50 to
Mm,
70% off the actual cost. That's a great idea.
mm.
Unfortunately, I don't know a vendor in IT. Do you know a vendor in IT, Trinity? Cook it up.
I don't know anyone.
I would love. I
Mm,
can't afford it. I mean, I've had a 3080, so I'm not really in a rush to
yeah, good
upgrade.
card. Good
It's
card.
a
Keep
decent
it.
card. It's like all I need for now. I used to stream on a 1070 like i5.
Oh, 1070. That's a pretty popular card.
1070 for what it was. I mean, I got it for like I think $170 during
Huh.
the. This was when like people were mining on crypto or mining crypto, so it was
Oh,
actually a pretty
right.
good deal back then.
Yeah.
It did a lot of work for me. That
Oh, for
1070,
sure. For
1070
sure.
is a.
I have a single slot 1070 as well. It's from a company called Galax. It's called the Katana. That's how thin it is. Again,
Mhm.
another single slot card that I really love. It's very, very slick looking. If you guys want to take a look at it, just look it up. 1070 Katana, and then you can see how slim that card is in comparison to like the 4090 or like the 3080 like cards. It is so
Oh, hook it
small.
up, Shin.
It's crazy. It is absolutely insane. And it actually matches up to the performance of the cards that are much larger. Like it goes toe to toe. It runs a little hotter, granted, because it is a single slot, but performance was not affected. Like it's such a testament to the engineering that we have in today's day and age. And then you look at the 4090 and you go like, yep, I need to get a new case.
Yeah.
You know? Oh my god.
I know nothing about PCs. I just want a beef PC that goes bare. PCs aren't that hard to learn about, but I get that. Took me a little
Yeah.
while. I think as a VR enthusiast or a streamer, you kind of eventually have to learn about PCs.
You do.
Eventually.
You do. Yeah.
At least the basic stuff.
Like what sort of resolution can you push out? How much VRAM there is? Like can it fit in your case? Like do you need it to be like stock clock or like have one that's like overclockable and how many display ports and HDMI ports it supports and whether you want to go for AMD drivers or NVIDIA drivers and encoding. It's a lot of knowledge that you need to pick up over a period of time. But it's not bad. Like there's a lot of resources available and you have a lot of people that you can kind of like connect with and that will point you in the right direction, I feel. Just buy data. No, Scriggles, not everybody is like you, okay? Not everybody has like a freaking like server with terabytes of space for your anime, your movies, and your enthusiast collection of adult content. Yes. Yes.
Only
Seven ser-
7 servers and 3
Three
PCs.
PCs. Don't play games on a virtualized window. No, I don't have a virtual machine. Maybe one day. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future.
So I said virtual twice. I don't know why I said.
Yes.
The only
Yeah.
oh wait, GPUs are they're big as an Xbox. I don't know what the 40 series looks like. I know my 3080
They're
card is
huge.
quite big. They're
The
huge.
only small, reasonably sized GPU so far that's been released by NVIDIA in this current generation is the 4070. It is small in comparison. It's more
I'll have to
regular
take a look
size to
at
what
it.
we're used to, but its performance is
Any
eh,
1070 Ti gamers.
it's eh.
I mean, for what you do for Isu, 1070 Ti is plenty powerful. She just plays WoW and Castlevania games and occasionally
You're fine.
vrchat. I mean, that's
You're
fine.
fine. Yeah.
The only way to get a small... Oh, by the way, for Isu, you need to play Hollow Knight. I was playing it. It's so good. A random thing, because she likes Castlevania games. Anyway, the only way to get a smallish footprint of the 4090 itself is just to have a water-coolered one.
Yeah, that's true.
Hi,
Because the
Cloudwalker,
card
by the
itself
way.
is very short, but what matters is like because it outputs so much heat, they had to basically put like a freaking like thick stack of like heat spreaders and a fan shroud. So if you water cooling it, oh yeah, you can reduce the size significantly, like significantly well. But that involves having a water cooled system, which not a lot of people want, myself included. it's a lot of maintenance, and if you're not somebody who's very in tune with that sort of thing, it's going to be a detriment along the lines, somewhere down the line. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to go get Indian foods. We'll keep going a little bit longer, and then I think I might call it in a little bit. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I've been like knocking back like this rogue energy drink that I've been mixing, and
Yeah.
it's been really good for me because it keeps me focused and steady during streams, and then when the stream is over after about 5 or 6 hours, I feel normal again. Like it's better than coffee, because I used to, when I started up my streams before, I would knock back 3 or 4 cups of coffee, and it would still not like do the job because it was just not doing it right. My coffee would get cold and it would be nasty, and yeah, but ever since I got introduced to like these pre-mix, not pre-mix, but like powdered energy drinks that you can mix like whenever you need them, and they can be chilled, it's been great. Like I don't experience any crashes. And like I said, like right after the stream is over, I feel normal, and so I just have some food, and then food coma, and then I knock out. It's great.
I'm about to do that myself. Get food coma and sleep.
Definitely.
Trying to see if I missed any messages. Here we go. Thank you for being on here. I think that was probably the longest interview I've ever done. I mean, the
really?
Q&A portion.
Wow.
I think so.
Am I just like that talkative? I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I love it. I love it. You were
I hope I
one of
haven't
my
bored
favorite guests.
your community, and
No,
I guess like an extension
not at
of my
all.
community.
I think this
as well,
was
because
actually
I
one of
see
the
a lot of
most...
names that I'm familiar with here. Thank you so much,
Thank you
everyone
for coming.
who came over after like I told you guys that I wasn't streaming and I was like going to be attending the interview. I was so sure not a lot of people on my side would show up, because I know a lot of people don't like typically like join up, but I see like quite a lot of support on my end.
Yeah, a lot of
and
people
your
come here.
community's been really welcoming too. Thank you so much, everyone, for
Yeah.
having me.
Thank you for being
Like
here.
it's been a very, very fun experience. I was a little bit nervous when I
Oh, thank you,
I got on.
Scriggles. Oh.
I wasn't sure how everyone was gonna react to me being on your streams, but everyone's been so cool. I appreciate your presence here and supporting old girls as well throughout whatever length of time that you've been on the channel. Thank you so much.
And I just shouted out marukakou.
Thank you for
If
the
you
shout
guys, yeah, please go follow them if you haven't. They're very, very comfy.
Recently a lot of follows. Yeah.
You're someone that I genuinely think you're amazing, and I really, really wanted to. I mean, share, I wanted my community to learn more about you. I wanted to selfishly learn more about you. And, I wanted to interview you for a long time, so I'm really,
it actually
really
took
glad
me
that-
by surprise. Actually, you were like, "I want to interview." I'm like, "What, me? Like,
Yeah,
huh?
you.
Like,
Yeah,
okay,
you.
like, oh, girls wants to interview me. Are you sure? Am I reading this message? Did you drop a message in the wrong chat box?"
Oh.
And I'm like, yeah, I can make it. Whenever. Like, I'm always happy to guest on
I didn't know
people's
that,
streams
so-
if they want to do like an interview or something.
I'd love to have you on again sometime.
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
I didn't know that, Sol, but thank you. That's a good tip. They said if you use the @ name in the title, it'll tag them. These are the things despite being a partnered streamer, I know nothing.
How long have you been streaming?
I know nothing. Like 2.5 years. I know nothing about streaming. No, I don't know anything.
Smell like a baka.
You're a baka.
And
You like sugar daddies. Sorry, that was a random.
Where the sugar daddies at? Ayo.
Amara, right. Hi, Bridget. You're really cool, Maru. True, they are so cool. Ayo. Girls, do you have an email for instrumentals? I don't have a SoundCloud. You can DM me on Where are you in my Discord, Constellation Princess? You can DM me on Discord if you like.
You're really cool. Thank you.
You are really,
I
really cool.
I like
We love
giving
you.
off cool, nice vibes. Yee. Yee.
Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Cyberspace Nods, Constellation Princess, Griggles, Silatrix, Ow, Evan Skyheart, you're amazing and so sweet. All of you are. Nod is so sweet. Finn, it's been nice talking with you. But I always see their name around everywhere, Finn. I don't know. Maybe it's just your stream because I like your stream all the time.
Maybe. Finn was the one that was constantly pushing for me to stream.
Oh, that's
There's
the
that
person you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that person.
That
Hey,
was-
Maruka, you promised you'd stream last weekend. I'll get to it.
Bye,
Hey,
Princess. Thank
Maruka,
for the
you said you would do it this
rain.
weekend. I will do it. Hey, Maruka,
Hi,
do you
that
have I will do it. I will do it.
Hello, Kitsune. Thank you,
They're-
Viper.
Oh, it's a raid. Hi,
Welcome,
everyone.
Raiders. You guys are coming near the end of an interview, but I'm doing that. Welcome. Hello, my name is marukakou, and I love I don't know what you love a lot of things. Cute things. I love cute things. 5 hours and 26 minutes is quite a long. I mean, I could interview you forever. I think I'm just getting a little tired. I'm getting tired.
I don't know.
It's
Is there any other
awesome.
pressing questions that people would like to ask? Whether it's like a personal question or maybe something to do with streaming, anything. I'm
let's.
open
I guess
to
we can.
answering as best as I can while we're still live.
Are you still up for playing War Thunder tomorrow? So it's 331st Guards Airborne. I have no idea who that is.
War Thunder?
Do you know them?
Wait, what?
I saw you were playing War Thunder on Media Stream. Where is that?
Yeah, I do War Thunder like once or twice on Medea stream, but I don't know if we're actually still doing that. I need to check with Medea and see. Maybe. But yeah. But yes,
Okay,
welcome
Constellation
in
Princess.
Viperness community. Thank you for dropping by and thank you for reading
I love
into
you,
the stream, Viper.
Amanda. Yeah, let's I guess I usually, one of the final questions I ask is, it's just very simple. Do you have any plans for your stream in the future, and short term, long term?
I have like a few things in mind, but I'm a little I do procrastinate on ideas when all the details haven't been lined up. But
I'm like that too.
one of my big concerns when it comes to choosing what to stream involves a lot about EAC. Because certain games outside of VRChat also apply that type of anti-cheat engine. And so if you're not running the same version of EAC, one of them will kick the other one out. And because VRC has introduced EAC, that limits certain games, not a lot, but certain competitive games from being streamed at the same time. So that's one thing that I'm looking into, and I do have a few methods to combat that. I'm just not confident in the systems at the moment, and I've just been really lazy to look into them. Like, I know I want to try Vinyan. I also have like a work in progress live 2D model that I need worked on, but I have no progress in that regards just yet. So I want to explore War Thunder as a game to stream, but because I have high expectations for myself. A lot of people have said, it's okay, Mario, you can stream in PNG, and I'm like, but you won't get to see me use my hands or my little expressions that I do, or see my leggies move and stuff, and I feel that takes away from the experience from what you've been exposed to so far. And genuinely, for me at least, I'm not knocking on anyone who runs PNGs or any other software. It's just the expectation that I have for myself, and I like the little gestures that everybody gets, and I like being able to just head pat people when they ask for it and give them boops, because I represent the groups of VTubers that give back to the community for all the love and care that you've shown us, and giving us head pats and boops, and occasionally also tossing random stuff in our faces. Yeah. Yeah, I know some of you who like throwing shit in their face. I know. Yeah, I see some of you. Yeah. but you know, it's those things. So I'm gonna be looking into those softwares moving forward, whether it be like VNyan or a Live 2D for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I'm also looking into what's this? I need to do an ASMR stream because
You
I've been
have a
requested
wonderful
multiple
voice.
times,
Yeah.
and some of the community members actually have already for a good couple months now funded a what's the word? What do you call those? Not bi-directional mics, a condenser mic. They've already actually bought a cheap condenser mic for me to use for an ASMR stream. I just haven't had the courage to actually push through and do it.
You know what? I feel that.
So,
If you do one,
you
I'll do an
know,
ASMR stream
you
too.
know, I think it's a avenue that definitely will bring in fresh blood into the channel
It's
and
huge, yeah.
get people introduced to me. I'm not gonna lick your ears, so if that's what you expect, that's a
You get banned for
no.
that? You get banned
That's
for
a
that,
no.
right?
I'm not doing that. No weird moans, nothing like that. It's gonna be wholesome.
I'm gonna
Wholesome with a
be
W as well. Wholesome
well
with a
W, yeah.
W.
You can
You
watch
know.
my ear licking lewd streams on
Oh Jesus.
kick.com/marukakou.
No. Oh my God. No, I'm not doing any of
No, you
that.
don't get banned for it? I feel like I would get bonked if I did
Not
licking.
not gonna do anything
Plus,
like that.
Ko-Fi would be
I've been doing a
disappointed
lot
in
of
me.
research regarding all the sounds and the voice word triggers that people like. So like I know some people are like kabuki, 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 relax,
I don't know what she said.
stuff like that.
Topoki? I know topoki.
Kabuki.
Oh,
Kabuki.
kabuki.
Kabuki. Like yeah, the K sounds apparently like are nice brain tingles if you have the right equipment. So yeah, ASMR is definitely an avenue that I would like to try, and I feel that it would definitely add a little bit more variety to the stuff that I've been doing so far, and
Yeah.
you know,
Everyone.
put me in the mark.
You know, you do have a very wonderful voice, and I want to see
Yeah.
nothing but. I want you to have nothing but success and grow.
How about good sounds like someone paid rent this month?
Yeah, exactly. Great
Oh my
point.
God, I've had moments like that actually. Bob's leg.
I
I've
think it's
had moments like that.
bobslegs.
Bob's legs,
No,
yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Where somebody would just come in and they're like, "Here's $200," and I'm like,
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Constellation Princess.
and I'm just like, that how why?
Yeah,
I
people
thought I
can
was
be
supposed to
really
like,
nice.
you know, stream for like a whole month before I
Thank
get
you
to
for the
enjoy
follow,
something like
June.
this, and people are like, "Don't worry, I got a bonus this month,"
Tingles.
like you know. And I want you to be comfortable and not stressed when you're on stream so that you can just be yourself and not worry about this. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you so much. Like,
It's like a Kindle voice. You can read stories. Me or Maruka? I think Maruka has a very nice storytelling voice as well. This interview was a great introduction to you, Maruka. I'm glad it was. I really wanted you guys to learn more about them, and
yeah, other than that, I suppose the other thing that I have in mind right now is working on a portable stream setup. It's something that I've been meaning to look into, and that's why I actually experimented with the Haritora X. For those of you who are not familiar with VR, VR chat, or full body tracking, Haritora X is a full body tracking system that works without lighthouses or base stations, depending on the terminology that you know. It uses something called an IMU sensor, and basically it uses calculations to get an idea of what your body is doing and what positioning it's in without external sensors. And this is great because it means that you can cut down on the amount of things that you need to transport when you're going to like a hotel or you're going overseas, but you still want to have full body tracking, but not have to worry about the environment that you're in. And so I have one of those, and it's great. It's not as good as lighthouse or base station tracking because they're just more accurate. No, hands down, they're just more accurate. But they're getting better. They're getting better. So I've got one of those, and that's great. I just need more funds for a more powerful laptop, which in today's day and age is kind of impossible because of all the price increases and everything. And getting a laptop is that suits my needs is really hard. It involves a lot of expenditure, which I would rather put into my living expenses rather than something as luxurious as that. So, and then of course a wireless headset that I can transport that's less finicky than an index, because an index has a long cable and that thing is fucky wucky. You know this, I know this, some people who own indexes know this, and in transport there's a
Yeah.
possibility that you'll fuck up the cable. There's always that chance. So I want a wireless headset that works and has a good mic and does the job. I want a laptop that does the job, so I can just pack everything into one bag and then
Yeah,
done.
that'd be
And
so
then done. That
nice.
is a
I want
dream
that.
setup for me. But gotta get them dollar bills, and I don't have much of that. So slowly,
Slowly, you're
bit by bit,
getting
little by
there.
little, in the future. That's
Yeah.
it's gonna be a reality, and it won't be a dream anymore. But yeah, that's basically like what I have going for myself. And of
Cool.
course, more comfy streams and more community related like stuff. I'm hoping to do some anime and movie watching nights in the Discord. I keep saying that, but
Yeah.
I do, yeah,
Relatable.
no, but one day I'm gonna put aside some time and be like, okay, like this day, this time, we're gonna be watching something. So if you're there, or you're not, it's gonna happen. And whether I fall asleep during the session or not, that really depends. But it's gonna happen. So that's about it. I like where everything's going with the channel,
I'm
and
glad.
I'm getting it makes me happy when people check out my stats, and I know some of you are very keen on numbers. It makes me happy when somebody looks at my numbers on like some Twitch stat website, and they go, huh, Marika, you have very consistent numbers. This is weird.
That's
Because you'll
good.
see some people who've been streaming for a really long time, and then suddenly they have the glow up. They'll just immediately go from like 10, 20, 30, 50, like to like couple hundred, and that's their story because they finally found their niche. Or there'll be somebody who just like has been streaming consistently originally, and then suddenly a subathon happens, and then they glow up, like they're just suddenly like super popular and they hit like partner or whatever. And then you have me, and it's just like this nice steady increase. You can see it month in and month out. It goes up a little bit, and then it drops down a little, and then it goes up a little bit more, and it just
I think that's the way to
grows.
do it,
It's
honestly.
nice.
Yeah.
I like it. It's less pressure on me, and
Yeah, people do
it,
that. Here's some
it's
advice. Don't do it. Don't obsess over your numbers.
yeah,
It'll drive you crazy.
yeah, yeah. I tell that piece of advice to a lot of people, whether they're big or small. I turn off my viewer account. I've only ever seen it through the last 18 months 3 times by
That's
accident.
really smart. Yeah.
By accident. And I know when we're doing really well because chat is popping off. I know when it's a slow day because I'm feeling that vibe that I have to think of topics that need to be talked about because I'm not getting enough like reaction or interaction from people. I know. You don't have to tell me. Like, there are some people who are adamant. I'm like, oh my god, Maruka, you're popping off. Like, oh my god, there's so many people watching. Like, no, just shh, don't tell me because it's gonna screw with my mental state, and I'm just gonna be like, hi.
Aw.
Yeah, hi. But anyways,
There should
I'm
be
sure
really
you
a
wanna.
browser plugin that hides viewer numbers. So many people need that. Yeah. You can kind of turn it off in your Twitch dashboard.
You
but
can. You
yeah.
can. It's easy. It's just a click, and then it's done. Yeah.
So I am going to go get some butter chicken. Can everyone do a clap emote or send some hearts in the chat for marukakou? Once again, I'm going to shout out their channel. If you haven't, please, please, please give them a follow. It would mean a lot to me. Thank you guys so much for being here and watching and supporting. You're all amazing and beautiful and wonderful. And I'm sorry that I'm leaving to go get food. I guess I shouldn't be sorry.
Go.
I love you guys so much. Please go give Maruko a follow if you haven't. I will be back tomorrow with another interview. I'll be interviewing my old friend Politely Wicked, who is
Yo, it's a Politely Wicked.
You know, Politely Wicked, Politely Wicked, and me finally back together again on stream.
Oh my goodness.
Another cutie. I think you guys will really enjoy it.
I have to watch the VOD. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD.
Please do.
I'll open it.
I'm very excited. We have a very fun relationship, me and Politely Wicked.
Oh my goodness.
But all right, thank you guys for the love. I love you all. Alzora, thank you for lurking out. I'm such a fan of you. Star Rider, you're amazing. Spy Fox, you're one of the kindest people I've met recently. Marukakou, thank you for the hearts. Thank you for being here. You're amazing.
Thank you very much for hosting this interview. It's been wonderful.
It's been
hanging out.
I've had a
So
wonderful time. Yeah,
So
it's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
The Voice of Gold. They do. Bye, Cyberspace Not. Sillatrix, I love you. Constellation Princess, it's been really nice talking with you. Thank you for the love. Trinity, I love you so much. You're such a good friend. I owe you so much.
Let's do the sign language send off,
really
shall
nice
we? Seeing as you want to learn a little bit.
Oh yeah.
The
What is
sign
this again?
It's like the C
you later
gamers.
Oh yeah, thumbs up gamer.
Yeah, thumbs up gamers. Yeah, see you later gamers. Bye bye.
See you later. Oh wait, later.
Later. Yeah, later gamers. There you go.
Gamers.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Please message me on Discord. Oh, thank you for the bits. Bye. Look for a DM. Yeah. Is there anyone you'd like to raid? I was gonna raid
right
Tasty.
now. Let's see if I have anyone that's on.
That's a lot of people on right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on. If we're going with the same vibe though, maybe I think Tasty is on, right?
Yeah, they are. I was thinking Tasty.
Tasty, let's do Tasty.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
they're
go
doing
up
VR
my
chat.
keyboard so I can type a raid message for
Go for
y'all.
it. Go for it.
Then thank you guys for being here. I had an awesome time. This was
We
so
had an awesome
fun.
time too. Oh wow.
Let's raid to my friend Tasty Burger.
Tasty Burger.
Let's debate her real quick. We're going into her stream. Tasty is super cute and adorable raid. As I am prone to do, my typical raid message. If you don't have my emotes, you can use that one. If you do have my emotes, you guys can do They like Obald Steer.
Oh my god.
They like my Obalds emotes.
Oh no.
Okay, I love you guys so much. Thank you for keeping us company today. You're wonderful. Thank you again, Maru. Please give Tasty all the love. They're a good friend of both of ours, I think.
Yeah, both of us.
They're wonderful, and I hope you guys like their vibe. I don't know what they're saying.
Please go check her out. She did an interview with.
I actually would love to interview Tasty again. They were one of my favorites. So, all right, everyone. Have a good night. Stick around for the raid. Take care, everyone. I hope I can share my Indian food with you later when I get it. Thank you again, Maru.
It makes it super super fun.
Of
Come on.
course, of course.
I need some pictures with you. Bye, everyone. Have fun. Bye. Well, let me go on. Let me
G-Man!
put a tasty.
No, you guys are super cute and adorable.